Chapter 1 The Drooling Beasts. 1965, Winter. Inside a courtyard in Beijing. Lin Han is cooking potatoes and chicken nuggets in front of his stove. Fragrance wafts out of windows and doors. The beasts, whose noses were more sensitive than dogs, smelled this smell, and their saliva was drooling. Three grandfather's house. Yan Bugui put down the pickles and lauhudu in his hands, and said with an envious expression, that kid Lin Han is really good. The pork stewed vermicelli was eaten yesterday, and chicken is eaten at noon today. Isn't it? It's not like us to eat meat every day. The third mother agreed, feeling a little unbalanced in her heart. The eldest son Yan Jichen and his wife Yu Li are already drooling. The second son, Yan Jifang, the third son, Yan Jiquang, and the fourth daughter, Yan Jidi, all looked eagerly at the direction of Lin Han's house. Old Yan, why don't you go to Lin Han's house and order some chicken back? Seeing that the children didn't have the heart to eat wauhudu and pickles, the third mother couldn't help but said to Yan Bugui. I'm so embarrassed. Yan Bugui was moved, but his face was a little embarrassed. If Lin Han was a working adult, he wouldn't mind going to the point. The problem is, Lin Han is only 15 years old. Another orphan. Not only can't afford to go to school, but he doesn't even have a job. Every day, he can only go hunting in the mountains in the suburbs for a living. The family background can be said to be as miserable as it is. Although Yan Bugui is good at calculation, he likes to take advantage of small things. But after all, he is a primary school Huxia teacher and the third master in the yard. His inner integrity made him a little embarrassed, so he went to the orphan Lin Han to ask for meat. The second uncle's house. Lu Haishong is eating noodles and scrambled eggs. As a 7th-level blacksmith at the Red Star Rolling Mill, his salary is still good, and he can occasionally open meat. Moreover, he especially believed in the saying that filial sons emerge from the stick, and he often scolded the children. So after the eldest son got married, he moved out early. The second son Lu Guangtian and the third son Lu Guangfu can only live in the shadow of their father every day, without even eating eggs. At this moment, after smelling the aroma of stewed chicken nuggets with potatoes from Lin Han's house, Lu Haishong was a little unhappy. I only eat scrambled eggs as a level 7 blacksmith. He is an orphan who makes a living by hunting, but he eats meat every day. God is so unfair. Hearing this, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu hurriedly took the opportunity to say, Dad, do you want our mother to cook chicken as well? Sure. The second aunt stretched out her hand with a smile and said, put the money first. This made Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu speechless, and couldn't help complaining, Mom, without you, how could a parent ask their son for money? What's wrong with asking my son for money? Your father and I have raised you so much for nothing. The second aunt said confidently. Grandpa's house. Yi Zonghai had just finished lunch and was making tea. The aunt sighed while clearing the table. Old Yi, who do you think Lin Han learned his hunting skills from? You can eat meat every day. Who knows? Yi Zonghai shook his head, feeling a little curious in his heart. Because just a week ago, Lin Han had to rely on the government's 3 yuan monthly orphan benefit. But for some reason, Lin Han suddenly learned to hunt. Not to mention returning with a full load every day, and you can also use the prey to go to the public vegetable market in exchange for various food stamps. Not to mention others. Even Yi Zonghai himself, as an 8th-level fitter at the Red Star Rolling Mill, who had no children, did not live as dashingly as Lin Han did. Su Daimao's house. Yo! That little brat of Lin Han is on the rise. He eats meat every day. Su Daimao took a sip of wine and a sip of food, ridiculing endlessly. But there was no envy in his tone. After all, he was a projectionist at the Red Star Rolling Mill. In this era, not only is the salary high and he has a good reputation, but he also often goes to the countryside to play movies, and he can harvest a lot of local specialties. In addition, his wife Lu Zio was born in a capitalist, so the living conditions of the husband and wife need not be said much. Stupid home. As the canteen chef of the Red Star Rolling Mill, Sha Zhu earns 37 yuan a month and is single. The days could have gone well. However, he brought leftovers to Qin Huiru's family every day, and often used his salary to help him, which caused his living standard to plummet. But the idiot is not tired of it. With peanuts and white wine, I dealt with it like this. Qin Huiru family. Since the death of her husband Jia Dongxia from a work-related injury, Qin Huiru has taken over his position at the Red Star Rolling Mill. Starting as an apprentice, the monthly salary is only 27 yuan. For this amount of money, one can still live alone. But the problem is that she has to support 3 children, Bangjia, Xiaodang, Huihua, and Jiazhenqi, a lazy and delicious mother-in-law. If it wasn't for silly Zhu's frequent help, she would not be able to persevere as a widow. At the moment, a family of 5 is eating wudu and wild vegetable porridge. Coupled with the leftovers brought by Shazhu, the food is quite fragrant. But after smelling the chicken stewed with potatoes at Lin Han's house, the gluttonous stick immediately became unhappy, threw down his chopsticks and shouted, "I want chicken." Chicken? Where's the chicken? Qin Huiru picked up the chopsticks, knocked on his head and reprimanded. Jiazhong hurriedly protected Bang Terrier and scolded, "Who told you to beat my grandson? What's wrong with Bang Terrier wanting to eat chicken? I smelled it too, it's Lin Han's house." Seeing her mother-in-law's arrogance, Qin Huiru shrank her neck and said weakly, "Mom, what does Lin Han have to do with us eating chicken? Why doesn't it matter?" Jia Zhang's unreasonable words, "Lin Han is greedy for our sticks with chicken, he just needs to clean up. Hurry up and order chicken from his house." "I don't go." Qin Huiru shook his head. Although she is difficult, she likes to suck the blood of silly pillars, but asking her to find a 15-year-old orphan for meat is really hard to hold back. Snapped. Seeing Qin Huiru's disapproval, Jiazhong slapped her directly and scolded, "Bch. It's because you killed my son that our family is so difficult. Now Bang Terry wants to eat chicken, but you won't satisfy him. Do you still look like a mother?" Asterisk. Chapter 2 Qin Huiru begging for chicken. Qin Huiru covered her beating face and felt extremely aggrieved. As a widow, she has to support 3 children by herself, as well as an evil mother-in-law who is lazy and lazy. It was not easy in itself, but Jiazhong still scolded her. If it weren't for being bound by family and worldly concepts, she would have been unable to bear it. "What? Are you still not convinced?" Seeing Qin Huiru's aggrieved appearance, Jiazhenqi didn't feel guilty at all, and raised his hand to continue fighting. Qin Huiru hurriedly avoided and said, "I'm wrong, okay? I'll go to Lin Han now and ask for chicken for the stick to eat." Hearing this, Mrs. Jiazhong snorted with satisfaction. Lin Han's house. Lin Han has already cooked the chicken stew with potatoes. Put a bowl of pre-cooked rice and eat it like that. Although the food is pretty good in this day and age, Lin Han thinks it's very mediocre. Because he is a man of the 21st century. "I have eaten a variety of cuisines since I was a child. Not to mention the meat, the delicacies of the mountains and the sea are tired." However, just a week ago, he accidentally crossed into the TV series Quanman Sai Heiwan. After learning that he was a 15-year-old orphan who could only survive on $3 a month in government relief, Lin Han was devastated. Fortunately, the system appeared in time and gave a novice spree. After the spree was opened, it turned out to be the craft of god-level hunting. So, Lin Han's life started to get better. "Every day I go to the mountains in the suburbs to set up traps to hunt, and I don't say anything." He also often used the surplus prey to go to the public vegetable market in exchange for various food stamps. I don't know how many people are envious. Of course, Lin Han didn't think about running his own business. For example, if you sell the prey to a private person, you will make more money. But the problem is, in this era, No matter what business an individual does, it is a crime of speculation. Just say shops and factories, 99% are state-owned. Under the planned economy, all resources are allocated by the state. Even if you go to work, the share of food stamps you get every month is fixed. Good performance, rising fast, food stamps and wages will rise. So if you want to make a fortune, wait a little longer. Anyway, Lin Han is only 15 years old now, and he has the skill of God-level hunting to support himself. When he can do business, he will not be 30 years old. Dong dong dong. Just as Lin Han was eating and recalling, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who? Lin Han put down the tableware and was a little puzzled. Since he crossed over and found that his residence was in the courtyard where the beasts were, he never took the initiative to provoke them. The beasts didn't take the initiative to come to him, at most they just said hello or something. Lin Han believes that this is probably because he is an orphan, his conditions are not good, and the animals are unprofitable. But now, he eats meat every day, and the animals seem to be unable to sit still. Who is it? Lin Han muttered. At the same time, Qin Huiru, who came over with an empty bowl, bit her lip and summoned her courage. It's me, your Aunt Qin. Qin Huiru. Lin Han looked startled. I thought to myself that this widow is really familiar. When did she become my aunt? Then he went to open the door and saw a young woman with a beautiful face and a charming charm. I have to say that compared with the TV series, Qin Huiru is more beautiful and has a more energetic figure. Rao is that Lin Han is much younger, and now he can't help but have a tendency to raise his head. Lin Han, where are you having lunch? Seeing Lin Han open the door, Qin Huiru said kindly. The way she asked knowingly, coupled with the empty bowl in her hand, immediately made Lin Han guess her intention. Yes. Lin Han stepped aside and deliberately let Qin Huiru see the stewed chicken with potatoes and white rice on the table. These days, it is good to eat chicken nuggets stewed with potatoes, but eating white rice as the staple food is a bit extravagant. Many ordinary people, in order to eat more meals, even if they bought rice, they are willing to cook porridge and drink it, which is the kind of gruel with very few rice grains. Not to mention Qin Huiru. She has grown so big that she has never eaten white rice a few times. Seeing that Lin Han is so extravagant at this moment, he is instantly envious, his big eyes staring straight at the dining table. Upon seeing this, Lin Han did not speak, and went back to the dining table to continue eating. One bite of chicken, one bite of potato, one bite of rice. Not to mention how greedy it is. Qin Huiru swallowed and said cheekily, Lin Han, my stick smells your chicken. He wants to taste chicken. Can you serve a bowl for Auntie? No. Lin Han refused decisively. When watching TV series, among the animals he hates most, there is Stick Terrier. This Stick Terrier doesn't study hard at a young age, and it's okay to help the family share the housework. He also likes to steal, and he is an unfamiliar white-eyed wolf. Giving him chicken, Lin Han felt that he might as well feed the dog. At least the dog will wag its tail gratefully after eating it. Qin Huiru didn't expect Lin Han to refuse so quickly. She was caught off guard for a while, so she had to use her nirvana. Sell badly. Lin Han, my aunt's family is really not easy. I have to raise 3 children and a mother-in-law. I can't get enough to eat every day, and my life is really fast. Qin Huiru said so pitifully, any man would probably soften his heart when he saw it. Lin Han also almost broke the defense, but after 2 lives, there is still some determination. Seeing that this method did not win Lin Han's sympathy, Qin Huiru was immediately disappointed. She had already pulled her face down and came to the orphan Lin Han to beg for food. If she didn't bring back the chicken successfully, Zhejiang would definitely hit her again. Thinking of this, Qin Huiru couldn't help but wet her eyes, and said with a crying voice, Lin Han, just be an ant and beg you. Help me. Saying that, he moved his hand. He kept shaking Lin Han's shoulders, like coquettish. Lin Han couldn't help but become active, looking at Qin Huiru, who was looking at the pear blossoms and raining, and said, "I can give chicken, but I have the conditions." Asterisk. Chapter 3 Transactions. What conditions? Qin Huiru was stunned for a moment. She did not expect that Lin Han, a 15-year-old orphan, would put conditions on an adult like her. This surprised her a little, but she still pricked up her ears. After all, as long as the chicken can be obtained and the conditions are not too extreme, she can be considered to have successfully completed the task. My first condition is that I can't give Bang Terrier and Jia Zhang's food. Lin Han thought about it. For the beasts in the courtyard, in addition to sticks, Jiazhang is also the person he hates the most. Not to be sarcastic, but full of feces. Even though he is an elder, he has left Qin Huiru with all the burdens of the family. For this kind of person, Lin Han would definitely not agree to give chicken to the other person. As for the first request from Lin Han, Qin Huiru naturally agreed. But I was thinking in my heart that a child is a child, so foolish. After I take the chicken back, how can you know that Jiazhenqi and Bangji can't eat it? Of course Lin Han understands this. But he was too lazy to say anything. Because what he really cares about is the second condition. My second condition is that we make a deal. Trade. Qin Huiru was startled. At this moment, Lin Han suddenly closed the door and window, and let down the curtain and door curtain. This move made Qin Huiru very puzzled. Just when he was about to ask, Lin Han whispered the transaction content. The general meaning is that if you serve me well, I can not only give you chicken, but also give you other meat in the future. That's right. Lin Han is not a good man and a woman who is willing to suffer. The reason why he put forward this condition is that he wants to be a CAO thief. Hearing this, Qin Huiru was dumbfounded. She never imagined that Lin Han could be so mature at such a young age. And how old is Lin Han than Bang Terry? Qin Huiru always felt a little weird when something happened with him. What's more, Qin Huiru is not such a casual person. Since her husband died, there have been many people in the factory who want to take advantage of her. Every time she was able to solve it with wit, even the senior licking dog, who often helped her, didn't let the other party take advantage of it, let alone Lin Han. Therefore, although Qin Huiru was shocked that Lin Han was so bold, he immediately shook his head and said, "Impossible." "Then please come back." Lin Han's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to eat. Of course he knew that Qin Huiru would not agree so happily. So don't be in a hurry for a while. Seeing this, Qin Huiru became anxious. If you don't give me chicken, how can I explain it when I go back? Lin Han, just give me a bowl of chicken. As for the deal you said, Auntie can go back and think about it. After thinking about it, it's not too late to promise you. Qin Huiru said foolishly. She plans to draw cakes for Lin Han. This is also her usual trick. Silly columns are often fooled. Naturally, Lin Han wouldn't believe what she said, so she patted Qin Huiru's drum and said, "Then I'll ask for chicken after I've decided." You. Being shot like this by Lin Han, Qin Huiru was immediately ashamed and angry. She couldn't help but threaten, "Then you are not afraid of me telling the people in the yard? You are young and full of unhealthy thoughts." Casual. Lin Han looked like a dead pig not afraid of being scalded by boiling water, and added, "It's a big deal, I'll bite you back and say that you teach a chaste boy, and then see who is more embarrassed. Just you? Pure youth." Qin Huiru was about to laugh angrily. But he didn't dare to threaten Lin Han anymore. After all, who says the other party has a natural advantage? A child's words are always more credible than her widow who attracts butterflies. Lin Han, is there no other way but to trade with you? Qin Huiru suppressed the anger in her heart and tried her best to make her tone more gentle. "I can help you with the housework. Do the laundry, cook, and so on. Those I will myself." Lin Han smiled lightly. As a traveler, if he couldn't even do housework, he would just find a piece of tofu and kill him. Qin Huiru was speechless. This doesn't work, that doesn't work. Dare to be jealous of my body? You have kind. Qin Huiru said angrily, and could not wait to pick up the kitchen knife and chop Lin Han. Seeing this, Lin Han couldn't help but wonder. Are you really going too far? Well enough. After all, people are selfish. What you want, you have to give. Nothing is free in this world. Lin Han is not a dog licker like a silly Zhu. He is only a thief but not a thief. He would rather be sucked blood and never tire of it. Then hurry up. Just when Lin Han thought Qin Huiru was going to leave angrily, Qin Huiru suddenly started to undress. She doesn't want that either. But who is Lin Han who is not an ordinary person? In the past, her tricks of selling miserable and drawing cakes had been tried out in front of other men. But when it came to Lin Han, it didn't work at all. If he wasn't worried about being beaten and scolded by his mother-in-law Zhejiang and his son being a scoundrel, how could Qin Huiru be so real? Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Han promised to make deals with her often. Thinking that the food conditions in the future could be improved, Qin Huiru simply agreed. Besides, compared to Lin Han's age, she can be considered to eat tender grass. Looking at it from another angle, not only did it not suffer, but it also made a profit. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Poisoning of Stick Terrier. Because they were afraid that other people in the courtyard would know, the movement between the two was very small. After enduring the storm, Qin Huiru blushed and did not speak. After taking a bowl of chicken for himself, he went back. At the same time, I kept scolding Lin Han in my heart. At a young age, there are so many tricks. If it wasn't for the other party's first time, she kept urging, and it was estimated that it would take a long time. As for Lin Han, there is still some unfinished business. Most importantly, not very satisfied with their size and duration. Oh, if only I could grow up quickly. Lin Han thought to himself. Qin Huiru family. When Qin Huiru came back with a bowl of chicken, the stick man who had been waiting for a long time quickly grabbed it and devoured it. Jiazhenqi looked at Qin Huiru suspiciously and said, "Why did you go for so long?" Hearing this, Qin Huiru was taken aback, and the thief tidied up his clothes and said, "Are you okay?" Lin Han just finished cooking potatoes and stewed chicken nuggets. "I've been waiting." Yes. Jiazhenqi didn't quite believe it. She always felt that Qin Huiru didn't tell the truth. After all, who made her daughter-in-law look so attractive? Since her son's death, she has been worried about Qin Huiru. For fear that the other party will remarry one day and wear a cuckold to his son. Let's just say stupid. Don't look at how much he helps, he is borrowing money and giving leftovers. But behind the scenes, Mrs. Zhejiang has never said good things about the other party. He even told Qin Huiru to keep a distance from Shazhu, so don't always think about being unclear with other men. Really? If you don't believe me, you can ask Lin Han. Although Qin Huiru said so, she was really worried that Zhejiang would ask. After all, if Zhejiang knew what happened to her and Lin Han, she would definitely be furious and beat her to cry. By the time everyone in the hospital knew about it, she would be completely shameless. Humph! Hearing Qin Huiru say this, Zhejiang snorted coldly and did not continue to ask. Because in her opinion, although Lin Han is a man, he is still a child after all. Not a few years older than Bang Terrier, how can you understand the world of adults? So Zhejiang, who didn't know it, put his heart at ease with Qin Huiru, and started to eat chicken with Bangja. "Mom, I want to eat too," Xiaodang and Huihua said. Hearing that, just as Qin Huiru was about to clip them, Zhejiang's chopsticks were knocked off and said, "What kind of chicken do the losers eat? The stick is a boy, and he can support his family in the future." Such an unreasonable attitude immediately made Qin Huiru extremely wronged. She had no choice but to pick up the chopsticks and prepare to taste the chicken herself. After all, this was what she traded with Lin Han. "If you don't eat a little, I'm really sorry for your sacrifice." But Mrs. Zhejiang brought the bowl to him and said aggressively, "You can just eat Wautu and wild vegetable porridge. I don't know how to get more of this chicken, it's not enough for me and sticks to eat." Woohoo! Qin Huiru burst into tears. "My heart said that I paid so much for this family, but I could not get any comfort and benefits. If I had known this earlier, I should have stayed in the countryside and never married into the city. Too bad it's too late to regret it. Even if you want to remarry, as long as there is the evil mother-in-law Zhejiang, you will always be delusional." Qin Huiru, who felt that life was too cruel to her, couldn't help crying more and more fiercely. In the end, she stopped eating and went to the Red Star rolling mill for afternoon shifts. At the same time, Lin Han, who was full, was also preparing to go to the mountains in the suburbs. "I plan to see if there are any new prey in the traps I set up." But when going out, Lin Han suddenly thought of something. In the remaining small bowl of chicken stew with potatoes, put some rat poison. The reason for this is also to guard against the frequent presence of mice. It was fine the other day. When he slept in the past 2 days, he could always hear the sound of squeaking. Not only annoying, but also disgusting. Therefore, it must be punished with rat poison. And just after Lin Han finished taking the medicine, not long after he went out, Zhejiang suddenly looked at the stick and said, "Grandson, are you full?" "About there." Bang Stem wiped the oil from the corners of his mouth, making Xiao Dang and Huihua envious. "Would you like to eat some more chicken?" Jiazhenshi rolled his eyes and thought to himself. Think. As a foodie and a habitual thief, Bangji's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Grandma, what do you mean?" "That's right. Lin Han has already gone out, and there may be some chicken left at home, so hurry up and get it back." Zhejiang instigated. And in her opinion, it's not called stealing, it's called taking. It is precisely because of her distorted education that Bang Terrier does not follow the right path. "Grandma, I'm going right now," Bang Terry said excitedly, and hurriedly went to Lin Han's house. When he found that Lin Han had locked the door, he snorted disdainfully. Then ran home, found a saw from the crime tool, and turned back. Kakaka. Soon. The stick cut the lock with a saw and successfully sneaked into the house. This scene happened to be seen by the aunt. She immediately understood that the stick was trying to steal something. But since the eldest Yi Zonghai and others had already gone to the Red Star rolling mill for afternoon shifts, the aunt could not complain. She could only come to the door of Lin Han's house first, wanting to see what the stick stole. When he saw that Bang Ti was just lingering in front of the dining table, staring at a small bowl of stewed chicken nuggets with potatoes, he suddenly felt that it was not a big deal and was just stealing something to eat. But at this moment, the stick man suddenly changed his mind. He originally wanted to take this chicken back and eat it. But in order to prevent Jiazhenshi from robbing him, he decided to steal a few pieces here first. But just after eating a few pieces, he felt a stomach ache. The cramping pain attacked his internal organs, causing him to roll uncomfortably. "What?" Seeing Bang Terry screaming in agony, the aunt was dumbfounded. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Qin Huiru's determination. What's going on here? After seeing the stick terrier rolling on the ground in pain and crying, the aunt was a little confused. She walked over quickly, trying to pick up the stick. But Bang Terry kept yelling about stomach pain, and even started to twitch. Seeing this, even if the aunt's reaction is slow, she knows that Bang Terry needs to go to the hospital now. She hurriedly shouted loudly, "Come on someone! Something happened to the stick!" Hearing that, some women and elders who were idle at home ran over. Zhejiang hurriedly squeezed over and asked, "What's the matter? What's wrong with the stick? See for yourself. He seems to have eaten his stomach." Grandma replied. Hearing this, Jiazhong was shocked. She hurriedly looked at the twitching stick lying on the ground, and burst into tears. Ouch! My good grandson! Don't scare grandma! Seeing this, someone around said, the situation seems to be serious, hurry up and go to the hospital. Hospital! Hearing this, Jiazhong immediately reacted, and hurriedly hurried to the hospital with a stick on his back. Although Xiaodang and Huihua didn't realize it, they still followed. Others looked at the ant and asked, "Da ant, what's going on with the stick? It's so sudden." Ugh! The ant sighed and said, "I don't know, but it seems to be because of eating chicken." Speaking of which, the ant pointed to a small bowl of chicken stew with potatoes on the dinner table. Seeing this, the people around realized that this is Lin Han's home. And Lin Han has obviously gone out. How did the stick man get in? After seeing the broken lock on the door, they immediately understood everything. It should be the stick stealing addiction that broke Lin Han's door. Then, after eating the potato stewed chicken nuggets on the dinner table, this result was caused. Vegetables are poisonous. This is the first thought of many people. Then there is a curse that deserves it. After all, petty theft is the most annoying thing in any age. If the stick was not a child, he would have been caught and beaten and taken to the police station. Therefore, after seeing the poisoning of the stick at this moment, many people feel very relieved. Especially when they saw Xia Zhang's absence, they began to gloat over the misfortune. This stick has finally been retributed. God has eyes. I don't know what poison Lin Han put in the dish. If the stick was poisoned, things would be serious. Poisoned to death, who told him to steal other people's things? If you want me to say, this has nothing to do with Lin Han at all. It's entirely caused by Jia Zhang's constant connivance of sticks to steal things. In this day and age, there are very few recreational activities. This is happening at the moment, enough for these people to talk about it for a long time. Although the ant is also a little uncomfortable with sticks, poisoning is not a trivial matter after all. Worried about the seriousness of the matter, she planned to go to the hospital to see the situation. Seeing this, some people who wanted to watch the fun also followed. Hospital. When Jiazhong carried the stick on her back, she was so tired that she was out of breath. If it weren't for her being lazy and eating fat, it is estimated that the time would be much faster. Doctor, help my grandson to see what's wrong with him. Jiazhong wiped his sweat and asked a doctor. Hearing this, the doctor looked at the twitching stick, and after years of professional habit, he immediately guessed that the other party might have eaten something poisonous. Quick! Emergency room! The doctor shouted and carried the stick to the emergency room with the nurse. Such a move made Jiazhong extremely worried, and his face turned pale. She is very mature, and she knows very well what it means to enter the emergency room. At this time, Xiaodang and Huihua couldn't help but ask, "Grandma, what happened to my brother?" "How could I know?" Jiazhong glared at them, looking very fierce. Xiaodang and Huihua shrank their necks in fright, not daring to make a sound. It was not until the ant and the others came over and heard someone say that the stick may be poisoned, and Jiazhenqi recalled that she asked the stick to steal chicken from Lin Han's house. For the stick terrier, he didn't take it home directly, but after stealing a few pieces first, Jiazhong thought it was acceptable. But the problem is, the stick terrier is poisoned. It made her feel both angry and happy. Angry that Lin Han dared to poison the leftovers. Fortunately, she did not eat poisonous chicken. Otherwise, there will be more than just sticks in the emergency room now. Lin Han, this little BD. He has no good intentions. He actually poisoned my grandson, he is too damn it. Jiazhong scolded. These words immediately made the people who came to watch the show speechless. It's obviously your grandson stealing other people's food, what does it have to do with Lin Han? What about your mother? Her son is poisoned, why hasn't she come yet? Jiazhenqi, who was angry, suddenly wanted to find someone to vent his anger, so he looked at Xiaodang and asked. Hearing that, Xiaodang didn't dare to provoke his grandma, so he had to go to the Red Star Rolling Factory to find Qin Huiru. Red Star Rolling Mill. In the workshop, Qin Huiru stood in front of the machine, doing some absent-minded work. I kept thinking about the noon thing in my mind. She has never had anything with another man since her husband died. Even at the age of a wolf like a tiger, he still endured it. But now, he has crossed the line with a child like Lin Han. Although there is a saying of eating tender grass, Qin Huiru thinks about it and thinks it is too ruined. Especially considering that Lin Han is not a few years older than Bang Terry. Immediately, there was a deep sense of guilt in my heart. She regretted it. Regret being too weak. If it wasn't for the fear of not being able to get the chicken and being blamed by Zhejiang, she could absolutely refuse to trade with Lin Han. After all, she still has the silly licking dog. Silly Zhu is much better than Lin Han. Not only did he not ask for it, but he was willing to help her. Never again. In the future, I will stay away from that little BD Lin Han. Qin Huiru's eyes were firm. At this moment, the uncle of the doorman brought a little girl over to him. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Embarrassed Silly Column. Qin Huiru, your daughter is looking for you. After the doorman brought Xiaodang over, he went back to his post. Qin Huiru felt much better when she saw her daughter. She gently touched her head and asked, Xiaodang, do you have anything to do with your mother? Mom. Brother Bang Terry is in the hospital. Xiaodang said with a cry. What? Hearing this, Qin Huiru was struck by lightning, and the whole person was stunned. These days, people generally think that giving birth to a daughter is a money loser, and that only by giving birth to a son can you honor your ancestors and give yourself old age and death. Although Qin Huiru is good to her daughter, she prefers sticks in the world. So after hearing the news, she felt like the sky was falling for a while. How could this be? What happened to the stick? Qin Huiru grabbed Xiaodang's shoulder excitedly and asked. It hurt a little when Xiaodang was caught, but he quickly replied, I heard from the elders, he seems to be poisoned. Poisoned? Hearing this, how could Qin Huiru stay here? She hurriedly picked up Xiaodang, and the mother and daughter rushed to the hospital. But not long after he left the workshop, he encountered a silly pillar. Silly Zhu has nothing to do at the moment. Originally, he wanted to chat with Qin Huiru. After seeing the other party's fiery look, he quickly asked, Sister Qin, why are you going? The stick is poisoned. The man is in the hospital. Qin Huiru didn't look back. In her heart, 10 silly pillars are not as good as her son's stick. For this, the silly column is naturally clear. But he likes to be a licking dog, who told him to be a widow's body. So after hearing the news, in order to show concern, Shazhu also went to the hospital. Inside the hospital, when Qin Huiru came with Xiaodang and Shazhu, a doctor just came out of the emergency room. Seeing this, Zhejiang hurriedly asked, Doctor, how is my grandson? The stomach has been washed and rescued. The doctor wiped his sweat and said. Hearing this, Zhizhenqi and Qin Huiru breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly asked about the specific situation. After learning that the reason why the stick was poisoned was because he ate food with rat poison, Zhejiang immediately scolded again, this goddamn Lin Han. He put rat poison in the leftovers and almost killed him. My grandson. I'm not finished with him. Leftovers. Qin Huiru didn't know that Zhejiang's family asked Bang Terrier to go to Lin Han's house to steal the leftover chicken, so he was a little confused for a while. Luckily my mom was right beside me. After she said what happened, Qin Huiru understood the cause and effect. As the mother of Bang Terry, she certainly knew that the reason why Bang Terry became a habitual thief was inseparable from Zhejiang's education. This made Qin Huiru very angry. There was nothing wrong with Bang Terry before, and she thought it was fine. But now, Bang Terrier was poisoned by stealing food, and she couldn't bear it anymore. "Mom, it's all my fault. Didn't I already buy a bowl of chicken from Lin Han for you? Why did you let Bangjia steal it?" Qin Huiru said in a rage. This was the first time she was angry with Jiazhang. After all, most mothers care about their children. If Bang Terrier hadn't been rescued this time, Qin Huiru couldn't even imagine how much she would collapse. "Blame me." Jiazhang glared at Qin Huiru, and said unreasonably, "Isn't it because you asked for too little chicken, and Bang Terry and I are not full? I don't care. When Bang Terry is growing, I let him go. What's the matter with Lin Han's house getting some leftover chicken? You." Qin Huiru was so angry that she was almost speechless. It was clear that Jiazhang asked the stick to steal it, which caused the poisoning. Why is it wrong for her to turn around now? Silly Zhu was also a little uncomfortable listening to it. After all, the reason why he helped Jia's family was entirely because of Qin Huiru's face. At this moment, after seeing Qin Huiru being wronged, Silly Zhu suddenly felt a little heartache. He said to Jiazhang, "Aunt Zhang, you can't say that. Since Sister Qin married your family, how long has she been working hard? She has already put down her dignity and went to an orphan's house in Linhan to help you and Bang Terrier. The chicken is eaten, how can you let Sister Qin carry this black pot?" Hearing this, the other residents of the courtyard who came to see the play also disliked Jiazhang, and took the opportunity to blame, "Silly Zhu is right. This has nothing to do with Qin Huiru, it is entirely caused by Jiazhang's conniving of sticks and stealing things. It's fortunate that I didn't marry into Jia's family, otherwise I would have to live a few decades less for such an unreasonable and evil mother-in-law. Pity Qin Huiru, she is so beautiful, it's not a problem to be a widow, to support the whole family alone, and to be bullied like this by Jiazhang. Sister Jiazhang, you can point your face." Hearing so many people accusing him, Jiazhang couldn't help but get even more angry. But she didn't dare to provoke public anger, so she could only look at the Silly Zhu, and put her anger on his head. "Silly Zhu, what does it have to do with you when my grandson is in the hospital? What kind of heart do you have? I will teach you a lesson. Daughter-in-law, what can you help me with?" Silly Zhu was suddenly dumbfounded. "Can I say something fair? What are you? I've already seen it, you like Qin Huiru. Don't think that my son is dead, you have a chance, I tell you, it's impossible." Jiazhang said without any face. Although Silly Zhu likes Qin Huiru, it is nothing new in the courtyard. But now that Jiazhang said that, Silly Zhu suddenly had the urge to get into the cracks in the ground. Especially seeing the ants around them all looking at him, Silly Zhu would almost die, embarrassed and at a loss. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Silly Zhu receives a good person card, new book for support. Since you think I'm blind, can't I just leave? It's like I'm nosy. Silly Zhu was angry and aggrieved. It's okay to be told by Jiazhang that he likes Qin Huiru. The problem is that Jiazhang also directly said the three words impossible, which made Silly Zhu very uncomfortable. The reason why he helped Jia's family is to win Qin Huiru's favor, and by the way, to please Jiazhang's family, so that the other party agrees to be with Qin Huiru. But now, what Jiazhang said has completely chilled the Silly Zhu. He turned his head and walked away, determined not to make fun of himself. Seeing this, Qin Huiru didn't care too much. On the one hand, it was because she didn't dare to speak for Silly Zhu, for fear of causing Jiazhenqi to continue gossip. On the other hand, it is because she is well versed in the character of Silly Zhu, knowing that the other party will not give up being a licking dog so easily. At this moment, a nurse came over and said, "Where are Gengs' family members? Hurry up and pay the medical bills." "How much?" Qin Huiru asked. $25. The nurse handed over the payment slip. Qin Huiru was dumbfounded when he saw the medical bill that cost 25 yuan. With so much money, it's almost equal to her monthly salary. What's more, she has to support a family of 5, buy painkillers for Jiajong every month, and turn over 3 yuan for Jiajong to use as a coffin book. How can there be so much money in a while? Mom. As soon as Qin Huiru looked at her mother-in-law, Jiajong covered her pocket and said, "Shut up. Can my coffin move easily? But the stick is your grandson." Qin Huiru was anxious. "I know Bang Terrier is my grandson, hasn't he rescued him? The money must be paid by that little BD Lin Han." Jia Zhang's tone was cold. In her opinion, if it wasn't for Lin Han putting rat poison in the leftover chicken, how could Bangjia end up in the hospital? So this money, she is determined not to pay by herself. You. Qin Huiru completely understood that Jia Zhenqi was an iron rooster, and he was invincible. But how could a hospital possibly agree to delay medical bills? Therefore, Qin Huiru had no choice but to look at the aunt and the others. "I'm sorry, Qin Huiru, my family has no income recently, you know." "Qin Huiru, the money is kept with my wife, but I don't have any money to lend you. It's not that I don't want to help you, the problem is that my family is also very difficult. In this era, except for the capitalists who have not been taken down for the time being, no one's conditions are rich." Although it was not impossible for them to spend $25, the problem was that Qin Huiru's family was a bottomless pit. Even if you lend it to her, she can't afford it. So for a while, Qin Huiru couldn't borrow half a dime at all. She had no choice but to find the silly pillar. Silly Zhu just walked out of the hospital. He was scolded by Jiajong, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, so he simply lit a cigarette and sat on the steps smoking. After seeing him, Qin Huiru was overjoyed. Then he quickly squeezed out a few tears, made a pitiful appearance, and shouted, "Silly Zhu!" "What?" Silly Zhu looked back and suddenly felt that his heart was beaten hard. What he couldn't stand the most was Qin Huiru's miserable appearance. Not only distressed each other, but also distressed their wallets. "Tell me, how much is the medical bill?" Silly Zhu asked spinelessly. Although he is nicknamed Silly Zhu, he is not stupid at all. He often helped Qin Huiru, so you don't need to guess that Qin Huiru must have come to him for medical expenses. $25. Qin Huiru was not embarrassed after being comprehended by Silly Zhu, she was used to sucking Silly Zhu's blood anyway. $25. Hearing this, Shi Zhu's scalp went numb. It's not that he can't take out so much money. The problem is that he has been helping Qin Huiru, so that the monthly salary cannot make ends meet. If he pays all the $25, he will not be able to drink alcohol until next month's salary. Seeing the embarrassed look of Silly Zhu, Qin Huiru hurriedly squeezed out a few more tears. "Silly Zhu, I don't want to trouble you all the time, but you also know that my sister has to support the whole family by herself, and the salary she receives will be paid every time. By the middle of the month, it will run out, and I really can't get so much money." In fact, these lines Qin Huiru said, Silly Zhu has heard countless times. But he just didn't bother to listen. After all, who made him fall in love with a widow? Moreover, Qin Huiru is so outstanding in appearance and good figure. Okay. Silly Zhu decided to give up. But he didn't forget to create a good image of himself, and while paying out, he said with a bitter face, "The big deal is that I won't drink or buy anything before I get paid. I only eat leftovers from the cafeteria every day. Live your day." "Silly Zhu, you are so kind." Qin Huiru was moved. After getting the money, she turned around and ran back to pay the medical bills. The Silly Zhu, who was issued a good person card, was still enjoying it, thinking that his favor in Qin Huiru's heart had improved a bit. As everyone knows, the goddess he dreams of marrying has long been taken by the little boy Lin Han. Chapter 8 Lin Han's Harvest. Lin Han didn't know about stick poisoning. He was on the hills in the suburbs, taking stock of his gains. 2 hares, yes, we can eat spicy rabbit meat tonight. Lin Han looked at the prey trapped in the trap, and felt more and more that the system was awesome. Just a novice spree turned him into an experienced hunter. Not to mention setting traps. Even if he goes into the water to fish and make various hunting tools, he is now proficient in everything. No, although Lin Han doesn't have a shotgun, he has made a bow and arrow. Due to material limitations, the range and power are much weaker, but it is still possible to hunt some small animals. After Lin Han tied the 2 hares with ropes and tied them around his waist, he began to look for other prey. What? I have to say that in the 1960s, there were still many wild animals in the suburbs without much pollution and building buildings. After searching for a while, Lin Han heard sheep crowing. Taking a closer look, I found that several black goats were grazing not far away. Lin Han didn't rush over, but took off the bow and arrow on his back and aimed at the smallest black goat. After all, he still knew the power of his homemade bow and arrow very well. Animals that are too big can't be hurt at all. So you can only choose a smaller start. Deng deng stare. After Lin Han took aim, he began to draw the bow full, and the bowstring made a slight sound. With the release of the right hand, a sharp wooden arrow quickly shot towards the target. Pfft! The smallest black goat was hit by an arrow in the hind leg. Va! Seeing this, the other black goats were startled and ran away quickly. The smallest black goat also wanted to run. But the arrow was hit in the hind leg, so he couldn't run fast at all. However, even so, Lin Han still spent a lot of time. The reason for this is really because the speed of wild black goats is very fast, not to mention the speed after being frightened. Coupled with the terrain advantages, let alone 15-year-old Lin Han. Even if an adult comes, it is difficult to run past these wild black goats without injury. Va! Fortunately, Lin Han finally caught the black goat with an arrow in the hind leg. After breathing for a while and letting himself rest for a while, Lin Han tied the black goat with a rope and led it down the mountain. If the black goat hadn't been caught today, Lin Han might have hunted for other prey in the woods below the mountain, or fished in the river. But now, Lin Han can be said to have gained a lot. According to the price of this era, ordinary mutton is about 70-61 catties. Wild black goats may be a little more expensive, about 80 cents a pound. Lin Han roughly estimated that although the black goat he captured was relatively small, it still weighed about 30 pounds. Calculate it, it can be sold for $24. Of course, live sheep are naturally more expensive. Anyway, there is already rabbit meat to eat tonight. Lin Han decided to take the black goat to the public market and sell it for cash and food stamps. There are 2 well-known vegetable markets around the courtyard. One is Chaoyang Vegetable Market. One is the Dongmen Vegetable Market. If you take the bus, it takes at least 20 minutes to get from the courtyard to the Chaoyang Vegetable Market. If you go to Dongmen Market, it will take 30 minutes. Lin Han chose Dongmen Vegetable Market because the suburbs are closer to Dongmen Market. A few days ago, when he was selling prey, he also went to the Dongmen Vegetable Market. Therefore, as soon as Lin Han arrived here, he directly found an acquaintance who had traded many times. "Uncle Li, look at how I get this black goat," Lin Han asked a middle-aged man with a flat head. This middle-aged man with a flat head is named Li Aguo, and he is a small leader of the Dongmen market. Although the money is less, it is considered a public family, and the food stamps and money in exchange are more comfortable to spend. Of course, Lin Han didn't want to sell it on the black market. But it's good that this kind of thing doesn't get caught. Once caught, the consequences are very serious. So in order not to die, Lin Han felt that he had to be more prudent and not be too greedy. "Yo, Lin Han, here you are. Where did you get the black goat? It looks good," Li Aguo said with a smile. His impression of Lin Han is still very good. 15 years old and an orphan, he can support himself by hunting. It is impossible not to admire. If it wasn't because Lin Han didn't want to recognize his godfather, he would have adopted him. Still from the hills in the suburbs. Lin Han replied, and after chatting with the other party for a while, they began to bargain. In the end, Li Aguo, in the name of the public, gave a price of 30 yuan according to the weight of the black goat. The reason why they can sell so much is that the price of black goats is a little higher than that of ordinary sheep, and they are alive. If it is dead, it can only be sold at the normal price of meat, which is 24 yuan. $30. After Lin Han heard the price, he was very satisfied, but he planned to exchange some food stamps or something. After all, this year, money and tickets need to be used together. Whether it is daily necessities or clothing, food, housing, and transportation, all kinds of tickets are required. Even if you go to a restaurant to eat, you can't just have money without a ticket. Uncle Li, can you help me exchange the counting tickets? You can just give 15 yuan in cash, and exchange the rest for tickets of the same value. Lin Han said. Hearing this, Li Aguo can naturally understand. After asking Lin Han what kind of tickets he needs, he asked the finance to take it out. After that, it was another complicated procedure. After getting the receipt with the official seal, Lin Han's transaction is truly legal. At this time, Li Aguo asked again, Lin Han, don't you sell these 2 hares? No, I'll keep it for dinner. Lin Han smiled and waved his hand, and left happily. Asterisk. Chapter 9 General Assembly. On the way back, Lin Han calculated his current savings. In addition to the sale of prey a few days ago, he now has a total of 50 yuan in cash and various food stamps worth 30 yuan. Alas, that's not enough for a bicycle. Lin Han sighed, and the words were somewhat Versailles. But what he said was true. In this era, an ordinary bicycle basically costs more than 100 yuan, and a bicycle ticket is also required. Don't look at Lin Han going out hunting every day, in fact, he basically relies on walking. Not only time-consuming, but also tired feet. If you can have a bicycle to travel, it can be a lot easier. 6 p.m. It was getting dark by now. The workers who go to work during the day will almost get off work. In the courtyard, the lights are bright. The first master Yi Zonghai, the second master Lu Haizhong, and the third master Yan Bugui are sitting at a square table in the shape of a pin. There are many residents of the courtyard house standing beside them. That's right, they all already knew about stick poisoning. And because of the eyewitness of the ant, everyone also knew that the stick was poisoned because he went to Lin Han's house to steal leftovers. In this regard, many people are scolding what they deserve. But on the surface it said nothing. Because Jiazhenshi, the old witch with sharp teeth and sharp mouth, is here. She and Qin Huiru have brought the stick back from the hospital. It stands to reason that although the stick was successfully rescued, it still needs to be hospitalized. However, Qin Huiru couldn't afford the hospitalization fee at all, and Jiazhong was reluctant to move the coffin book, so he had to bring the stick back first. At this moment, on the 2 pieced-together benches, the sticks lie quietly on them. The sequelae of gastric lavage made his face look weak. Jiazhong stared at the gate of the courtyard, and said impatiently, "Why hasn't this little BD Lin Han come back? Could he be hiding?" Hearing this, everyone present looked at her with strange expressions. Su Daimao watched the fun and said, "Sister Jiazhong, are you really going to wait for Lin Han to come back to find him to lose money? I want to tell you, it's all your fault. Who asked you to call a stick to steal something? Now? Have you been punished? Haha. Su Daimao, shut your dog mouth." Jia Zhang's family is not easy to provoke, he just scratched at Su Daimao. Su Daimao couldn't stand being scratched, so he kicked Jiazhong and scolded, "Old witch, don't think that I dare not do anything to you when you are old." "Oh. I beat someone. Su Daimao bullied my elder." After Jiazhong was kicked, he sat directly on the ground and began to howl. The people around were a little speechless by her disgusting face. Qin Huiru was secretly relieved, but on the surface, she pretended to help Zhejiang and said, "Mom, don't do this, is it shameful? You dare say I'm ashamed? If it weren't for you, the Death Star, my son would not be killed. My family wouldn't be so difficult, and the stick wouldn't take other people's things. Zhejiang is like a mad dog now, who bites whoever sees him." Qin Huiru almost collapsed after being scolded. Silly Zhu hurriedly ran out and said, "Sister Qin, don't know your mother-in-law like you. She is so angry right now, so you don't have to hear her." "Woohoo!" Qin Huiru choked up and nodded. The look of grievance made Silly Zhu feel bad, and she wished she could hug each other and comfort her. Seeing this, Su Daimao, who had always been indifferent to Shazhu, jumped out again. "Silly Zhu, do you and Qin Huiru have an affair? Do you like to be courteous so much? What nonsense are you talking about?" Silly Zhu said angrily. "Did I say nonsense and you know it?" Su Daimao raised his neck and said in a very flat tone, "It's a pity Mrs. Zhejiang won't promise you to be with Qin Huiru." Ha ha ha. These words immediately touched the nerves of the fool. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to fight Su Daimao. "Don't mess around." Where did Su Daimao dare to fight with the Sihaiwan god of war? He quickly hid behind Lu Xiao. "Daughter-in-law, Silly Zhu is going to hit me." "Su Daimao, are you still a man?" Lu Xiaoyi rolled her eyes and was speechless. "What kind of husband are you married to? Even if you can't beat others, you can't hide behind a woman and be so spineless, right? Of course he's not a man. If he were a man, he wouldn't be married and have no children yet." Silly Zhu took the opportunity to sneer. Hearing this, Su Daimao was instantly furious, and Lu Xiao was also a little unhappy. Because she always thought that she had a physical problem and couldn't get pregnant, so she never took the initiative to mention the child in front of Su Daimao. But now that Silly Zhu said this, Su Daimao would definitely think about the child again and get angry at her. Fortunately, so many people are watching now. Su Daimao didn't want to be laughed at by everyone, so he avoided this topic for the time being, and replied to the Silly Zhu, "Then I'm better than you. At least you are still a bachelor who can't marry a wife." "I'm a bachelor, I'm happy." Although Silly Zhu said so, but he did not mean to let Su Daimao go. He bypassed Lu Xiao directly and started beating up the opponent violently. Su Daimao ran to the three uncles in a tumultuous manner, attracting firepower, and said, "The first uncle, the second uncle, the third uncle, the fool really doesn't take you seriously at all. You are still here, he dares to hit me." Hearing this, the second uncle coughed in Lu Hai's Hong, and was about to speak in an official tone to talk about the silly question. But at this moment, the first master Yi Zonghai patted the table and said, "Enough. Are you two finished? Tonight's general meeting is not for you to fight." Those who don't know, think that Yi Zonghai is helping Su Daimao. In fact, Yi Zonghai was trying to keep Silly Zhu from being criticized by the other two uncles. After all, he has no children and no daughters, and he is counting on the Silly Zhu to give him old age, so of course he will be partial to the Silly Zhu. And it's also very level. Not only did he not offend Su Daimao, but also exempted the fool from being targeted, which shows how deep the city is. Everyone who was kept in the dark nodded in agreement after hearing what the uncle said. Seeing that Yi Zonghai calmed down the scene so easily, the second master Lu Haizhong and the third master Yan Bugui looked at each other with envy. At the same time, footsteps were heard at the gate of the courtyard. Everyone looked around and saw a young man with a handsome face, **. Chapter 10 Slap Zhejiang. Lin Han is back. Seeing that there are 2 hairs hanging from his waist, many people are very envious. This kid. Ming Ming is only 15 years old and an orphan, but in the past week, he has learned to hunt. "I have never come back empty-handed every day, and I can eat meat every day, and my days are much more dashing than theirs. Lin Han, you are really good at hunting. Can you teach us?" an old lady said with a smile. Of course, she was purely coaxing, the elders were making fun of the jokes between the younger ones. Naturally, Lin Han was very clear, so he didn't take it seriously. However, after seeing so many people gathered in the yard, I was still a little curious. According to this situation, is it a general meeting of the hospital? That is to say, the stick terrier stole Su De Mao's old hen, and then the plot of the silly column has begun? Just when Lin Han thought this was the case, Zhejiang, who had been waiting for a long time, jumped out impatiently. Lin Han, you little BD is finally back. Hearing this, Lin Han frowned and replied unceremoniously, old witch, have you just finished eating shit? Ha ha ha. This sentence immediately made the people around him burst into laughter, and Zhejiang's face was contorted with anger. She scolded angrily, a child without a father or mother is just incompetent. Is that how you talk to your elders? Elder. Lin Han sneered, his childish voice full of irony, you deserve it too. You. Zhizhenshi choked for a moment, pointing at Lin Han and continuing to scold. At the same time, the uncle Yi Zonghai quickly acted as a peacemaker, stood up and said, you two, don't get excited. Lin Han, it's like this, after you go out today, you will stop him. Yi Zonghai explained the causes and consequences of stick poisoning. It was also at this time that Lin Han knew the content of the general meeting of the hospital. It was not the story of the gangster stealing Su De Mao's old hen and then taking the blame. But since he was involved, Lin Han was not easy to mess with. Just as he was about to say something, a long-lost system sound suddenly came out of his mind. Ding! Mission released. Content: Slap Zhejiang. Rewards: 5 cubic meters of storage space, 200 yuan in cash, a bicycle ticket, a 10-pound pork ticket, a 10-pound beef ticket, and a 10-pound mutton ticket. Hey, this reward is okay. Lin Han suddenly stopped breathing. At the same time, Zhejiang returned to his arrogant arrogance, little BD, hurry up and lose money. Medical expenses plus follow-up nutrition expenses, don't give up unless you give 50 yuan. 50. Hearing this number, everyone in the hospital was a little dumbfounded. Is this Zhejiang crazy? Ask a 15-year-old orphan for so much money? Not to mention Lin Han. Even if they are working adults who often have to support their families, they may not have 50 yuan in their wallets. Aunt Zhang, are you bullying people too much? Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but say. Although she was born as an eldest lady, she is occasionally willful. However, he has a kind-hearted personality, and is not used to seeing Zhejiang bullying Lin Han, a child like this. Am I bullying people? Zhejiang squinted and said shamelessly, my family has suffered such a crime. Is $50 a lot? If you can't see it, you come to pay this money. I'm out, I'm out. 50 yuan is nothing to Lu Xiao, and she is ready to take out her wallet angrily. Seeing this, Su De Mao quickly stopped him and said, daughter-in-law, are you stupid? 50 yuan is not a small amount of money. How can you help me? Su De Mao, do you have any sympathy? Lu Xiaoyi frowned and said, Lin Han is still a child. There are no adults at home. If I don't help him, will I watch him be bullied? Saying that, he took out 5 10-yuan denominations of great unity from his wallet without hesitation. After seeing the money, Zhejiang was so excited. A fat face full of greed is about to reach for it. However, at this moment, a hand suddenly hit her face. Snapped. After Lin Han slapped Zhejiang hard, the entire courtyard suddenly became extremely quiet. Lu Xiaoyi stared blankly at Lin Han, who was not taller than herself, and said in surprise, Lin Han, you. Aunt Xiaoyi, thank you for being willing to help me, but why should I lose money? Lin Han turned back and smiled at her. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Anger at Yi Zonghai. After Lin Han slapped Zhejiang, the entire courtyard fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Han in astonishment. It was hard to imagine that a 15-year-old orphan would be so brave. You dare to hit me? Jiazhong was even more mad, and he was about to fight back on the spot. But with her fat head and big ears, she is not too young. Where can she be the opponent of Lin Han, a transmigrator? Seeing Lin Han dodge gently, Jiazhang's attack immediately failed. Under the action of inertia, he directly threw a dog to chew on the mud. Oh! Lin Han is a goddamn BD. Bully me, a bad old woman. Son, your mother was slapped in the face, and no one came to help. Hurry up and take all these unscrupulous people away. After Jiazhong fell to the ground, not only began to sell miserably, but also launched a vicious curse. Hearing this, the people around them frowned and their faces became ugly. After all, these days, although feudal superstition is no longer allowed, many people are still somewhat afraid of ghosts and gods. The third master, Yan Bugui, couldn't help but scolded, "Sister Jiazhong, what are you talking nonsense about?" "I'm not talking nonsense." Jiazhong scolded bitterly, "I was beaten by a child, none of you helped, you are all bastards. I should let my son take you all away." "Enough." The uncle Yi Zonghai patted the table and yelled loudly, "Mr. Jiazhong, can't you say a few words less? I always have to ask Lin Han why he beat you." After that, Yi Zonghai looked at Lin Han and asked, "Lin Han, you said, why did you beat Jiazhong?" "Because she deserves a fight. While I'm not at home, instigating the stick to steal the leftovers from my house is one of them. It's disrespectful to the old, and the mouth is full of feces, this is the second. Obviously I made a mistake, but put the blame on me, and the lion wants to extort, this is the third." Lin Han said aloud, the words were clear and well-founded. When the people present heard it, they could not pick out the slightest fault. But the uncle Yi Zonghai is a hypocrite. On the surface, he is sanctimonious, but in fact he also has thoughts on Qin Huiru, so he naturally wants to speak for Jiazhong. So, Yi Zonghai coughed and said righteously, "Then you can't do it. Jiazhong is also an elder. Why do you beat someone as a child? If you dare to hit Jiazhong today, I'm afraid even our elders will dare to hit." I have to say that Yi Zonghai is really very shrewd. These two sentences not only helped Jiazhong to get ahead, but also directed firepower to the heads of other elders. No wonder he can be the uncle in the yard. As far as this moral kidnapping is concerned, it is really consummate. But Lin Han is not a soft persimmon either. The uncle is so majestic. Just a few words can represent all the elders. Don't you think that the elders present are like Jiazhang's, they are full of feces and must be beaten? Lin Han replied on the spot. Just kidding, he is a transmigrator. Who wouldn't be morally kidnapped? After hearing what Lin Han said, the eyes of the people around Yi Zonghai became a little unhappy. As the saying goes, things gather together, and people are divided into groups. No one would want to be grouped together with Jiazhenqi, a spit-mouthed beast who likes to curse others at every turn. Don't wrong me. That's not what I meant. Yi Zonghai quickly denied it. He didn't dare to be angry. Then what do you mean? Seeing that the uncle was scolded, the second uncle, Lu Haizhong, who had long wanted to be superior, took the opportunity to condemn, "Old Yi, Lin Han slapped Jiazhong, there is a reason. You have to make a big fuss and involve us elders. This is a bit unreasonable." Yi Zonghai wanted to quibble. But the third master Yan Bugui also eliminated him. That's right. If someone has something stolen, they won't be angry if they have to pay for it. Jiazhang's beating is purely self-inflicted. Lao Yi, you can't tell right from wrong, we are all reasonable people. Hearing this, Yi Zonghai was speechless. If he still wants to continue to face Jiazhong, it is really unintended, and it is easy to cause suspicion. Lin Han isn't a good kid either. He's eloquent and will be a scourge sooner or later. Looking at Lin Han angrily, Yi Zonghai, who was the first to lose in moral kidnapping, felt a little unhappy in his heart. He simply stood up and said with a hypocritical smile, "Everyone, didn't I also teach Lin Han to respect the old and love the young?" Since this incident was caused by Jia Zhang's instigation of sticks to steal, then I declare that the 50 yuan compensation that Jia Zhang asked for is invalid. Let's turn this thing over completely. After finishing speaking, Yi Zonghai shouted to let everyone disperse, and hurried home to cook dinner and rest early. But Jia Zhenqi insisted, "No, Lin Han must pay 50 yuan. You are finished." Yi Zonghai shouted angrily. If it wasn't for Qin Huiru, how could he have spoken for Jia Zhang's family just now, and then he was so confused that he almost got dirty water? Seeing Jia Zhang and wanting to be a demon at this moment, Yi Zonghai pushed her directly, and said in disgust, "FK off, if you stop talking nonsense, you will move out of this yard." Hearing that, although Jia Zhang was dissatisfied, he didn't want to offend the uncle Yi Zonghai, so he had no choice but to pick up the stick and go back to the house. Lin Han has also received the notification sound of the completion of the task at this time. He hurried back to his house and closed the door. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slapping Jia Zhang. Rewards are being distributed. 5 cubic meters of storage space has been opened. 200 yuan in cash, a bicycle ticket, 10 caddies of pork, 10 caddies of beef, and 10 caddies of mutton have all been stored in the storage space. With a thought, Lin Han's consciousness came to a storage space of 5 cubic meters. After taking out the bicycle ticket and taking a look, Lin Han is so cool. On the way back today, I was talking about when I would be able to buy a bicycle. Did not expect to achieve the goal so quickly. Don't say anything, pick up the car tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Qin Huiru comes to the door. After receiving the task reward, Lin Han was very happy and decided to buy a bicycle tomorrow. As for now, let's cook dinner first. Lin Han took the 2 hares he brought back from his waste and put one of them into a homemade grass cage. After all, he is alone. 1 rabbit is enough for 1 meal. Save the remaining one for the next meal. As for why not just put the rabbit directly into the storage space? This is also because the storage space cannot store living things. If the rabbit is dead, he can put it in the storage space. In addition, the storage space also has its own anti-corrosion effect, which can completely replace the preservation function of the refrigerator. Dang! 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 Just when Lin Han started killing rabbits, peeling skins, and chopping pieces with a kitchen knife, other people in the courtyard had already started to eat. After all, they are not like Lin Han, who can eat meat every day. Simple wowhead and pickles, or wild vegetable porridge and boiled noodles, can be eaten in no time. 3 Grandfather's house. Hearing the sound of meat chopping from Lin Han's house, Yan Bugui, who was eating wowdu and porridge, was envious again. "Oh, Lin Han has eaten meat again. It's still rabbit meat, I've never eaten it before. Such a rare thing. I haven't eaten either." Yu Li swallowed and said. Since marrying Yan Bugui's eldest son Yan Zichen, she has not had a good day. It's okay to put on a worthless husband. Father-in-law is also such a calculating person, who likes to distribute everything equally. Even if you want to eat a wowdu and porridge, you have to divide it 1 by 1. If you want to eat more, it will not work. Old Yan, I think Lin Han brought back 2 hares. 1 should be enough for him, why don't you go and get the rest? I'll make a meal for the kids to try. The third mother suggested again. Hearing this, Yan Bugui was still a little embarrassed. But when he remembered that when he buried Yi Zonghai at the general meeting of the hospital just now, he had spoken to Lin Han in disguise, so he simply nodded, "Okay. I'm also the third master in the yard, he should know give me this face." After speaking, Yan Bugui got up and walked towards Lin Han's house. And as soon as he left, Yan Jichen, Yan Jifeng, Yan Jiquang, and Yan Jidi hurriedly took a few more nests into their bowls. Including Yu Li, not far behind. Seeing this, the third mother couldn't help complaining, "Oh, Lao Yan can bring the rabbit in a while, why are you still eating so much? We'll talk about it when Dad brings it back. If he's staring here anyway, we won't be able to eat enough." Several people gobbled up. "Chin, why are you family?" After being slapped by Lin Han at the general meeting of the hospital, Zhejiang, who did not receive any compensation, was sulking. Qin Huiru's expression was a little unpleasant when she saw this. Although she knew that the poisoning of stick terriers had nothing to do with Lin Han, she was a mother after all. Seeing her son walk away from the gate of hell once, and now she is afraid when she hears the word chicken, she doesn't mention how distressed she is. Especially when she thought that all the medical expenses would be borne by her, even though she borrowed it from Silly Zhu, she felt a little unreasonable. After all, who put rat poison in the leftovers? Even if Lin Han eats meat every day, he can't waste food like this, right? Therefore, when Zhejiang asked Lin Han for compensation, Qin Huiru did not stop her. The purpose was to hope that Lin Han could compensate a little bit. But the result? There was no benefit at all, and my mother-in-law was slapped. This made Qin Huiru dark, but also quite critical. You can hit my mother-in-law. But why should the money make up for it? If you really don't have money, just give some meat. Thinking that when Lin Han came back, he brought 2 hares with him, Qin Huiru couldn't help swallowing, feeling a little moved. She stood up and was about to go to Lin Han and ask for one to try. In this way, it can be regarded as recovering a little loss. Why are you going? Jiazhenqi was so worried that he had nowhere to put it, and when he saw Qin Huiru going out, he frowned. Mom, I don't think this matter can be left alone. Even if Lin Han can't afford to lose money, didn't he bring back 2 hares? I thought about getting one over and improving the food for our family. Qin Huiru spoke out his thoughts. Hearing this, Zhejiang thinks it makes sense, but she still said greedily, one is not enough? I want both. Let me try. Qin Huiru didn't dare to refuse, but she didn't directly make a promise. In fact, she was afraid that Zhejiang would beat and scold her. Meanwhile, in front of Lin Han's house, when Yan Bugui came here, just as he was about to knock on the door, he saw Qin Huiru walking towards it. What is she doing here? Yan Bugui lowered his glasses, and had a vague feeling of not being good. Qin Huiru was also a little surprised when she saw Yan Bugui, and asked, "Third Master, do you have anything to do with Lin Han?" "Yeah, I think." Yan Bugui just wanted to explain his purpose, but Qin Huiru, who was familiar with his character, immediately guessed that the other party's purpose might be the same as his own. So Qin Huiru interrupted directly, "Master, if you have nothing important, can you come back later? I want to borrow a rabbit from Lin Han, you know, my stick man suffered such a big crime today. Need to supplement nutrition." Hearing this, Yan Bugui was dumbfounded and cried out in his heart. But if he had to fight with a widow for food, he couldn't hold his face. So after a few seconds of silence, Yan Bugui squeezed out a very embarrassed smile, "Okay, then I'll come back later." After he finished speaking, he went back to his house in dejection. Looking at the back of Yan Bugui leaving, Qin Huiru felt a little fortunate and proud, and couldn't wait to open the door of Lin Han's house. Asterisk. Chapter 13 The Spirit Should Live Forever. Crunch. When Qin Huiru opened the door, he saw Lin Han put the processed hare meat into the pot at first sight and started to add firewood to make a fire. Maybe thinking of the noon thing. Although Qin Huiru had decided not to have anything to do with Lin Han anymore, as soon as she saw the other party, she uncontrollably recalled the image of her being taken. Bah! Little astringent wolf! Touching her hot cheeks, Qin Huiru cursed inwardly. At the same time, Lin Han said without looking back, "Aren't you going to knock on the door?" In fact, when Yan Bugui and Qin Huiru were talking at the door just now, he heard movement. And can also guess the purpose of the two. But the third master, Yan Bugui, doesn't seem to be very good. He didn't mean to fight with Qin Huiru, so he just walked away. To be honest, if Yan Bugui didn't leave, Lin Han wouldn't mind giving him some hare meat. After all, he still has some ideas about Yan Bugui's daughter-in-law Yu Li. I won't knock on the door, what's wrong? Qin Huiru had an opinion on Lin Han, but when she heard him say that, she suddenly became angry. Anyway, from her point of view, no matter how mature Lin Han is, he is just a little brat, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Hearing this, Lin Han didn't bother about this topic, and asked directly knowingly, "What's the matter with me?" That's right to the point. Qin Huiru pondered for a while, and said to Lin Han, "I don't care about your poisoning. After all, you didn't know that Styx would come to steal it. But I can't bear all the medical expenses for Bang Terrier, can I? Of course, I'm not an unreasonable person like my mother-in-law. Didn't you bring back 2 hares? I'll leave one for you to eat, and I'll take the other one back to make up for the head office, right?" It has to be said that Qin Huiru is still very discerning. Seeing that Lin Han had already put a hare in the pot, she knew that she could only take one at most. Can. Unexpectedly, Lin Han agreed happily. This made Qin Huiru a little puzzled. She looked at Lin Han with her big beautiful eyes, as if to say that you would be so kind? As predicted. When Qin Huiru passed by Lin Han and was about to take the remaining hare from the grass cage, he suddenly felt that there was an extra hand on the drum. Little BD. Qin Huiru was immediately embarrassed and angry, and glared at Lin Han fiercely. But how could Lin Han hold back? Go straight to the door and lock the door. Curtains and door curtains did not forget to put down. Seeing this, Qin Huiru couldn't help but panic, and said anxiously, "I didn't promise to continue trading with you. You are the one who compensated my terrier for this hare." "Compensate?" Lin Han said with a funny expression, "I haven't even bothered about Styx breaking the locks of my house and stealing food from the door. If you insist on compensation, I believe Gongan will be happy to help catch the thief." Hearing this, Qin Huiru suddenly became nervous. After all, these days, hare laws are still very strict. Once Bang Terry is arrested in the name of a thief, even if he is a child, it is estimated that he will suffer a lot. So in my opinion, you might as well continue to make deals with me. This will not only improve the food, but also solve the empty booing. What do you think, Aunt Qin? When it comes to the title of Aunt Qin, Lin Han's tone has a hint of playfulness. Qin Huiru's ears turned red when she heard it, and she gritted her teeth and said, "You're just empty-handed." Lin Han didn't refute, and was about to start driving. But a pair of eyes stared at him, making him feel a little uncomfortable. "Look up." I saw Qin Huiru's eyes were like knives, and she said in a cold tone, "Little boy, do you think you've decided on me? I warn you, this is the last time. If you dare to do it again, the old lady will castrate you." Hearing this, Lin Han was almost frightened, but he quickly continued to exert Cao thief's spirit. After all, although the thief Cao died, the spirit of the thief should live on forever. "Aunt Qin, why didn't you wash it? I went to work not long after noon. Coupled with the sudden food poisoning of the stick, I was worried all afternoon. How can I have time?" "Okay, I'll take it for a while." "You still dislike it? The old lady doesn't serve you anymore." "Don't." The sound of the waves hitting the woodcutter gradually stopped. Seeing that the firewood he was burning had boiled the water in the pot, Lin Han hurriedly took out the hare meat that had been blanched in the water. Then heat the pan with cold oil and pour the rabbit meat into it again. Add garlic, ginger slices, fuchsia prickly ash, and chili segments and stir-fry together. Of course, I didn't forget to put a little cooking wine to get rid of the fishy smell. At the same time, Qin Huiru, who had already pulled up his pants, walked to the grass cage. After taking out the remaining hare, he didn't say anything to Lin Han, and just went home with a rosy complexion and a steady pace. Seeing this, Lin Han, whose feet were still a little weak, couldn't help but sigh that widows are amazing, and it's too easy to deal with a child like himself. Then, continue to stir-fry the spicy rabbit meat in the pot. After adding light soy sauce, salt, white sesame seeds and chicken essence to taste, the fragrance has filled the whole house. Asterisk. Chapter 14 He wants to eat rice, new book for support. Time goes back to before. After the third master Yan Bugui was embarrassed to compete with Qin Huiru for hare meat, he returned to his home dejectedly. As soon as I came back, I saw that the number of Wauhuta was much less, and several of my children, including my daughter-in-law Yuli, were gobbling up. Seeing this, Yan Bugui didn't mention how painful it was, and shouted, "Who told you to eat so much? Didn't I distribute them equally?" The children didn't dare to answer, but the third mother looked at Yan Bugui's empty hand and asked, "Old Yan, where is the hare?" "Alas! Forget it." Yan Bugui sighed and said very depressed, "I was just about to knock on the door of Lin Han's house when Qin Huiru came, and opened his mouth and said that he was also here to ask for a hare. What can I do? I can even go rob a widow. Can't eat." Hearing this, the third mother was also a little depressed, and couldn't help complaining, "This Qin Huiru is real." Her family had a falling out with Lin Han because of the stubborn thing. Zhejiang was slapped by Lin Han. How can you still have the face to ask Lin Han for food? Is not it? Yan Bugui nodded in agreement, and said, "I see, she just thinks that Lin Han is a simple child who is easy to bully, and it is estimated that she has been fooled enough to eat during this time." If Qin Huiru heard these words, she would definitely cry out for injustice. Some people say that Lin Han is pure and easy to bully. Obviously she was bullied by Lin Han, okay? Stupid home. Brother, what's the situation? Why did I hear that Lin Han slapped Zhejiang as soon as I got back? He asked curiously. She works in another factory, doesn't have a bicycle, and often has to work overtime, so she comes back late. He not only slapped Zhejiang, but also slapped the uncle. After hearing his sister's question, Shazhu sighed with emotion while eating the leftovers he brought back from the cafeteria. Like many others, Silly Zhu's impression of Lin Han has always stayed in the past. But in the past week, he also noticed the changes in Lin Han. Not to mention hunting and eating meat every day, life is getting better and better. Moreover, at the general meeting of the hospital, Lin Han was much more mature than the children of the same age who were going to school, both in character and in what he said. In short, the silly Zhu thinks that at Lin Han's age, he is far from being as good as the other party. He was also aware of Lin Han's changes. Especially when I heard Shazhu said that the general meeting of the hospital, Zhejiang did not take advantage of Lin Han, and even slapped the uncle Yi Zonghai, and was even more surprised. She couldn't help sighing, "Lin Han, this kid is too surprising." Then something came to mind. He looked at Shazhu cheerfully, "Silly brother, when Zhejiang was slapped by Lin Han, why didn't you stop him? Why should I stop me?" Hearing the sarcasm in Hiyu's tone, Silly Zhu couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. If he hadn't been scolded by Zhejiang when he was in the hospital today, maybe when Lin Han slapped Zhejiang, he would have really stopped him. But who made Zhejiang say that he would never agree to be with Qin Huiru? Don't look at Silly Zhu's usually heartless appearance, in fact, he is very vengeful. Definitely stop. Anyway, Zhejiang is also Sister Qin's mother-in-law. He raised his eyebrows. She didn't know anything about Silly Zhu being scolded by Zhejiang in the hospital. But she always knew that Silly Zhu likes Qin Huiru. In this regard, He is actually quite critical. Because she is Silly Zhu's sister. But the result? In order to be a licking dog for Qin Huiru, Silly Zhu not only often ignored her sister's feelings, but also often asked her to borrow money to help Qin Huiru's family. You know, her salary is not as high as that of a fool. Silly Zhu, as her elder brother, is also the canteen chef of the Red Star Rolling Mill. Not to mention helping her sister, she doesn't even have a share of the leftovers she brought back. This also caused her to look pale and skinny, and her life was not as nourishing as Qin Huiru's family lived. So, don't look at her superficially, often shouting to let Silly Zhu treat Qin Huiru's family better. In fact, the resentment in her heart is very big, but Silly Zhu never noticed it. I know Jiuzhang is Sister Qin's mother-in-law. But the poisoning of the stick stem was caused by Jiuzhang's instigation of theft, so shamelessly asked Lin Han for 50 yuan in compensation. Lin Han's slap to Jiuzhang is also excusable. Are your brother and I such a person who does not distinguish between right and wrong? Silly Zhu found an excuse to perfunctory. He didn't have the face to tell He that he was scolded by Jiuzhang in the hospital. Hearing this, He nodded and did not continue the topic. Looking at the leftovers that Du Zhu brought back, she laughed and said, "Silly brother, I came back late today, and there is no food at home. Why don't I have a meal with you? Don't you still have a few salted duck eggs?" Silly Zhu asked. He was embarrassed to directly say that this order was not enough for him to eat alone. After all, most of the leftovers he brought back from the cafeteria would end up in the hands of Qin Huiru's family. Only a small part is reserved for myself. What's more, he lent Qin Huiru 25 yuan for medical expenses at the door of the hospital today. I don't have a dime on me now. Even if I give He Hui a little money to buy food, I can't do it. You're still not my brother. Hearing that Silly Zhu wanted to eat salted duck eggs to deal with it, He felt a little more aggrieved. At this moment, the smell of spicy rabbit meat suddenly floated in the air. Smell good. He swallowed wildly and looked in the direction of Lin Han's house. Thinking that she was hungry, Silly Zhu was reluctant to share the leftovers with her. She couldn't help but get angry and gritted her teeth. "I'll go to Lin Han's house for a meal." Hearing that his sister didn't plan to fight for food with him, Du Zhu was relieved and quickly supported, "That's good. He brought back 2 hares tonight, they must be rabbit meat. It's better than my leftovers. Leftovers are much stronger." Chapter 15 I really want to grow taller quickly. He was actually just pranking. She didn't want to really go to Lin Han's house to eat. After all, in her eyes, Lin Han is a child and an orphan. Even if she ate meat every day recently, it was earned by her hard hunting. How could she be so embarrassed to rub it? But what about the idiot? As a real brother, it's okay not to share the leftovers with her, and even instigated her to go to Lin Han's house to eat rabbit meat. This caused He to roll his eyes immediately. He simply got angry and went to Lin Han's house without looking back. But I haven't walked a few steps yet. She saw a figure hurriedly walked out of Lin Han's house. Qin Huiru. Since it was night, He didn't notice the ruddy face of Qin Huiru. However, after noticing that the other party was holding a hare in his hand, He suddenly felt a little surprised and indignant in his heart. This Qin Huiru, it's okay to rub against my stupid brother, and now even a child like Lin Han will rub against her. It's shameless. He frowned slightly and decided to go to Lin Han to ask about the situation. If the hare was coaxed by Qin Huiru from Lin Han, she must help Lin Han to get ahead. If she eats a meal of rabbit meat like this, she will be fine with it. Lin Han's house. By now, Lin Han has almost cooked the spicy rabbit meat. Seeing that the rice has been eaten, and there are still a few white flour steamed buns left, I simply put the steamed buns in the pot and warm them up. At this moment, the door was knocked suddenly. After Lin Han opened the door, a tall, slender-looking woman with twin ponytails came into view. "What rain?" Lin Han looked at He, who was a little taller than the silly pillar, and felt inexplicably oppressive. He actually just arrived at the other side. The height difference is too big. "Lin Han, how are you?" When He saw Lin Han with a beautiful face, he said hello, as gentle as the eldest sister next door. It's thanks to Lin Han that he's a child now, and he looks cute and full of sense. Hello, Sister Rain. Lin Han responded. In his heart, he was thinking about the meaning of he Rain. It's so polite, you're so good. Hearing Lin Han calling her sister Yu, Yu couldn't help smiling, bent down and touched his head. After all, she was only a few years younger than Shazhu, and she was already 26 or 7. At this age, you can still be called a sister, and you will naturally be very happy. Lin Han was a human being, and he observed that Yu liked this title, so he asked with a simple face, Sister Yu, are you okay? Ah, so it is. The more Yu looked at Lin Han, the more he liked it, touched his face and said, Sister just saw Qin Huiru bring a hare from your house, so I want to ask you, did you give her that hare voluntarily? Did she coax her away from you? This question made Lin Han feel a little guilty. He couldn't tell Yu that he gave the hare to him because he made a deal with Qin Huiru, right? In that case, Yu would definitely be shocked and have a very bad impression on him. If it is not done well, it may also be publicized. Therefore, Lin Han definitely couldn't tell Yu about himself and Qin Huiru before there was a suitable opportunity. I do it of my own free will. Lin Han thought about the wording and said. Hearing this, Yu was a little surprised. Why? Don't you have a conflict with her family? Her mother-in-law also asked you to compensate for the sticky thing. Ugh. Lin Han sighed and showed an unbearable look. Aunt Qin has to support a family of 5 by herself. I don't think it's easy for her, and she also promised to help me with housework and so on. Maybe Lin Han's acting is too good. Yu not only believed this explanation, but also felt more distressed for Lin Han. A 15-year-old orphan, without the support of adults, his life is not easy, but he has to help others because of kindness. This kind of character is simply too lethal. Yu couldn't help hugging Lin Han and said distressedly, Lin Han, you are really a good boy with a kind heart. Lin Han didn't speak. At this moment, he only hopes that he will grow taller quickly. In this way, his face is not facing his stomach. However, Yu still smells pretty good. Although I have been working all day, there is no smell of sweat on my clothes. It is conceivable that Yu is a person who loves cleanliness very much and pays more attention to personal hygiene. Lin Han, since you voluntarily gave the hare to Qin Huiru, then my sister will not disturb you for dinner. After hugging Lin Han for a while, Rain said. Although she really wanted to taste the spicy rabbit meat made by Lin Han, but after seeing Lin Han's character design, her eyes are full of distress now. How can she be embarrassed to eat? Sister Rain, can you eat with me? Lin Han is not very willing to go to the rain. After all, his impression of Yu is still good. Especially when he was hugged by Yu, he really felt the happiness of having a sister. Does it fit? Yu's pretty face blushed, still a little embarrassed to eat. It's appropriate, I like Sister Yu the most. You can eat with me, Sister Yu. Lin Han gave full play to the skills a child should have. Acting cute. Yu couldn't resist, especially when Lin Han said that she liked her the most, not to mention how happy she was. So, Yu stopped pretending and promised to accompany Lin Han to dinner. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Washing Your Feet. At the dinner table. Yu breathed while eating the spicy rabbit meat cooked by Lin Han. Seeing this, Lin Han thought she couldn't eat spicy food, so he poured her a glass of warm water. Sister Yu, if you like it spicy, just drink some water. This action immediately warmed Yu's heart. She smiled and said, actually, I can eat spicy food, it's just a normal reaction, but Lin Han, your spicy rabbit meat is still delicious. I really can't see that you have such cooking skills. No way, if I can't cook, who can help me? Lin Han sighed. These words suddenly reminded Yu of his poor background, and he said in his heart, Lin Han, if my sister is free in the future, can I help you cook? Okay, I like Sister Rain the most. Lin Han quickly agreed. Hearing this, He smiled like a flower and said, "You like Sister so much." "Yeah, I feel that Sister Rain is very kind. It would be nice if I could have a sister like you." At the end, Lin Han lowered his head. The performance time begins again. He touched Lin Han's head distressedly, and said in a gentle tone, "Lin Han, I am your sister now. Although it is not a relative, we can be brothers and sisters." "Real?" Lin Han raised his head, his expression full of joy. "Of course it's true." He smiled, then put a piece of rabbit leg in Lin Han's bowl and said, "Hurry up, eat more, when you are still growing. Sister Rain, you eat too." Lin Han also put a lot of rabbit meat in He bowl, and he didn't forget to hand over the hot steamed buns. He quickly said that he couldn't eat that much. But Lin Han kept filling her with meat, and said, "Sister Yu is too thin, and the food must not be good enough. As long as you come to me, I will make you full." Hearing this, He looked at the spicy rabbit meat piled up in his bowl, as well as the steamed buns with white noodles, and his eyes couldn't help but get wet. Compared with Lin Han, the younger brother she just recognized, her own brother, Shi Zhu, is really unconscionable. "I knew that when I helped the widow's family, I didn't want to share the leftovers with my sister. Fortunately, now he has Lin Han as a godfather, and he still likes her so much, which makes He's heart suddenly filled with happiness, not to mention how moved he is. So much so that after dinner, He was reluctant to leave. In order to be able to stay with Lin Han for a while, she began to help wash pots and dishes. Then sweep the floor again, and clean up the house again. Soon, Lin Han's home was completely new and everything was neatly arranged. Lin Han couldn't help but sigh, it's good to have a woman at home. It's a pity that He has to return to her own home after all. Sister Rain, can you not go? Lin Han took He's hand and said reluctantly. He didn't want to leave either, but it was getting late now. If you don't go back, do you want to stay here tonight? Glancing at the only bed in Lin Han's house, He Shui shook his head and said softly, Lin Han, my sister is going back to her own room, you should rest early, and my sister will come again when she is free. Hearing this, Lin Han was a little disappointed, but he still didn't want to give up. After all, if you don't take advantage of this atmosphere and get closer to your relationship, it will be difficult to have such a good opportunity in the future. So, Lin Han once again resorted to the trick of selling cute. Sister Yu, I have lived alone for so long, and I am so happy that I can finally become a brother and sister with you. Can you accompany me again? I know it's not polite, but I really miss you. I'm so lonely. The more Lin Han went on, the more He couldn't bear it. But Lin Han is a man after all. If she spends the night here, she will definitely be gossiped after being found out. Therefore, He had to think of a compromise. She looked at Lin Han and said, Lin Han, why don't my sister wait until you fall asleep before going back? Hearing this, Lin Han nodded quickly. Then quickly make plans for the next step. Sister Rain, let me wash your feet. Lin Han took He to the side of the bed and sat down, then brought a basin of hot water over. Seeing this, He was a little stunned and said with a smile, Lin Han, elder sister will go back after you fall asleep. You can wash yourself. But how could Lin Han let the other party go back so easily? He pretended to be sad and said, Does sister you dislike me? It's the first time I'm helping someone else's feet. Even this wish can't be fulfilled. Hearing this, He struggled for a while. Anyway, he had to wash his feet when he got home. He simply fulfilled Lin Han's wish and agreed, okay, then I will experience it. After speaking, He took off the cloth shoes on his feet and took off a pair of socks from his feet. Seeing these white and tender feet, Lin Han couldn't help but breathe, and felt his blood start to boil. In order to hide his strangeness, Lin Han changed the subject and said, "Sister Rain, your shoes are so thin, don't you freeze your feet in such a cold weather?" "Of course my feet are freezing." He blushed and looked at Lin Han, who started to wash his feet, feeling a little unnatural in his heart. "Sister Rain, when I make money, I will definitely give you a few pairs of warm cotton shoes." Lin Han's words immediately moved He to tears. She was even more fortunate that she recognized Lin Han as a younger brother, who was not only sensible and lovely, but also so gentle and considerate. So when Lin Han secretly crossed her feet in the water basin, she didn't raise any vigilance, and simply thought that it was Lin Han who was helping her wash her hands seriously. Chapter 17 The Long Night. Whoa! After washing He feet, Lin Han washed himself, and then splashed the basin. Then he locked the door and went back to the bed. "Lin Han, take a rest." He patted the quilt and motioned Lin Han to hurry up and get under the quilt. And she was sitting at the end of the bed, not intending to lie down together. Seeing this, Lin Han was not in a hurry, and when he came to the bed, he closed his eyes quietly. That's it. 10 minutes later. He thought that Lin Han had fallen asleep, and began to tiptoe to put on his shoes and leave. But at this moment, a childish voice suddenly entered his ears. "Sister Rain, I haven't fallen asleep yet." Hearing this, He-Yu's face suddenly froze, and she said a little embarrassedly, "Then you can continue to sleep, I'll just leave later." "Okay." Lin Han nodded obediently and closed his eyes again. But soon, he opened his eyes again. Seeing this, He-Yu couldn't help but wonder, "Lin Han, can't you sleep?" "Probably." Lin Han pretended to think and said, "Maybe it's because of your company, Sister Yu, that I'm so excited." This remark made He-Yu a little relieved. She couldn't help but think of the incident when Shazhu said that when the general meeting of the hospital, Lin Han slapped Zhuzhong and angered the uncle Yi Zonghai. At that time, she also thought that Lin Han was not an ordinary child. But now it seems that the other party is just a poor person who is eager to be loved. The so-called maturity is just a mask disguised by Lin Han to protect himself from harm. Lin Han did not know about He-Yu's brain supplement. He looked at He-Yu, who was sitting barefoot beside the bed, and pretended to say, "Sister Yu, aren't you cold? I've already covered the bed, why don't you come in and lie down?" Hearing this, He-Yu hesitated. She is indeed a little cold. Especially now that I'm barefoot. But when she thought that Lin Han was a man, she was still a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Lin Han simply pulled her down, not to mention how enthusiastic he was. In spite of the kindness, He-Yu had to blush and squeezed into the bed half-push. She turned off the light and said helplessly, "Can you sleep well now?" "Okay." Lin Han responded and hugged the other person quite naturally. He-Yu's body was shocked, and just as he became nervous, he heard Lin Han's methodical breathing. Seeing this, He-Yu thought that Lin Han would fall asleep faster, so he stopped moving and waited quietly for Lin Han to fall asleep completely. He-Yu couldn't remember how many yawns he yawned. Anyway, as long as she thought Lin Han had fallen asleep and wanted to leave quietly, the other party would immediately open her eyes and hug her tighter again. Under such circumstances, Lin Han would have noticed the first thing she did. "Bad brother, do you still let my sister go back to sleep?" He-Yu understood, Lin Han just didn't want her to go. Hearing this, Lin Han did not answer. After all, at this time, only playing a rogue is the best way. This is because he is a child. If it were an adult, He-Yu would have slapped him in the face long ago. What's more, she still has a boyfriend. Don't say they slept together, and they didn't hold each other's hands. How could it be like this now? For fear that Lin Han would not sleep soundly enough, she dared not move. "Oh, if you don't sleep, I really can't stand it anymore." He-Yu knew that Lin Han was listening, and the reason why he said that was because he hoped that the other party would fall asleep quickly. And Lin Han, in fact, has long been sleepy. But for the sake of future happiness, he still has to keep going. Qin, why are you family? After returning with a hare, Qin Huiru was scolded by Jiazhong, not surprisingly. After all, the greedy Jiazhong knew that Lin Han had 2 hares. But she didn't know how hard Qin Huiru had put in just for this hare. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Han was still a brat, Qin Huiru could handle it, and with the constant urging, how could their family eat hare meat so easily? After eating, Qin Huiru washed the tableware and chopsticks, and did some housework before coaxing the children to sleep. The sticks don't need to be coaxed. The sequelae of gastric lavage have not yet eased, and he fell asleep soon after eating a little rabbit meat. After playing with Huihua for a while, Xiaodang also fell asleep. As for Jiazhong, the snoring sounded. Qin Huiru glanced at her mother-in-law with a guilty conscience, poured a basin of hot water and squatted down. Mysterious look, looks like funny. Little BD, you are really not afraid of being a father at a young age. Feeling dissatisfied and scolding someone, Qin Huiru, who changed 2 pots of hot water to get it clean, secretly decided to find a time to put the ring on. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Bicycle Market. He is panicking now. She never dreamed that she fell asleep at Lin Han's house last night. Although this is because Lin Han deliberately made her sleepy. But when he thought that he had slept in a man's house all night and still shared the same bed, he blushed a little at the moment. She glanced at the white light shining through the curtains. Rao knew that it was time to get up and go to work, and he didn't dare to go out at all. Because, there are already many residents in the yard. If she walked out of Lin Han's house, she was destined to be misunderstood. Ugh! He turned his head to look at Lin Han, who was still hugging her tightly, angry and helpless. Just as he was about to turn over and not let the other party fight again, Lin Han woke up with a start. Sister Rain, I'm sorry. As if he had done something wrong, Lin Han quickly let go of He Yuhui with a worried expression on his face. This made He Yu a little confused. Just when he was about to ask, Lin Han said in a weak voice, I didn't mean it, and I can't control it either. Can't control what? As soon as He Yu finished speaking, he realized what Lin Han was talking about. Because a little kid who has the acting skills of a movie star is covering up. Pooh! He Yu's ears turned red, and he turned his head away. After a while, I heard Lin Han say again, Sister Rain, am I sick? Get ill? He Yu was stunned. Although I don't want to talk about this topic, when I think that Lin Han is still a child and doesn't understand anything, what if he really thinks he is sick? Simply, he held back his shyness and replied calmly, You're not sick, it's just. He Yu went to school after all. Although the school of this era is more conservative, but she is already an adult, so she does not understand anything. Under her explanation, Lin Han quickly showed an expression of sudden realization. So that's how it is. Thank you Sister Rain for telling me this. It's nothing, you'll understand later. But Sister Rain, what should I do to calm down? Split line. Split line. A food processing factory. He Yu, why did you come so late today? When the workshop director saw the late arrival of He Yuhui, his expression was a little puzzled. You know, He Yu has always been a full-time employee and has never been late. But today, she was late. Sorry, director, something happened suddenly at my house and I just finished it, so I'm late. He Yu said a little embarrassedly. At the same time, I was constantly complaining about someone in my heart, even pretending to be pitiful. Looking at the hands that he had washed several times, He Yuhui returned to work and began to work absent-mindedly. Until noon when her colleague asked her to eat, she seemed to have lost her soul, and her response was a little slow. At the same time, inside the courtyard. I won't go hunting today. Lin Han stretched his back and slept in the cage until noon. He decided not to go hunting today. After all, after completing the task yesterday, the system rewarded a lot of good things. Lin Han plans to go out and do some big shopping now. Lin Han, did you just get up? Have you had lunch yet? Are you still going hunting today? After seeing Lin Han go out, the aunties who were washing dishes by the sink greeted them warmly. They are all housewives. In addition, they are also getting older, and they basically stay in the yard every day, so when there is any trouble, they are the first to know the people who eat melons. Lin Han lived here after all, and the reason why he didn't reach out and hit the smiling person was clear, so after hearing them say hello to him, he also responded one by one. Then, he walked out of the alley of the courtyard and came to a public private noodle restaurant. I ordered a bowl of large intestine noodles, plus 2 poached eggs, the amount is more than 1. When it came time to check out, including the food stamps, it only cost about 2 cents. After filling the temple, Lin Han went to the bicycle market without stopping. Looking around, it's all brand new bikes. There are various models, but from the perspective of the 21st century, it is still relatively outdated. Lin Han randomly picked a permanent bike. Just as I was going to try the ride, the staff ran over and said, "Where's the kid? Can you afford it? Hurry up and ask your adults to take you away." No wonder the staff looked down on Lin Han. After all, these days, a bicycle costs more than 100 yuan. A bicycle ticket is also required. This kind of ticket is very precious, and is generally issued in limited quantities by the unit, and is rewarded to employees who perform well. Even Li Aguo, the young leader Lin Han met at the Dongmen market. It is not easy to get bicycle tickets from the other party by trading prey. Therefore, after hearing what the staff said, Lin Han didn't care too much. After all, who made him a child now? Let alone the staff of the bicycle market, no one will think that he can afford a bicycle. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Consumption. The staff at the bicycle market looked at Lin Han angrily. Although the other party is very young and cute as Zheng Tai, it is precisely because of this that he has this attitude. After all, he is a man. No matter how cute Lin Han looks, he is still a child in his eyes. What kid can afford a bicycle these days? Therefore, in his opinion, Lin Han must have sneaked here when his parents were not paying attention, trying to ride a bicycle. Will this allow the other party to test drive it? In case of damage, can the other party pay for it? Thinking of this, the staff immediately rushed out impatiently. "Let's go, if you want to buy a bicycle, ask your adults to come over." Unexpectedly, however, Lin Han did not leave. Instead, he confidently patted the permanent bicycle of his choice and asked, "How did you sell it?" After hearing this, the staff thought that Lin Han wanted to know the price and went back to tell the parents. He softened his expression and replied, 160 yuan, covered with cards and stamped. "Okay, deal." Without a trace of ink, Lin Han reached into his pocket and took out 200 cash and bicycle tickets from the storage space. Seeing this, the staff member was called a stunned, and stood there stupidly, shocked. "How did you get so much money and bicycle tickets as a child?" "My family gave it, let me come and buy it." Lin Han was too lazy to explain the source and made up a reason. The staff member who believed it was really suddenly realized, and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, kid, my attitude was a little bad just now, mainly because I didn't know your adults would be so relieved to let you buy a bicycle alone." "Fine." Lin Han waved his hand and handed over the money and ticket. After the staff confirmed that there was no problem, they began to write the receipt, and then found 40 yuan of change for Lin Han. Then there is the smashing of the steel seal and the license plate. After everything was over, Lin Han officially became a car owner. And when he came to the street on a bicycle, many passers-by sighed. In their hearts, they were thinking that this child's family conditions should be good, but the adults in the family are willing to give the children a bicycle to ride. Lin Han was unaware of this. After riding a bicycle leisurely to a department store, I continued to spend. That's right. He didn't forget that he promised to buy cotton shoes for He Yahui. Although the other party may not take it seriously, since he said it, he must do it. What's more, this morning, under his pitiful offensive of pretending to be cute, He Yahui gave a hand very embarrassingly. Afterwards, He Yahui cried. She didn't scold Lin Han, but kept remorse, saying that she was too used to Lin Han. This made Lin Han realize that he had to compensate the other party well, and he couldn't have any excessive thoughts in a short time. After all, He Yahui is different from Qin Huiru. Qin Huiru's husband had long since passed away, so she was forced to board the pirate ship in order to support her family. He Rainwater is not married yet, and the salary is enough to support her alone. Also, she has a boyfriend. It can be seen from the TV series that the other party is a film policeman, and both his occupation and conditions are very good. The two of them are about to talk about marriage. At this time, Lin Han wants to intervene. And it is naturally difficult to say. Therefore, before encountering new opportunities, Lin Han can only continue to use the name of sister and brother to slowly gain each other's hearts. Of course, if you can hit a home run, everything is much easier. After all, these days, women value their chastity the most. Once you give yourself to a man, no matter how unsuitable the other person is, he will marry a chicken and follow a chicken, and marry a dog and follow a dog. Take Qin Huiru's cousin, Qin Jingru, for example. In the TV series, after being coaxed by Su Daimao, no matter how much Su Daimao beats and scolds her, no matter how much she goes out to spend the day, she still refuses to leave. Although Qin Jingru is a bit Philistine and loves money, what woman doesn't want her husband to have better conditions? For loyalty alone, the women of this era are much stronger than the female boxers of the 21st century. Hello, salesperson. These pairs, those pairs, I want them all. Children, there are 3 pairs of women's cotton shoes and 3 pairs of men's cotton shoes. The total discount is 5 yuan. Do you think the size is correct? Should be right. Lin Han said after handing over the cash and the shoe ticket to the salesperson at the shoe store. The shoe ticket is not actually given by the system. It was when he traded prey with Li Aguo before. It is worth mentioning that, by trading prey, he now not only has shoe tickets, but also some cloth tickets, clothes tickets, and tickets such as firewood, rice, oil and salt. Although the number is not a lot, it is enough for a short time. As for why you should buy 3 pairs of women's cotton shoes and 3 pairs of men's cotton shoes? Men's cotton shoes are of course Lin Han wears for himself. The size he has tried, fits perfectly. 3 pairs can be worn back and forth, saving athlete's foot at a young age. As for the women's cotton shoes bought for He Yahui, the size is not accurate, Lin Han is not very sure to tell the truth. But after all, he helped He Rain to wash his feet. Lin Han still had some idea of the size when he secretly crossed his feet in the basin. If the rain is not suitable for He Yu, he will buy it again. After buying shoes, Lin Han went to buy a few sets of clothes that he wore. After all, it's almost New Year's Eve. The previous clothes were too old and not warm enough. It's so cold, it's time to replace it. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Qin Huiru's shock. After buying shoes and clothes, Lin Han didn't leave right away. Instead, they continued to consume in the department store. I bought a few kilos of peanuts, melon seeds, candies, and other small snacks. Including oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, tea and other cooking needs. As long as the family is about to run out, I don't forget to buy some. That's it, Lin Han hasn't finished buying it yet. He went to the vegetable market again. I bought various ingredients such as pepper, sugar, garlic, ginger, and so on. Thinking that the rice and steamed buns at home were already finished, Lin Han bought another bag of rice and another bag of flour. There are so many things, let alone him, even an adult can't handle it. So Lin Han put these things in his storage space when no one was paying attention. Then, Lin Han bought a lot of vegetables and eggs. And I also used up the 10 caddies of pork, 10 caddies of beef, and 10 caddies of mutton that were rewarded by the system. There are 2 reasons why they are all redeemed. On the one hand, it's because Lin Han likes to buy everything he needs at one time, and he doesn't want to run out to buy things every 3 days. On the other hand, although the storage space is only 5 cubic meters, it is enough to hold the things bought today. And the storage space comes with anti-corrosion effect. Whether it is meat products, or rice, flour, vegetables, etc., you don't have to worry about it going bad when you put it in it. Wait until after everything is purchased. Lin Han's wallet has also deflated a lot. Before, he had $50 in cash and various food stamps worth $30. Counting the completion of the task, the system will reward 200 yuan, a bicycle ticket, 10 jins of pork, 10 jins of beef, and 10 jins of mutton. And minus so many things bought today. He now has a total of 30 yuan and 50 cents left. And 5 meal tickets, 4 bath tickets, 3 administrative invoices, and 2 cloth tickets. It's really a waste of money. Correct. Don't misunderstand that after the system has given the meat ticket, there is no need to spend additional money. Money and tickets need to be used together, that's why Lin Han's money is used up so quickly. But even so, Lin Han still thinks it's worth it. Because so many things are not only more expensive to buy in the 21st century, but also less genuine. After the big purchase, the time passed without knowing it for an afternoon. Lin Han rode his bike lightly. Passing through a temporarily deserted alley, when I was about to reach the courtyard, Lin Han suddenly thought of something and looked around. After finding that there was no one around, he immediately took out some vegetable snacks and pork from the storage space and put them in the basket of the bicycle. The purpose of this is to avoid omissions. If Lin Han only rides a bicycle back, others will see that he didn't buy food or bring back prey, and they will doubt how he got the ingredients tonight. Although this detail is not very necessary. But after all, Lin Han has lived in 2 generations, and with the particularity of this era, he still has to make himself a little more cautious. The gate of the courtyard. When Lin Han pretended to get the order and put it in the net basket, he came back on a brand new permanent bicycle. A charming young woman was standing at the door, looking forward to something. Lin Han. Qin Huiru has already got off work now and is waiting for Silly Zhu to bring back the lunchbox. Seeing Lin Han suddenly appearing on a bicycle, she was a little dumbfounded, and her charming face was full of shock. Aunt Qin, are you waiting for Silly Zhu's lunchbox again? Thinking that Qin Huiru had already given up his gun twice, Lin Han felt a little frustrated, but he still greeted her with a smile. Okay. Qin Huiru didn't deny it, looked at Lin Han with complicated eyes, and couldn't help asking, "Little rascal, where did you get the bike? It couldn't be stolen, right?" No wonder Qin Huiru said that. In her eyes, Lin Han used to be a self-sufficient orphan. But now, Lin Han's impression in her mind was no different from that of a hooligan. Thinking of her commitment to him twice, and the fact that she had to change 2 pots of hot water last night to clean it up, Qin Huiru couldn't get angry at Lin Han, so now she opened her mouth and scolded the little rascal. In addition, Lin Han has been relying on hunting recently, and the food is good. Therefore, she does not think that Lin Han can afford to buy a bicycle. After all, in her opinion, no matter how good Lin Han's hunting skills are, even if he can use the surplus prey to trade with the public vegetable market, it is impossible to make a fortune so quickly in a short period of time, right? Besides, a limited amount of things like bicycle tickets can be exchanged for it. Of course I bought it. Lin Han said calmly. He didn't take Qin Huiru's suspicions seriously. Because on the way back, Lin Han could already predict how much of a sensation the purchase of a bicycle would cause. After all, there are not many people who own bicycles in the entire courtyard now. Uncle Yi Zonghai is one of them. He is an 8th level fitter, with a high salary and a technical talent, and it is normal to have a bicycle. The second uncle also has a bicycle in his bangs. Although he is weaker than Yi Zonghai, he is still a 7th level blacksmith. Not to mention the third master, Yan Bugui. As a primary school teacher, although his salary is average, he has been good at calculating for so many years. After buying a bicycle with frugality, he will polish the bicycle every day. What about Su Daimao? As a projectionist and daughter-in-law, Lu Xiaoyi is also the eldest lady's family, so it goes without saying that the living conditions, so both husband and wife have bicycles. But apart from these 5 people, it seems that no one else in the courtyard has bicycles. Now that Lin Han has become the 6th person to own a bicycle, Qin Huiru is shocked. Bought. Seeing Lin Han's expression doesn't seem like he's bragging, Qin Huiru is still a little unbelievable. Chapter 21, A Woman's Mind, New Book for Support. After learning that the bicycle that Lin Han rode back was bought by him, Qin Huiru was shocked. She looked at Lin Han, who was still a little kid, and when she thought that not many people in the courtyard had bicycles, her inner envy and jealousy suddenly became extremely strong. What's the point of doing this job? An orphan who lives by hunting has bought a bicycle. However, in order to support a family of 5, I have to live a hard life of not eating well, sleeping well, and running out of food in the middle of the month. Alas, this little BD is too PD off. Cursing aggrieved in her heart, Qin Huiru couldn't help but feel a little burst of mentality. At the same time, Lin Han also pushed his bicycle into the courtyard. When passing by Qin Huiru, he was very distressed and said to himself, "What would you like to eat tonight? Stewed ribs? Or make dumplings? I have to think about it." Hearing this, Qin Huiru didn't mention how sour she was. She looked at Lin Han's back eagerly, her lips moved slightly, wanting to say something. Suddenly there were footsteps behind him. Looking back, it was the silly column back. "Silly Zhu, what dishes did you bring today?" Qin Huiru couldn't wait to grab the lunch box while asking. "Open it up and take a look." "Good guy." "Leftover cabbage, leftover bean sprouts, and a steamed bun." Not even the slightest bit of minced meat was seen. Qin Huiru was immediately disappointed. And the weight of the leftovers is too small. There are 5 people in her family. "Sister Qin, I'm sorry, the leader came to inspect the cafeteria today, and I can't sneak too much." Silly Zhu scratched his head, a little ashamed. Hearing this, although Qin Huiru was disappointed, she didn't want to discourage Silly Zhu's enthusiasm. After all, she still expects the other party to continue to bring leftovers for herself. Simply, he squeezed out a smile and comforted, "It's okay, just eat what you have." Then he planned to go back to his house with a lunchbox. But at this moment, Silly Zhu suddenly stopped Qin Huiru and said embarrassedly, "Sister Qin, can you keep half of it for me?" Qin Huiru was dumbfounded on the spot. Silly Zhu had no choice but to rummage through his pockets and explained, "Sister Qin, I lent you all the money to pay for the medical bills, but now I don't have any money, I can't even afford alcohol, so I can only bring it back from the cafeteria. This is leftovers." Hearing this, Qin Huiru just remembered that the silly pillar had already been borrowed by her. She looked down at the lunchbox in her hand. Think again about Lin Han's distressed expression when he said that he should eat pork ribs or dumplings tonight. I suddenly felt a sense of dullness in my heart. In Qin Huiru's eyes in the past, this lunchbox that she looked forward to every day has lost the slightest interest in it now. "Give it all to you." Qin Huiru happily returned the lunchbox to Shazhu. Such a generous move immediately brought tears to the eyes of Shazhu, the licking dog. He thought it was his miserable behavior that touched the goddess, so he quickly acted, "Sister Qin, it's okay for me to eat less, you should keep some." "No." Qin Hui shook his head, not having any appetite for this lunchbox with very little weight and no meat. She walked listlessly towards the house. Silly Zhu followed behind with a lunchbox, and wanted to continue to perform. At this time, the movement in the yard attracted them. I saw Lin Han pushing a bicycle and being surrounded by a group of courtyard residents. Lin Han, you've made a fortune. You've bought all the bicycles. Lin Han, where did you get the bicycle ticket? Can you get one for me? Lin Han is really amazing. He can support himself by hunting and buy a bicycle at a young age. He is much better than my man. No, I've already seen that Lin Han is not an ordinary child. In the future, he will definitely be the most promising in our courtyard. Hearing these people's discussions, and looking at Lin Han's brand new permanent bicycle, Silly Zhu was immediately stunned. Lin Han actually bought a car? He is the canteen chef of the Red Star Rolling Mill, with a monthly salary of 37 yuan and 5 yuan. After so many years, there is still no promising kid. At this moment, the foolish mentality also exploded. Seeing his shocked expression beyond words, Qin Huiru couldn't help sighing. People are more mad than people. She suddenly felt that compared to Silly Zhu, Lin Han was the person who gave her the most hope in life. Let's talk about food. The leftovers that Shazua brought back were rarely meaty. And the weight is not too much, especially today, the weight is so small that she is offended. And what about Lin Han? Although he had to go through a transaction, all he gave was meat. It is stewed chicken nuggets with potatoes and hare, which is both appetizing and nutritious. Plus Lin Han has now bought a bike again. Anyone who thinks that his money and bicycle tickets must have been legally earned in the way of cooperating with the public vegetable market to buy back the prey. In Qin Huiru's view, although it is unbelievable that he can earn so much, it is more that Lin Han is more promising than an office worker. Especially when Lin Han is still young, he is already so profitable. Over time, the other party's living standard will definitely get better and better. Thinking of this, Qin Huiru suddenly felt less reluctant to make a deal with Lin Han. After all, whose blood is sucking, not sucking? Silly column is now poor. Before the salary is paid, it is estimated that she will not be able to generously help her. In this case, it is better to have a good relationship with Lin Han. If things go wrong, in addition to improving the food, the economy can also be helped. Just thinking that Lin Han didn't like to waste outside at the end, Qin Huiru had some headaches. Do you really want to go to Shangwan as soon as possible? Asterisk. Chapter 22 Needing the Hand. Silly Zhu does not know. Just because the leftovers he brought back today were too few and he had no money to borrow, Qin Huiru was disappointed and compared him with Lin Han. Lin Han didn't know either. After the comparison, Qin Huiru's thoughts will change so quickly. Not only does he see him as a successful person who will be very promising in the future, but even his heart has gradually changed from resistance to trading to desire. Looking at the residents of the courtyard house who are still talking about buying a bicycle, Lin Han was already mentally prepared in advance, but he was still a little overwhelmed at the moment. In order to get rid of them as soon as possible, Lin Han dealt with it hypocritically. Thank you for your compliments. I'm just a treat for the gods. I caught a few more difficult prey, and I saved enough money to buy a bicycle. Bicycle tickets are hard to get now, and I was lucky enough to get them. My bike is permanently licensed, it's fine to ride. I just happened to buy some snacks on the way. These peanuts, melon seeds, and candies, please try them all. Some of Lin Han's words are true, and no one knows. However, after seeing him sharing the snacks so generously, many residents of the courtyard house were a little bit happy to close their mouths. He kept praising him for being sensible and promising, and when he grew up, he would introduce him to someone. Silly Zhu also recovered from his shock at this moment. He looked at Lin Han who was like a star holding the moon. Take another look at the bike that Lin Han bought. In the end, he still accepted the fact that the other party was more promising than himself with envy and jealousy. Silly Zhu, are you back? Lin Han was sharing snacks, and when he saw Shazhu, he smiled oddly and grabbed a handful of peanut seeds and candy for him. To be honest, Lin Han has always held the attitude that others will not offend me, and I will not offend anyone. So no matter how much Silly Zhu likes to be a licking dog, in Lin Han's opinion, it has nothing to do with him. However, when he thought that he was interested in Sha Zhu's sister Hiyu, Lin Han grabbed an extra handful of peanut seeds and candy for Sha Zhu for the first time ever. After all, in the future, maybe I will call the other party a big brother. Thank you, Lin Han, you are so generous. Seeing that Lin Han grabbed an extra hand for himself, the Silly Zhu was a little flattered. He thought to himself that this little brat was a good man. And it is self-reliance to become a car owner. As an adult, he should let go of his mentality and should not be so jealous of each other. You are welcome. Lin Han frowned. Then he didn't forget to grab some peanut seeds and candy for Qin Huiru next to him. At this moment, Qin Huiru has already compared Lin Han and Shazhu in her heart. Finally came to a conclusion. That is the blood of the silly column, you can continue to suck. But Lin Han, who can afford the meat and can afford a bicycle, is the one who gives her the most hope in life. So, when Lin Han handed over the snack, Qin Huiru squeezed the other's hand without showing any trace. That's right, she's signaling. Implying that the deal can continue. But unfortunately, Lin Han really didn't realize what she meant. Because Lin Han didn't forget the cruel words Qin Huiru let go before the trade last night. What to say, this is the last time. Next time, she will castrate herself, this little brat. Therefore, in Lin Han's view, since Qin Huiru is not willing to deal with him anymore, it must be that his impression of himself has been completely bad. Then in this case, Qin Huiru squeezed her hand. What does it mean? Is it to warn himself not to expose the scandal that he had traded with her in front of everyone? It's a bit redundant, isn't it? Lin Han glanced at Qin Huiru suspiciously, but in the end still couldn't understand what the other party meant by pinching his hand. He sent some peanuts, melon seeds, and candy to others who didn't receive snacks. He pushed the bike back to his house. Before entering the door, he did not forget to politely say to everyone, "Come to my house when you are free." I have to say, this sophisticated face is simply too attractive. Many elders even want to go back to educate their own children and learn more from Lin Han. And Qin Huiru. After finding out that Lin Han didn't seem to understand her suggestion, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. You are so young, you know the world, you still don't understand what I mean by pinching your hand. Do I have to tell you, in front of so many people, that I will not resist continuing to do business with you? This little BD. Unable to roll her eyes, Qin Huiru took the peanut seeds and candy that Lin Han sent her, and planned to go home to share with her mother-in-law and children. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Yuli's unhappy. In order to get rid of everyone's entanglement, Lin Han shared some peanuts, melon seeds, and candy, and then pushed the bicycle back to his house. As soon as the door closed, he took off his shoes and lay on the bed. That's right, Lin Han is a little tired. After all, I made a big purchase today. Even though it should be time to cook dinner, Lin Han doesn't want to move. He just wanted to enjoy the rare silence. At the same time, Qin Huiru family. Seeing Qin Huiru's return, Zhejiang couldn't help but wonder, where's Silly Zhu's lunchbox? The leftovers he brought today were too small. I didn't see enough to eat, so I didn't want them. Qin Huiru sighed. Hearing this, Zhejiang, instead of agreeing, even taught Qin Huiru a lesson. What kind of heart are you pretending to be, a bodhisattva? The lunchbox is given to Silly Zhu, what will our family eat? Qin Huiru didn't want to quarrel with her mother-in-law. So she put the snacks Lin Han gave her on the table, and said flatteringly, "Eat some of this pad first. There are some noodles and pickles left at home. I won't starve to death tonight." But Zhejiang did not act rashly. She glanced suspiciously at the snacks on the table, stared at Qin Huiru and asked, "Where do these peanut seeds and candy come from?" Posted by Lin Han. Hearing this answer, Jiazhong immediately became angry. That little BD. I have money to send snacks, but I don't have money to compensate our sticks, I'll FK him. After scolding, Jiazhenshi seemed to think of something again. She asked Qin Huiru again, why does Lin Han send snacks? He bought a bicycle, and everyone gathered around him to say good things, so he shared some peanuts, melon seeds, and candy. Qin Huiru knew that her mother-in-law would definitely be angry again after she said it. But how could such a big thing be hidden? As predicted. After hearing that Lin Han bought a bicycle, Jiazhong cursed again. Qin Huiru's head hurt a little from the noise, so she simply went to see Bang Ti, who was still lying on the bed. Although Bang Terrier has been rescued, the sequelae of gastric lavage still prevent him from being naughty in a short time. As a mother, Qin Huiru doesn't mention how distressed she is. After she peeled a piece of candy for Lollipop to eat, she asked, "Son, is it sweet?" "Sweet?" The stick nodded, but his eyes were full of hatred. He had heard the conversation between his mother and his grandmother, and knew that the snacks were sent by Lin Han. For that, he was far from grateful. Rather resentful. Because in his opinion, if Lin Han hadn't put rat poison in the leftovers, how could he have been poisoned by stealing? Thinking that other children can go out to play, but he has to lie in bed to recuperate, let alone how angry the stick is. He secretly swears that he will teach Lin Han a lesson after he takes good care of himself. Where did Xiaodang and Huihua go to play again? Will they come back for dinner? Qin Huiru didn't know that Bang Terrier wanted to take revenge on Lin Han. After finding out that her two daughters had not come back, she couldn't help asking Jiazhenshi. But how could Jiazhenshi, an evil mother-in-law who prefers sons and daughters, care about where her granddaughter goes to play? She said with a stern face, "How do I know?" Hearing this, Qin Huiru sighed helplessly and decided to go out and find it by herself. On the other side, the third master, Yan Buletin, your family. At this moment, Yan Bugui, who just came back from get off work, entered the house and saw that his wife and children were eating peanuts, melon seeds, and candy. He said very painfully, "Didn't I already hide it? How did you find it?" Seeing this, the third mother knew that he was stingy and had another attack, and quickly explained, "This is not from our family. It was sent by Lin Han." From Lin Han. Hearing this, Yan Bugui immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he has always been good at calculating. Even if he bought peanuts and candies, he would not be willing to take them out for his family to eat. Instead, it is necessary to hide it, and wait until the special festival to be willing to take out a little bit. At this moment, I learned that these snacks were all from Lin Han. Yan Bugui couldn't help but feel the joy of taking advantage, and said happily, "Lin Han, this kid is really good. He knows how to share snacks. Is not it?" The third mother nodded in agreement and said, "Not only did our family get it, but many neighbors got it too. So generous." Yan Bugui couldn't help but gasped, and asked very curiously, "What happened to Lin Han? Why did you share snacks with so many people?" "He bought a bike." At this moment, the daughter-in-law Yu Li replied, her expression hard to hide her envy. Hearing this, Yan Bugui suddenly widened his eyes and said in an unbelievable tone, "How is this possible? Why is it impossible?" Yu Li glanced at her father-in-law, Yan Bugui, and then at her unpromising husband, Yan Zichen, and said with emotion, "A 15-year-old orphan has bought a bicycle. Look at our family again." Sigh. After listening to the complaint in Li's tone, Yan Zichen couldn't help but retorted weakly, "Don't our dad also have a bicycle?" But he didn't mention anything else. As soon as I mentioned this, Yu Li was instantly furious. At the beginning, she was willing to marry because Yan Zhichen's father, Yan Bugui, had a bicycle. Who knows that after getting married, it's fine if you don't have a good day. Even the portion of the meal must be calculated for each meal. Not to mention bicycles. Yan Bugui's sons and daughters wanted to ride, but Yan Bugui refused to agree, let alone her daughter-in-law. Yan Zichen obviously knew this. Seeing Yu Li with a sullen face, he was a little embarrassed and said, "Daughter-in-law, marrying me will make you suffer." Yu Li rolled her eyes, hearing these words her ears were about to cocoon. Instead of being comforted by your husband's useless words. In her heart, she actually hoped that Yan Zichen would be tougher. At least like a man, overthrow Yan Bugui's various calculations. But obviously, Yan Zichen is not a person who dares to confront his Laozi. So don't mention how disappointed Yu Li is. She lowered her face sullenly. I sighed with sorrow in my heart, when will such a day be the end? Yan Bugui naturally saw his daughter-in-law's unhappiness. But he has nothing to do. After all, who said that life is so tight, and the whole family basically depends on him to support it? The eldest son, Yan Zichen, has been standing still for many years, and he does not know how to please the leaders. Those with low wages are like apprentices. The second son, Yan Zhifeng, was out of tune every day, fooling around with the street liuzi outside. The third son, Yan Zhiquang, and the fourth daughter, Yan Jidi, are at the age of schooling, so they cannot bring income to the family at all. So don't look at Yan Bugui's frequent digging, he always likes to calculate, in fact, he is also very bitter. But after learning that Lin Han did buy a bicycle, Yan Bugui's little thought can't help but become active at this moment. Chapter 24, This account is on your daughter-in-law. After learning that Lin Han bought a bicycle, although Yan Bugui was shocked, he couldn't help but become active in his heart. He adjusted his glasses, as if talking to himself. The livelihood of Lin Han and the public market to buy back prey is much better than going to work. Bicycles are affordable. If you keep repeating this, your standard of living will definitely get better and better in the future. Hearing these words, the third mother immediately guessed what Yan Bugui was thinking. She hurriedly supported, "Old Yan, Lin Han's livelihood is so prosperous and people are so generous, instead of being taken advantage of by others, it's better for our family to take more of it." These words immediately reminded Yan Bugui of dinner last night. He planned to ask Lin Han for a hair, but was cut off by Qin Huiru. For a time, all kinds of regrets and unwillingness made him beat his feet. But fortunately, if you want to take advantage of it now, it's not too late. Yan Bugui pondered for a while, and said to himself, "It's dinner time anyway, how about I invite Lin Han to our house as a guest? Help him celebrate the purchase of a bicycle." Hearing this, the eldest son Yan Zhichen was a little puzzled. "Dad, Lin Han bought a bicycle, what should our family help him celebrate?" "You don't understand that, do you?" Yan Bugui glanced at the other sons and daughters who had the same puzzled expressions, and made up his mind. "There must be a reason for me to invite Lin Han to our house, right? Help him celebrate buying a bike, that's a great excuse. And then, I said that I can't afford good food to help him celebrate. In addition to being moved, will Lin Han bring good meat and food to our house?" After listening to Yan Bugui's plan, the family suddenly realized. Thinking of being able to eat the good meat and dishes brought by Lin Han for free, the third mother couldn't help but say with joy, "Old Yan, you are still smart." The sons and daughters were also quite excited and praised Yan Buletin for his ability. Seeing the ugly face of this family trying to plot against Lin Han, Yu Li couldn't help covering her face, regretting her marriage more and more. Lin Han's house. "Oh, I really don't want to cook." After lying on the bed for a while, Lin Han lazily put on his shoes and got ready to start making dinner. "Although I don't like the cooking process very much. But who made him an orphan? There is no adult in the family, and if I want to eat ready-made, I have no chance." Dong dong dong. Just when Lin Han was thinking about what to do for dinner, there was a knock on the door. "Who?" Lin Han shouted. "It's me, the third master." Yan Bugui said in a tone that couldn't hide his excitement. He couldn't wait to trick Lin Han to his house and bring his own meat and vegetables. Yan Bugui. Lin Han was stunned for a moment, then opened the door and asked, "Is something wrong?" "Is such that?" As soon as Yan Bugui entered the door, he began to perform. "Lin Han, I heard that you bought a bicycle. This is a good thing and should be celebrated. You are an orphan, and there is no adult at home to help you celebrate. Why don't you come to my house as a guest? We all welcome you very much. But, you know, I'm an elementary school teacher. The salary is not high, and I have to support my family. So I don't have much money to buy food. If you have vegetables and meat, you can bring it to my house and let you taste my wife's craftsmanship." Yan Bugui said emotionally, and the more Lin Han listened, the more he wanted to laugh. "This abacus is playing really well. I bought a bicycle and your family came to help me celebrate. Then you don't prepare anything at home, let me bring my own meat and vegetables. Isn't that fooling the kid?" Thinking that he is a child now, Lin Han can't help but feel a little depressed. "Lin Han, what do you think of my proposal?" Yan Bugui didn't know that Lin Han was a transmigrator. Although he was young, he had the mentality of an adult. After revealing the plan in full at this moment, he looked at Lin Han with anticipation. And Lin Han did not directly refuse. On the one hand, it was because he just didn't want to cook. On the other hand, he was a little interested in Yan Bugui's daughter-in-law Yu Li. Simply, Yan Bugui was fulfilled. "Can." Hearing this reply, Yan Bugui was overjoyed. He said excitedly, "Lin Han, let's just agree. I'll go home and wait for you first, don't forget to bring meat and vegetables." "Okay." Lin Han nodded perfunctorily. "But I was thinking in my heart, if you rub my meat and vegetables, is it not too much for me to rub your daughter-in-law?" After Yan Bugui came home happily, Lin Han took out the meat and vegetables from the bicycle basket. This is when he finished shopping today, and in order not to be discovered by others that he has storage space, he took it out in advance to cover his eyes and ears. Except for this little meat and vegetables in the bicycle basket. Most of the things Lin Han purchased today are still in the storage space. Such meat and vegetables should not be enough. Lin Han muttered. After all, there are 7 members of Yan Bugui's family. With him, that means at least 8 people should be prepared for this dinner. Although this ingredient is nothing to Lin Han. But there is no such thing as a pit kid. "Old man Yan, I'll put this account on your daughter-in-law first." Lin Han thought to himself, then took out some vegetables and meat from the storage space. After gathering enough people, he closed the door of his own house and walked towards Yan Bugui's house. ***. Chapter 25, Auto-generated chapter title. 25 chapters not a rhetorical. Just when Lin Han took the meat and vegetables, Yan went to the port to your home. At the moment when the little Kin Hua Ru has 2 daughters and Huiwa looking back. You two cannot let my mother's sanity. This day should be dark, and did not know back. Kin Hua side led Ru daughters walking home, while the education so that they will not be too fun. Just at this time, Kin Hua Ru Lin Han suddenly saw coming towards. Her look, immediately becomes somewhat less natural together. After all, long ago. But she pinched by Lin Han's hand, implies that they do not resist each other and continue to do business. Although Lin Han did not understand what she meant. But the thought of himself so shameless, initiate hinted to a kid actor, Kin Hua Ru this cannot but feel very ashamed. So that when Lin Han in her pass, she had not the nerve to say hello. It makes Kin Hua Ru some dark angry. Her courage, stopped Lin Han asked. Little rascal, why do you go? Yan port to your house guest. Lin Han tell the truth. Heard, Kin Hua Ru Lin Han looked at the hands of the mention of vegetables and meat, and some mouth twitching. Yan port you go to your house guest. Also comes with meat and vegetables? Meat and vegetables comes with no problem. You have brought so much? This 78 at least enough people to eat a meal of it. Little rascal, you are silly or fake silly. Kin who are you could not help but to go up. Although she knew Lin Han promising, meat and vegetables have nothing to Lin Han is. But she, after all, lived in the courtyard for so long, since that is still very expensive to know Yan Port. A heavily taxed and very stingy bad old man. Such a person, Lin Han invited to a guest house. Let Lin Han also comes with meat and vegetables, it is not obvious to bully children? Although this child, not on the surface so easily bullied. Even a little color. But Kin who are you said nothing happy to be watched Lin Han Yan Port to your pit. After all, this is enough 78 eat a meal of meat and vegetables If her home nice That's right. Kin who are you although not want to see Lin Han Yan Port is your pit. But she is also eyeing the meat and vegetables. Little rascal, you do not know your Port Yan is take advantage of you do. He asked you a guest, and then let you have so much meat and vegetables, alas he was a pious teacher too. Kin who Yan are you did not hesitate to expose the port of your calculations. The purpose is not to hope Lin Han Yan meat and vegetables to bring your home port. She then think of ways to put meat and vegetables for themselves. In this regard, Lin Han actually knew to go. But since he promised to go find your daughter Yan Port, wrong. Since he agreed to go with meat and vegetables Yan Port of your homes, we certainly cannot go back Therefore, Lin Han although it is known Kin who are you same envious of meat and vegetables in their hands. But he still chuays wo understand the fool said, Chin aunt, thank you for reminding me, but I promised the people, after all, go back, then, is not some not good. What's bad? If you go back I'm sorry, I'll help you with your port Yan said. Are you said Kin who uphold justice. If she is able to look from above meat and vegetables, then take it back, perhaps even more justice. Lin Han sake of fighting back the urge to laugh. Pretending to be simply said. Chin aunt, so you help me, for what This is the Kin who are you to ask to live. She glanced guiltily some small when SJ and 2 daughters, then conspire Lin Han ear, said. Little rascal, not rhetorical, and I for what you do not know it. As long as you are willing to put the meat and vegetables to my aunt, and you can continue trading. When it comes to the last few words, Kin who are you trailed, blushing. Heard, Lin Han eyes stared at her. Mind was thinking, this BCH is not coax me? Did not you say last night was the last time you happen again, you want me to castrate? Lin Han also did not finish. Do not want to hear their own daughter's scandal Kin who are you, hastily interrupted. Lin Han, aunt to go home to burn supper, remember I told you then Then, Kin who are you Pian Tao also like, with a small and when SJ home. Seeing this, Lin Han although some depressed not inquire into that. However, the reaction can be considered completely over, Kin who are you should not coax himself. After think they can continue to take the taste, Lin Han indescribably inspired. He was also carrying meat and vegetables, the pleasant Yan went on to port your home. At the same time, Kin who are you also took the girls back home. Her through their window and see the gateway to Lin Han home. He found that the other party did not go home immediately guessed Lin Han with meat and vegetables continue to Yan port your home. The little rascal, Yan port you in the end to what you drank ecstasy? Have to be willing to take the meat and vegetables in the past. I have not told you, those meat and vegetables to me, I can deal with you. Kin who are you in the hearts of angry road? But where she will understand, Lin Han Yan reason why the initiative fall into the port of your calculations in fact it is another attempt, asterisk. Chapter 26 Children, let's serve. The 3 great masters, Yan Buletin, your family. Lin Han, you have come. Sit down and I'll pour you a glass of water. Wife, hurry up and cook and let Lin Han taste your craft. After seeing Lin Han coming with meat and vegetables, Yan Bugui and the third mother couldn't mention how excited they were. greeted quickly and enthusiastically, for fear of any neglect. The other sons and daughters also noticed that Lin Han brought enough meat and vegetables for their meal tonight. Therefore, as soon as Lin Han sat down, they gathered around with big smiles. Lin Han, you can do it. As soon as you make a move, you will bring so much meat and vegetables. What is this meat and vegetables? Lin Han bought a bicycle. Yes, Lin Han has a bright future. Much better than the one who goes to work. Lin Han, can I get a bicycle ticket for my family? Lin Han, when can you take me? I want to learn to hunt with you too. Yan Jia Kwang and Yan Jidi are fine. They are all at school age, about the same age as Bang Terry, and will enter junior high school next year. So when facing Lin Han, who is not a few years older than them, he can't say anything rude. Instead, it was the two adults, Yan Jichen and Yan Jifeng. It sang in harmony, buzzing in my ears like a fly. Although Lin Han's head hurts. But they were not stupid enough to think that they really admired themselves as a child, so they dealt with it humbly. Uncle Yan Jichen, Uncle Yan Jifeng, you are serious. These meats and vegetables are enough for several meals if I eat them by myself. I'm not as rich as you think. Besides, I can afford a bicycle. In order to save unnecessary trouble, Lin Han deliberately said it was very difficult. Just buy a bike. Although money and tickets are rewarded by the system after completing the task. However, Lin Han said that it was God's favor, so he caught a few hard-to-find prey and exchanged it with the public vegetable market to save enough money to buy a bicycle. And the votes are easy to explain. Lin Han said that when he was doing an exchange with a public vegetable market, he happened to encounter a bicycle ticket issued by it, so he tried his best to get it. For this reason, he also promised to send a few more free prey to the public vegetable market for free. Is it so difficult? Hearing what Lin Han said was so difficult, Yan Zichen, who had hoped that Lin Han would help their family get a bicycle ticket, was a little disappointed. What do you think? Bicycle tickets aren't some shit. Isn't the reason why my dad has a bicycle because he has been a teacher in the school for so many years before he gets a bicycle ticket? Yan Jifeng rolled his eyes at his eldest brother, then looked at Lin Han with a smile and said, Lin Han, what do you think is suitable for you to learn how to hunt? Hearing this, Lin Han was suddenly speechless. He still heard a little about Yan Jifeng. As the second son of Yan Bugui, he is so big that he doesn't need to add income to his family. Still out of tune all day long, fooling around with street runners outside. Such a guy, learn to hunt with himself? Lin Han's head hurts just thinking about it. In order to dispel the other party's thoughts, Lin Han had to perform with a bitter face. Uncle Yan Jifeng, in this big winter, prey rarely haunts. Sometimes I'm so cold that I can't walk after a day. And it's hard to harvest a prey. Are you sure you want to suffer with me? After hearing what Lin Han said, Yan Jifeng couldn't help but smile. Isn't the reason why he hasn't been looking for a serious job until now because he is afraid of suffering? In addition, he was already hot for 3 minutes. The thought of being frozen all day in the cold season doesn't necessarily result in a harvest. Yan Jifeng's heart suddenly flinched. But in order not to be looked down upon by children, he still made an excuse and said, then let's wait for summer. I'll learn to hunt with you in summer. Hearing this, Lin Han nodded. But I was thinking in my heart, when summer comes, you probably won't have time to learn to hunt with me. After all, Lin Han is very clear. After the new year, the wind will start to blow in mid-May. By the time children serve. Just after a few people chatted for a while, Yan Bugui came out of the kitchen with cooked dishes in both hands. As for Yan Zichen's wife Yu Li, this will also help the third mother in the kitchen. 2 people cook together, Yan Bugui is in charge of serving, and the speed is still great. Lin Han was already hungry. After seeing the dishes being served one after another, they came to the dining table and sat down. The same goes for Yan Bugui's sons and daughters, who all drooled after seeing the fragrant dishes. After all, such a table of dishes is quite rich in this era. Even if it is a meal, it may not be able to catch up. Yan Bugui obviously knew that his family could have a good meal tonight because of the child Lin Han. So, he turned on the radio in a pleasing manner. Speaking of this radio, it was his savings that he had saved for a long time, plus his outstanding performance as a teacher in the school, that he got the ticket and bought it back with a bite of his teeth. Usually, I don't want to open it at all. Just being there, he felt a lot of face. After all, these days, the emphasis is on 3 turns and 1 sound. Why does it sound 3 times? Refers to watches, bicycles, sewing machines, radios. Except for the watch, he doesn't have the other 3 items, but Yan Buletin's family has prepared them all. As you can imagine. Such a scheming old man, how stingy can he afford these 3 things on the expense of a family of 7? Because of this, the children were a little surprised when they saw that Yan Bugui actually turned on the radio. "Dad, aren't you afraid of electricity consumption, so you just let us listen to the radio for a while during the festival? Why are you willing to turn it on now?" Hearing this, Yan Bugui immediately touched his nose awkwardly. Feeling a little embarrassed in front of Lin Han after being exposed by his children. But he is a man after all. Plus the radio is to please Lin Han. So Yan Bugui pretended to be generous and explained, "Isn't this Lin Han's visit to our house? To help him celebrate buying a bicycle, what is this electricity?" Hearing this, Lin Han was too lazy to pierce the other side. Looking at Yu Li, who came from the kitchen with the soup, she said, "Aunt Yu Li, don't be too busy, these dishes are enough, let's sit down and have dinner together." Asterisk. Chapter 27 Yi Zonghai's Thoughts. Hearing Lin Han tell herself to stop busy, after sitting down for dinner, Yu Li nodded with a smile, but she felt some grievances for the other party in her heart. After all, Yan Bugui's family calculated meat and vegetables from Lin Han, but she could see clearly. But who made her marry him? As a part of this family, she was embarrassed to expose the ugly face of her husband's family. And Yu Li herself hadn't eaten so much meat and vegetables for a long time. So although she couldn't stand Lin Han being tricked, she was still grateful for this child. At a young age, he was so promising that he could buy a bicycle by his own ability. People are so sensible and generous. It would be nice if it were my child. Thinking of this, Yu Li couldn't help but look at Lin Han with a hint of love in her eyes. When I sat down to have dinner with everyone, I even took the initiative to put a lot of meat in Lin Han's bowl. Seeing his wife's behavior, Yan Zichen didn't say anything. After all, he is an adult, and he is married to Yu Li again, so he won't be jealous of a child. Not to mention others. Yan Zhifeng, Yan Zhiquang, and Yan Jidi are frantically acting in front of cooks, so how can they care about other things? Seeing that the children were eating so deliciously, Yan Bugui and the third mother looked at each other, and both showed smiles of successful calculation. Just as Yan Bugui's family and Lin Han were eating meals and listening to the broadcast on the radio, they were having a good time. Grandpa's house. Yi Zonghai has also heard about Lin Han buying a bicycle. He thought that Lin Han had won against moral kidnapping at the general meeting of the hospital yesterday, and he felt a little unhappy about this eloquent little kid. Therefore, after learning that Lin Han had become a car owner, he frowned and said, "This kid is too popular, he is more capable than many adults at a young age, I must beat him." Hearing this, the eldest mother was stunned for a moment, "Isn't it? Lao Yi, I think Lin Han's character is not bad. After he bought a bicycle, he shared snacks with everyone." Yes. Yi Zonghai was a little surprised after hearing this. I wondered if Lin Han only targeted him and Zhejiang? If that's the case, it's hard to do. Once Lin Han has gained the goodwill of other courtyard residents, his uncle will still be deflated when he will show his prestige in front of Lin Han. Especially Lin Han is still so young, he is already so promising, and he knows the world. But if it grows a little longer and the wings become hard, wouldn't it be more difficult to deal with? Thinking of this, Yi Zonghai suddenly regretted it. I regret why I thought about Qin Huiru. If it wasn't for his thoughts on Qin Huiru, he would not have spoken for Jiuzhong during the general meeting of the hospital. In this way, it will not provoke Lin Han and be hated by the other party. It seems necessary to change my impression of Lin Han. Yi Zonghai rubbed his head and said so. Hearing this, the aunt nodded in agreement. Yes, you are also considered a grandfather-level elder. You should be more open-minded. There is no need to live with a child. Besides, Lin Han is so promising at a young age, and when he grows up, he will definitely not be much worse. We have no children and no daughters, and Lin Han happens to be an orphan again. If I can gain his favor, maybe I will honor us in the future. After hearing his wife's words, Yi Zonghai suddenly came to his senses as if enlightened. Yes, indeed. I have no children and no daughters. If I can win Lin Han, the pension problem may be completely solved in the future. As for the stupid column, although I also have expectations for the silly column. But when he thought that the other party always helped Qin Huiru's family and liked to be Qin Huiru's licking dog, Yi Zonghai felt a little uncomfortable. This idiot is fine. But if he still puts all his thoughts on Qin Huiru's family in the future, even if he is willing to give him old age, it is estimated that he will not be filial. Thinking of this, Yi Zonghai immediately added Lin Han's name to the list of pension candidates in his mind. He impatiently said to the aunt, "Wife, go and invite Lin Han to our house for dinner. I want to win him over." Hey? Now? The aunt was a little dumbfounded. But she also understood that Yi Zonghai agreed with her statement. So I hurried to Lin Han's house. But as soon as I got to the door, the aunt found that the lights in the room were not on. Obviously, Lin Han is not at home. Just at this moment, Qin Huiru just took the last bit of noodles and pickles for dinner, filling the stomach for her mother-in-law and children. After seeing the eldest mother in a hurry, Qin Huiru, who was washing dishes by the sink, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Auntie, what's wrong with you?" "I'm looking for Lin Han," said the mother. Lin Han. After hearing the name of a little villain, Qin Huiru couldn't help but look startled, but still reminded, "Lin Han is not at home, he is visiting your house in Yanbu. Have you been a guest at your house in Yanbu?" Hearing this news, the aunt was a little dumbfounded. "Yet, he even brought meat and vegetables over there." Speaking of this, Qin Huiru was a little gloomy. After all, she is also very jealous of those meat and vegetables. "Did you come with meat and vegetables?" Hearing this, the aunt couldn't help but patted her thigh. Is he too generous? Then he hurried back to his home and told Yi Zonghai about it. After learning that the pension candidate he wanted to win over was actually fooled by Yan Bugui as a guest, and he also brought his own meat and vegetables, Yi Zonghai was no longer indignant. "Yan Bugui, this guy is too calculating. How can you invite a child as a guest, and let the child bring their own meat and vegetables?" But, Lin Han is really generous. At the end, Yi Zonghai sighed again, hoping that Lin Han would give him the old age. After all, in his opinion, if such a generous person is willing to give him old age, his old age life will not be too bad. Chapter 28 I Will Help You Wash, New Book for Support. Yi Zonghai did not give up after learning that Lin Han was visiting your house in Yanbu at night. He looked at his aunt and said, "Wife, buy some good food tomorrow, and invite Lin Han to have a meal at noon. I want to win him over." "Understood." Grandma nodded. She and Yi Zonghai think the same way. They all hope to gain the favor of Lin Han, and then wait for Lin Han to grow up to support himself. At the same time, the second uncle Lu Hai is in the house. After learning that Lin Han bought a bicycle, Lu Haishong suddenly took out his belt and started beating his two sons. His temper has always been hot. Coupled with the educational philosophy of filial sons come out of the stick, it is really ruthless to start. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu couldn't bear the beatings, so they couldn't help calling Chu, Dad. Lin Han bought a bicycle, why are you beating us? Hearing this, Lu Haishong suddenly hit harder. You two still have the face to ask. How old is Lin Han? At the age of 15, he could rely on hunting to support himself, and he even bought a bicycle. What about you? Eat mine. Wear mine. Live mine. In the end, none of them were arrogant. Seeing that the sons were beaten and grinning, the second aunt not only did not stop it, but added fuel to the fire. Yes, you two should be beaten. This picture of unkind parents, not to mention how touching. Anyway, after the beating was over, Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu were almost unable to stand up. Not only that, their parents didn't even give them dinner today. This made Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu feel very aggrieved. They thought that after marriage, they would be like their elder brother Lu Guangyuan. Separate from your parents and move as far as possible. Yanbu's family. A dinner was almost over in no time. Lin Han never found any chance to get in touch with Yu Li. After all, Yan Bugui's family are all beside him. So after dinner, Lin Han visited Yan Bugui's home. Have to say, as the third grandfather in the courtyard, Yan Bugui's family is quite big. A family of 7. Yan Bugui, the third mother, and the fourth daughter Yan Jidi share a room. The eldest son Yan Zichen shares a room with his daughter-in-law Yu Li. The second son, Yan Jifeng, and the third son, Yan Ji Quang, share a room. After Lin Han pretended to look at the other 2 rooms, he came to Yan Jichen and Yu Li's room. No baby clothes were found. Obviously. Although the couple have been married for several years, they, like Su Daimao and Lu Xiao, have no children. This made Lin Han's heart doubtful. Could it be that Yan Zichen, like Su Daimao, is also infertile? Okay. While thinking about it, Lin Han suddenly realized that he had stepped on something. Picked it up and saw that it was actually a pair of women's pants. Still purple. Lin Han just wanted to pat the footprints off. At this moment, Yu Li came over with a cup of tea. Lin Han, Auntie made you a cup of tea, you drink. Eyes met, Lin Han felt bad. Yu Li lost her voice on the spot, and her expression became dull. In order not to misunderstand the other party, Lin Han quickly began to explain. After listening, not to mention how embarrassing Yu Li was, she blushed and said, I said why was one piece missing when doing laundry this afternoon, it turned out to be on the ground. Lin Han, don't laugh at Auntie. Lin Han shook his head, how could it be? Aunt Yu Li, it's actually my fault. When I visited the room, I didn't pay attention to my feet, and ended up stepping on your pants. Hearing the word underpants, Yu Li was immediately ashamed. She pretended not to care and said, it's okay, it was replaced anyway, and it needs to be washed. Replaced? Lin Han couldn't help feeling a little excited, and hurriedly said, Aunt Yu Li, I'll help you wash. These words made Yu Li panic a little. Just as he was about to say no, a certain little kid quickly kicked his pants into his pocket, and made a promise with a straight face. Aunt Yu Li, don't worry. Since it was me who stepped on your pants, then I will definitely be responsible to the end. I promise to help you clean up. Yu Li was shy and angry. But she had just eaten the meat and vegetables that Lin Han brought. As the so-called cannibalism is short, the hand is short. Yu Li, who was embarrassed to reject Lin Han's good intentions, could only nod her head red-faced, okay. As for Lin Han, seeing that the first step has finally been taken, his heart is suddenly very excited. He walked out of Yu Li and Yan Jiichen's room, said goodbye to Yan Bugui's family, I'll go home first. Except for Yu Li, Yan Bugui's family is listening to the radio in front of the radio at the moment. They didn't know that Lin Han was going to wash Yu Li's panties. So after seeing that Lin Han was going home, he politely said, Lin Han, you're going back so soon? Would you like to sit for a while longer? No. Lin Han waved his hand. Before leaving, he did not forget to wink at Li. The meaning is self-evident. After the pants are washed, come and get them. After reading the meaning, Yu Li's expression suddenly became a little unnatural, and her ears started to turn red. Chapter 29 Sister Forgives You. After leaving Yan Bugui's house, Lin Han did not return to his house immediately. But after feeling the night wind of the next winter night, he walked towards He Yu's house. When I got to the door, I saw the lights in the house were on. Lin Han knew in his heart that the other party had already returned from get off work. He looked around. After making sure that no one noticed him, he took out the 3 pairs of women's cotton shoes he bought for He Yu from the storage space. Dong dong dong. Lin Han knocked on the door with cotton shoes in hand. Soon, an aureole-like voice came from the room. Who is it? Sister Rain, it's me. Lin Han said. After hearing this immature voice, He Yu, who was boiling water to wash his feet, suddenly became a little flustered. The reason for this is because she is somewhat unable to face Lin Han now. After all, this morning, under the attack of Lin Han's cute costumes, she gave her hand very embarrassingly. To this end, she is not only late for work. Even at work, he was a little distracted. So much so that when he got home from get off work, He Yu immediately locked himself in the house. I have been scolding myself in my heart, and I shouldn't do such a cross-border behavior with a child. But no matter how much you regret it, it has already happened. He Yu can only choose to escape. She dared not face Lin Han. I don't want this to happen again. So, after learning that the person outside the door is Lin Han, He Yu struggled for a while in his heart, but finally he said, "It's already dark, let's talk about it another day." Hearing this, Lin Han actually knew very well that the other party should not want to face him. But if this one cannot be resolved, it will only be more difficult later. Therefore, Lin Han had to knock on the door again. This kind of behavior made He Yu feel more flustered, but at the same time, he couldn't help being a little angry. She raised her voice a little and shouted, "Don't knock, will you?" But Lin Han turned a deaf ear and continued to knock on the door. It might be annoying to hear. He Yu gritted his teeth and simply walked over to open the door and said, "Enough. I don't want to see you now. Hurry up." The word "go away" hasn't had time to say it. He Yu saw Lin Han holding 3 new pairs of women's cotton shoes. "Sister Rain, it was my fault this morning. I came to apologize to you," Lin Han said with tears in his eyes. Not to mention how pathetic it looks. If he goes to the awards ceremony, he is the best actor. And what about the rain? After seeing Lin Han's pitiful appearance, she felt as if she was being stabbed by a needle, and she couldn't help but be kind. "Don't cry, my sister forgives you." He Yu touched Lin Han's head and said softly. Hearing this, Lin Han was immediately excited, but on the surface he made a look of grievance. "Sister Yu was so fierce just now. I was scared. I'm sorry, my sister is in a bad mood and didn't mean to get angry." He Yu is full of apologies. "Is it because I'm in a bad mood?" Lin Han asked knowingly. These words made He Yu stop talking. She looked at Lin Han with a complicated expression, and finally sighed. Seeing this, Lin Han didn't bother about this topic anymore. After swaggering into the house, he put 3 pairs of women's cotton padded shoes on the ground and said, "Sister Rain, this is my apology." Hearing this, He Yu suddenly thought of the scene when Lin Han washed her feet last night and said he wanted to buy some pairs of cotton shoes for her. For a time, let alone how moved I was. She looked at the 3 pairs of women's cotton padded shoes, she liked it, and said distressedly, "This should be very expensive, right? It's not easy for you to live on your own as a child, why waste money?" Lin Han said with a simple face, "I am willing to spend money for Sister Yu. I am not happy with others." Women love to listen to rhetoric. Whether it is true or not, as long as you hear it, you will inevitably feel a little joy in your heart. As predicted. After hearing what Lin Han said, He Yu was moved again. There was a happy smile on her face. Lin Han, then my sister will thank you. You are welcome. After Lin Han finished speaking, he began to let He Yu try on the cotton shoes to see if they were suitable. In order to take advantage of it, he also offered to help He Yu put on shoes. This kind of behavior fell in He Yu's eyes, but the child wanted to be courteous and please her sister. Although he felt a little shy, He Yu agreed. Then she sat on the stool. Lin Han squatted down, holding He Yu's foot in one hand, and wearing cotton shoes in the other. Wait until all three pairs are tried. He Yu couldn't help but say a little surprised, it's all right. Lin Han, how do you know what shoe size I'm wearing? Because when I was helping Sister Yu wash her feet at my house last night, I made a special gesture in my heart. Lin Han speaks very honestly. After hearing this, He Yu couldn't help but praise, you are so careful, and you are so considerate at such a young age, you will definitely find a girlfriend in the future. Girlfriend? Lin Han deliberately pretended not to understand, is it the kind of husband and wife? More or less. He Yu blushed. Hearing this, Lin Han took the opportunity to say, then can I marry Sister Yu? Asterisk. Chapter 30 Only laying the floor. When Lin Han asked, can I marry her? He Yu's face turned red. She said in a panicked tone, how can this be possible? Hearing this, Lin Han immediately showed an aggrieved expression. Why not? Does Sister Rain hate me very much? Lin Han's tone was very low, and there were tears in his eyes. Seeing his crying appearance, He Yu instantly realized that he might have hit a child's weak psychology. In order to remedy, He Yu quickly comforted. Lin Han, of course my sister doesn't hate you anymore. What my sister wants to say is that you are still young. When you grow up, your sister will be old, and then you will not look down on her. Hearing this, Lin Han said with a serious face, Sister Rain, how can I despise you getting old? In my heart, you will always be the most beautiful. If this sentence was said from a large mouth, He Yu might feel that the other party was deceiving him. But after hearing this sentence from a simple and lovely child, she suddenly broke her defense. He Yu couldn't help bending down and hugging Lin Han, not to mention how gentle his tone was. Lin Han, sister is glad you can say that. But you are not old enough now, and my sister really can't marry you. Do you understand? Hearing this, Lin Han nodded and said, can Sister Yu be my fiancé? When I grow up, I will definitely marry you. Although He Yu didn't want to hurt a child. But when she thought that she had a boyfriend and was about to talk about marriage, she still planned to kill the unrealistic idea of Lin Han. However, after seeing the innocent and expectant eyes of the other party, the words of rejection came into his mouth, but he couldn't say it. Simply, decided to fabricate a white lie. She pretended to agree and promised, okay, when you grow up, I will marry you. Hearing this, Lin Han is naturally not stupid enough to believe it. But even so, he did not intend to expose the other party. But want to make mistakes and make mistakes. That's great. Sister Rain promised to be my fiancé. Lin Han jumped up in place with a very excited expression. Seeing Lin Han's happy expression, He Yu's expression was extremely complicated. She is very clear. Once Lin Han knew that he was lying to him, he would definitely be hit hard. But if he didn't pretend to agree, Lin Han would be devastated by now. Thinking of this, He Yu had to show a happy expression and said happily, are you so excited? Of course I'm excited. I'm married now. Sister Rain is my never-before-seen wife. Lin Han said with a simple expression. Seeing this, He Yu couldn't bear to tell the other party that he was lying to him. Ugh! He sighed, not to mention how tangled he was. She planned to be alone, so she said to Lin Han, it's getting late, hurry up and go back to sleep. But how could Lin Han leave so easily? He began to play cute, I want to sleep with my fiancé, just like last night. Hearing this, He Yu immediately panicked. Wasn't the reason why she slept at Lin Han's house last night because she sympathized with Lin Han's orphans and decided to wait until the other party fell asleep before coming back? What's more, Lin Han didn't mean to fall asleep, but he deliberately made her sleepy, which caused her to spend the night at Lin Han's house. So, after hearing Lin Han's idea at this moment, He Yu hurriedly shook his head and said, "No way." "Why?" Lin Han pretended to be stupid and said, "I can't sleep with my fiancé even if I want to. Could it be that my sister is lying to me? Actually, she didn't plan to marry me at all." These words hit He Yu's heart in an instant. How dare she admit that she lied to Lin Han at this time? After struggling for a while, He Yu reluctantly agreed, "Okay, but you can only lay the floor, and you have to go back to your home at dawn." "Understood." After the goal was achieved, Lin Han's smile suddenly brightened. Like a dog's leg, he took the initiative to help He Yu and made a bed on the ground. Then, after the water was boiled, he started to wash He Yu's feet. Halfway through the wash, Lin Han put his feet into the basin. He Yu was immediately shy and angry. "Why do you want to wash with me?" Lin Han replied confidently, "I wash feet with my fiancé, doesn't it seem more affectionate?" "Then you can't do that either." He Yu blushed like an apple, and he hesitated, in case of infection with athlete's foot. Hearing this, of course Lin Han knew that she didn't really care about athlete's foot, but was too ashamed. So Lin Han followed her words and borrowed a donkey down the slope and said, "Sister Yu's feet are so beautiful, how can there be athlete's foot? And I don't have athlete's foot either. I often change my shoes." Although I know that's not the point. But after listening to He Yu, he couldn't help laughing. "You are a child, do you still know what kind of feet look good?" "I do not understand." Lin Han pretended to simply shake his head, and then added, "But I think Sister Rain's feet are prettier than mine, and I like it very much." He Yu didn't know how to respond. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Han was a child, she would really have thought she was talking about this with a grouchy grown-up. Chapter 31 He Yu, the next time. After washing his feet, Lin Han dried them with He Yu's towel. Then, "Get ready to sleep." He sat on the prepared floor and began to take off his coat and trousers. Maybe it's because of too much force. The purple pants in my pocket actually fell out. Seeing this, He Yu's face suddenly froze. She picked it up and looked at it, and said in an unbelievable tone, "Aren't these women's panties? Why are they in your pocket?" How dare Lin Han answer that this is Yuli's? He quickly quibbled, I picked it up on the road when I came back today." "Picked up?" He Yu is not very convinced. She was worried that Lin Han would fail at a young age, so she couldn't help asking, "Tell my sister, why are you picking up this kind of thing?" Lin Han lowered his head and pretended to be particularly embarrassed. "That's right, show time begins again." Seeing that Lin Han didn't answer, He Yu was a little anxious. She frowned and said, "Hurry up and say it." Lin Han hesitated for a while, then suddenly covered his face and said, "Sister Rain, if I told you, don't blame me. Then I want to hear how you explain it." He Yu's face was stern, and his attitude was a little cold. Seeing this, Lin Han had to reply weakly, because I responded, I couldn't help picking it up." He Yu was instantly dumbfounded. She never expected that Lin Han's answer would be so dirty. But considering that Lin Han is just the age to be curious about that kind of thing, it seems understandable to have this urge. But no matter what, you can't just pick it up. What if there is an infectious disease on this? He Yu was shy and angry. As a woman, she knows some gynecological diseases. Can such a close-fitting thing be picked up? I know I was wrong. Sister Rain, hit me. Lin Han's expression was ashamed, and tears flowed down her cheeks. This actor level performance level, if he goes to be the male lead, he will definitely win the award. After seeing Lin Han's attitude of admitting his mistake, He-Yu immediately softened. She softened her tone and said, if you know what you're wrong, you will be a good boy. Lin Han, you are not allowed to pick up this kind of thing again, you know. Understood. Even though Lin Han said so, his eyes were always on the purple pants. Seeing this, He-Yu thought he was perfunctory, and couldn't help but said angrily, you still look. Don't you want to learn? No. Lin Han hurriedly denied it, and then said aggrievedly, I just can't control myself. After saying that, Lin Han began to cover up. He-Yu was speechless. But she didn't know what to do either. So the atmosphere fell silent. Lin Han glanced at her secretly, reached out and took back the purple pants. Although the rain did not stop. But she didn't want to just watch Lin Han walk into the abyss. So, He-Yu had to persuade him with all his heart. Lin Han, can't you control yourself like that? Think about it, if you have any fun, please share it with your sister. Don't always think about something messy, okay? Lin Han was still covering up. Seeing that the other party didn't listen at all, He-Yu suddenly became a little embarrassed and angry. She angrily smashed the pillow on Lin Han's head and scolded, if you don't obey me, go back to sleep tonight. Hearing this, Lin Han immediately gave a frightened look. Then he quickly fell into the bed on the floor. Seeing this, when He-Yu wanted to say something, he found Lin Han crying silently. She thought it was because of her fierce attitude just now. In order not to let Lin Han continue to cry, He-Yu had to pat Lin Han on the shoulder and started coaxing, don't cry, my sister is actually for your own good. But it didn't work at all. Lin Han continued to cry. He-Yu couldn't help but feel helpless. She hesitated for a while, and suddenly, as if she had made up her mind, she shyly said, as long as you don't cry, my sister promises to continue to help you calm down as you did in the morning, okay? As soon as the words came out, a certain little kid stood up instantly and said with a smile, Sister Rain, this is what you said. Don't be fooled. Seeing Lin Han stop crying so quickly, He-Yu suddenly had the urge to kill him. But the words were spoken. It's too late to regret it now. So, He-Yu had no choice but to hold back his shyness and pass his hand over. I don't know what time it is in the evening. He-Yu lay on the bed, tossing and turning. She can't sleep. Because as soon as you close your eyes, the image of helping Lin Han to calm down will appear uncontrollably in his mind. That feeling of remorse and guilt made it difficult for her to face herself. He-Yu looked at his hand and felt nauseated for the second time. This is the last time. Next time, I'll chop off my hand. After making up his mind, He-Yu closed his eyes again and started to sleep. But it didn't take long. She felt as if there was one more person on the bed. Ho-Rain turns on the lights. I found that Lin Han didn't sleep on the floor, but lay beside him. What's more, Lin Han is still holding his waist. This made He-Yu very angry. It wasn't long before she finished repenting. Where else would Ken and Lin Han have any more out-of-bounds actions? But just when she was about to get angry, Lin Han said pitifully, Sister Rain, the floor is cold. For a moment, He-Yu was silent. She opened her mouth and finally chose to compromise. Snapped. The lights are turned off again. Feeling the sound of breathing coming from behind, He-Yu's heart was numb. Chapter 32 You are already very good. The next day. It was just dawn. He-Yu quickly removed the drum and woke up a little kid who was still pretending to be asleep. Get up. Go back to your own home while no one knows about it now. Hearing this, Lin Han actually didn't want to move at all. But in order to keep the other party's reputation, he put on his clothes and went back to his home to make up for his sleep. After Lin Han leaves, he pulled the folds on the back of his cotton trousers with an angry expression. This child is too angry. Then he yawned and went back to sleep. Today is Saturday. She doesn't have to get up for work. Chin, why are you family? Since last night I had eaten up the last bit of stick noodles and pickles left at home. So this morning, Chin Huiru's family completely ushered in a food shortage crisis. Chin Huiru couldn't help sighing when she thought that there were still 10 days before the salary was paid. She looked at Jiazhong, who was still sleeping beside her. Then he looked at Xiaodang and Huihua beside him. Then he got up and looked at the stick man who was sleeping on the single bed. After discovering that the mother-in-law and the children have not woken up, Chin Huiru put on her clothes, took a shower, and sorted out her appearance in the mirror. Then, he carefully opened the door and looked out. It was almost 6 o'clock in the morning now. At this time in the past, some office workers have already gotten up. But today is Saturday. In addition, it is too cold in winter, so many people are still dreaming in bed. Crunch! After realizing that no one got up earlier than him, Chin Huiru firstly closed the door of her house. Then he hurried to the door of Lin Han's house. Here. She looked around cautiously, and after making sure it was safe, she gently knocked on the door. Lin Han just came back from He-Yu's house not long ago. Just as he was about to make up his sleep, he heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Lin Han asked angrily, but opened the door anyway. Chin Huiru? Seeing the person coming, Lin Han didn't have time to greet him, but the other party immediately hit in and urged, "Little rascal, close the door quickly." This nervous look made Lin Han guess Chin Huiru's intention. After all, he hadn't forgotten that before visiting your house in Yanbu last night, Chin Huiru had made it clear to herself that the transaction could continue. Lin Han lost sleepiness in an instant after thinking that he could get the flavor again. He locked the door and went back to his bed. Seeing this, Chin Huiru hesitated for a while, but still couldn't resist the temptation of the food, so she walked over. It may be the first time he took the initiative to find Lin Han for a deal. Chin Huiru's overall performance is very restrained. It's even harder to let go than the first 2 times. But she is a mature woman after all. A low-end player like Lin Han is no match at all. Afterwards, Lin Han covered his face with the quilt, feeling a little depressed. At my level, I almost didn't even reach the passing line. Perhaps it was when Lin Han was in high spirits after watching too much. Seeing his frustrated look at this moment, Chin Huiru couldn't help but tease while arranging her clothes. "Little brat, you're still tender." These words hit Lin Han in an instant. But he had no way to refute it. After all, who made him so young? Although it will grow in the future, but that is the future. "Are you okay?" Seeing that Lin Han didn't mean to reply, Chin Huiru also realized that he might have hit him. In order not to make the other person feel too uncomfortable, he even blamed himself. Although Chin Huiru was a little ashamed to talk about it, she deliberately flattered, "Actually, you are already very good. I heard from a colleague of mine that her husband only has 3 minutes." Hearing this, Lin Han naturally understood that this was a comforting word. However, there was still some solace in the heart. He cheered up and came to the empty rice vat at home. Pretend to be taking something from inside. In fact, some vegetables and 5 caddies of rice were taken out from the storage space. "Give." Lin Han handed Chin Huiru the vegetables and 5 caddies of rice as a reward this time. Although she was a little ashamed of her dealings with Lin Han, in order to support the children and her mother-in-law, Chin Huiru couldn't wait to take it. She figured it out. 5 pounds of rice, if cooked into rice. It's about 10 pounds, or 100 taels. Assuming that 3 meals a day, one person eats 12 taels, he can eat about 8 days. Chin Huiru's family has 5 members. To convert it, 5 people will eat 62 in one day. That is to say, if these 5 kilograms of rice are cooked into rice, her family can only eat it for less than 2 days. But if it is boiled into porridge, the kind that is neither thick nor thin, it can be eaten by Qin Huiru's family for half a month. Plus Lin Han also gave some vegetables. Qin Huiru can't even mention how excited she is at this moment. She looked at Lin Han excitedly and said, "Little rascal, in fact, apart from being a little awkward, you are quite generous." Hearing this, Lin Han didn't know whether the other party wanted to hurt him or to praise him. Simply, slapped her drum in annoyance. Although so far, it has been taken by Lin Han 3 times. But such a slap still made Qin Huiru blushed. Carrying vegetables and 5 caddies of rice, she ran home in a hurry and shame. Chapter 33. Qin Huiru came home with some vegetables and 5 caddies of rice. Mother-in-law Zhejiang and 3 children have not woken up. Seeing this, Qin Huiru breathed a sigh of relief. Then quietly pulled up a curtain, poured a basin of hot water and squatted in. After she cleaned up and changed into clean pants, she began to wash rice and cook porridge. In order to make the children's breakfast more abundant, Qin Huiru also fried a plate of lettuce. After smelling the aroma of porridge and fried lettuce, Zhejiang and his 3 children woke up one after another. "Great! There is porridge to drink. It's still rice porridge. Not vegetable soup. Wow! It's lettuce, I like lettuce the most." Xiaodang and Huihua shouted happily after seeing the breakfast on the table. Bang Terrier was almost able to get out of bed. Hearing this, he came over tremblingly and looked at him. Zhejiang's brows were furrowed, and he asked Qin Huiru suspiciously, "Isn't the family out of food? Where did you get these things?" Hearing this, Qin Huiru suddenly trembled and became a little nervous. In order not to let her mother-in-law know about her scandal with Lin Han, she said anxiously, "I got up early and went to my colleague to borrow 5 kilograms of rice and some vegetables." Borrowed from a colleague? Hearing this, Zhejiang's frown deepened. Male colleague or female colleague? "Oh, of course it's a female colleague." Qin Huiru deliberately pretended to be impatient and said. Seeing this, although Zhejiang still had doubts, she did not ask any further questions. But in order to dispel Qin Huiru's idea of remarrying, she did not forget to remind, "I warn you, if you dare to betray my son, I will never end with you." Qin Huiru didn't answer, but she was very aggrieved in her heart. "I have sacrificed so much for this family. In the end, you can only be a widow. Ugh." Sighing, Qin Huiru sat at the dining table and took a mouthful of porridge. So fragrant. The face of a little kid appeared subconsciously in his mind. Qin Huiru suddenly felt that it would be good to be a widow like this all the time. If you are short of food, you can find Lin Han to do business. If you need it, you can also find Lin Han. That being the case, it doesn't seem to matter whether you can remarry or not. Thought here. Qin Huiru couldn't help but smile. For the first time, she felt that there was still hope in life. Noon. Lin Han was woken up by a knock on the door again. Although it has been slumbered, but he has given it many times over the past few days. Therefore, the body will inevitably feel a little weak, and even when I get up to open the door, I feel that my spirit is not very good. Big Mom. After Lin Han opened the door, he saw an old woman. "Lin Han, you haven't gotten up yet." The aunt said hello first, and then said her intentions. After learning that the other party and the uncle wanted to invite him to her house for lunch, Lin Han suddenly felt a little puzzled. At the last general meeting of the academy, didn't you just hate Yi Zonghai? Why do you invite yourself to the other party's house for lunch now? Is there some conspiracy? Thinking of this, Lin Han resisted for a moment. He shook his head and said, "Next time, I'll sleep for a while." Hearing this, the aunt was in a hurry. "I said in my heart that I'm still waiting for Yi Zonghai to win you over. How can I let you continue to sleep?" So, the aunt pulled Lin Han very enthusiastically and said, "Oh, Lin Han, it's noon now, so don't sleep. After all this tossing, Lin Han really couldn't stand it. He had to reluctantly agree, okay, I'll get dressed, and then I'll go over after a wash. Hearing this, the aunt did not mention how happy she was. Seeing her cheerful back, Lin Han shook his head. After getting dressed helplessly, I started to wash. After washing up, Lin Han looked at himself in the mirror, touched his face and said, I was hurt by Mei Shi, and I am so haggard. From today on, I must go to bed on time. After saying that, he walked towards the uncle's house. Grandpa's house. After seeing Lin Han coming, Yi Zonghai, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly showed a kind smile. He greeted, Lin Han, sit down, I asked your aunt to cook a lot of good dishes, you should eat more at noon. In his words and deeds, he did not care about being angrily scolded by Lin Han during the last general meeting of the hospital. This made Lin Han even more puzzled. But no matter what, since the other party invited him to lunch, he still had to pretend to be polite. After all, you don't reach out and hit the smiling face. Auntie, your craftsmanship is good. Lin Han ate a few mouthfuls of food and said humbly. After listening to it, the aunt smiled and said, if you like to eat, you can come often. If you really don't want to move, the aunt can also bring you the food. Seeing this, Yi Zonghai also took the opportunity to win over. That's right. Lin Han, if you like my wife's cooking, you can come here often. Our family's food is slightly better than other people in the yard. I know that you can hunt and have plenty of meat to eat, and now that you have bought a bicycle, you will definitely have more prospects in the future. But living alone, it's a bit cold after all. If you don't dislike it, you can partner with our family. In the future, my aunt will be responsible for cooking, including helping you with housework and laundry. In short, you don't have to worry about anything, just hunt with peace of mind. Have to say. After hearing the words of Auntie and Yi Zonghai, anyone who listens to them will probably think that they are very good people. But Lin Han felt more and more deceitful the more he listened. In particular, what Yi Zonghai said about partnering to live together is obviously intentional. Lin Han, two people. Who wouldn't know the truth of to be diligent for nothing, if not a traitor or a thief? He put down the bowls and chopsticks directly, looked at the two and said, Mother and Father, what purpose do you have when you say these words to me? Asterisk. Chapter 34 Silly Pillar, How can I still build a floor when I live alone? Hearing Lin Han asking what their purpose was, Yi Zonghai and the aunt were startled. Obviously. They had no idea that Lin Han's thinking had become so mature. It was quick to guess that they had other intentions in inviting Lin Han to lunch. This kid can't be fooled. Yi Zonghai and Big Mom looked at each other, not to mention how depressed they were. See the state of the two of them. Lin Han was even more sure that they invited him to lunch, and he said that they would live with each other. In fact, it was the weasel who gave New Year's greetings to the chicken. In this case, this lunch must not be eaten anymore. Lin Han stood up and planned to leave. Seeing this, Yi Zonghai hurriedly stopped him. Lin Han, don't be angry. I know you are smart and different from ordinary children. But let me tell you the truth. My eldest mother and I have no children and no daughters. I still appreciate you as an orphan. If you can live with our family, we will treat you like our own son. We don't want much. Hearing this, Lin Han instantly understood what Yi Zonghai and Auntie were thinking. I can't just hope that when I grow up, I can give them old age. You two are even more calculating than Yan Bugui. Lin Han sneered in his heart. Can this be promised? Li Aguo, the young leader of the Dongdan market, wanted to accept him as his son, but he didn't agree. What's more, what about Yi Zonghai and Auntie in front of him? Therefore, Lin Han directly refused. I live well by myself, and I am not interested in living with others. You should find someone else. As soon as these words came out, Yi Zonghai and Auntie immediately turned ugly. Lin Han. Are you sure you don't think about it anymore? Yi Zonghai resisted his anger and wanted to try harder. But Lin Han left without looking back. Seeing this, the aunt also patted the table angrily, and her ugly face was completely exposed. This child is really floating. It's a pity that I still think he has a good character. I can't imagine that he is also a ruthless and unscrupulous bad seed. He deserves to be an orphan. Not a family, do not enter a family. If Lin Han heard these words from the aunt, he would definitely sigh that this couple is indeed the same raccoon dog. He touched his still uneaten belly. He walked towards He Yu's house. Just as he was about to knock on the door, Silly Zhu ran over. Lin Han, why are you looking for my sister? Silly Zhu asked with a smile, and reached out to touch Lin Han's head. Since Lin Han bought a bicycle yesterday and shared peanut seeds and candy with him, his affection for Lin Han has increased a lot. So after meeting Lin Han, I wanted to get close to him with the attitude of an elder to a child. Seeing this future brother-in-law, Lin Han naturally didn't have a cold face, and replied with a smile, Uncle Silly Zhu, I want to find Sister Yu for lunch. Hearing this, the Silly Zhu suddenly looked startled. It was the first time he had heard someone call him Uncle Silly Zhu. In the past, all the children in this courtyard, when they saw him, were basically called Silly Zhu. How could they call him uncle so politely? Therefore, Silly Zhu likes Lin Han even more. However, he also noticed the sister Rain in Lin Han's mouth. So, Silly Zhu laughed and laughed. Good guy. You call me uncle. But Sister He Yu, you are so eloquent at a young age, and I don't know how many girls you will deceive in the future. Hearing this, Lin Han didn't refute either. He looked at Sha Zhu and asked, Uncle Sha Zhu, are you also here to find Sister Yu? Silly Zhu's expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. He really came to find He Rain. Well, it's for borrowing money. Because his money was lent to Qin Huiru to pay the medical bills for Bang Terry. There are still 10 days until the salary is paid. In addition, today is Saturday, and there is no way to bring food back from the cafeteria, so he has run out of food now. In order not to be hungry, Silly Zhu had to come to He Rain to borrow money. But if this kind of thing is known to a child, he always feels shameless. So, Silly Zhu scratched his head and said nonsense, yeah, I'll take a look at my sister. Oh. Hearing him say that, Lin Han didn't ask any further questions, and just reached out and knocked on the door. Why is the Rain still in bed? After all, it's Saturday, so you don't have to go to work. In addition, Lin Han suddenly fell asleep from the floor to the bed last night. And it's very dishonest, causing her to not rest enough, so she has no intention of getting up until now. Who? After finding that someone was knocking on the door, He Yu asked in a lazy tone. Rain, it's me. And Lin Han. Silly Zhu shouted through the door. Knowing that his brother was here, and Lin Han's fiery little brat, He Yu immediately had a headache. She got dressed helplessly, came over, and opened the door. What's the matter? Hearing this, Shi Zhu did not answer immediately. Instead, he walked directly into the house. The same goes for Lin Han. After He Yu closed the door, Silly Zhu glanced at his sister and said, It's already noon, you're still in bed, you're so lazy, how can you get married in the future? Hearing this, He Yu couldn't help rolling his eyes and replied, Don't worry about it. I have a partner anyway. After speaking, He Yu seemed to realize something and looked at Lin Han. Lin Han quickly made a sad expression. That look seems to be saying, Didn't you promise to be my fiancé? Why are there still objects? He Yu immediately covered his face in embarrassment, thinking that it was over. At this moment, the Silly Zhu suddenly found something. He pointed to the floor and said, Rainwater, you live alone, why do you still lay the floor? Asterisk. Chapter 35 He Yu asks for forgiveness. Rain, why do you still lay a floor when you live alone? Hearing Silly Zhu's question, He Yu's expression suddenly panicked. After glaring at a certain little kid, she faltered and said, "What? I was too hot last night, so I just wanted to sleep on the floor to cool off." Hearing this, Silly Zhu is speechless. It must be winter now, right? Just when he was about to ask further questions, He Yu hurriedly changed the subject. "Silly brother, what is the matter with you looking for me?" This time, it's the idiot's turn to be embarrassed. He glanced at Lin Han, still a little embarrassed to tell his sister that he wanted to borrow money in front of the child. And what about the rain? After seeing Sha Zhu's embarrassed appearance, he immediately guessed his purpose. "I have no money." He Yu put his hands on his hips and said angrily. The reason for this is mainly because she can't bear that Silly Zhu always helps Qin Huiru's family. Although she didn't say it explicitly, she even ostensibly supported the silly column to do so. But that was just a disguised revenge, brother. In addition, Silly Zhu has asked her to borrow money several times. And never did. This made He Yu's grievance worse and heavier, so he was no longer willing to lend money to Silly Zhu. And the stupid column. After seeing his sister's attitude, he didn't care about being embarrassed in front of Lin Han, so he smiled awkwardly to please. "Rain. My dear sister. I've run out of food for your brother. We were born from one parent. You're not going to die like this, are you? Rain, you believe brother will pay you back in the future." Hearing these words, He Yu couldn't bear it after all. After all, no matter what, Shazhu is also her brother. Even if there is resentment in his heart, he can't just watch Silly Zhu go hungry, right? Thought here. He Yu had no choice but to take out 3 yuan and a few food stamps from his wallet. Seeing this, Silly Zhu, let alone how happy he is. He took the money and tickets with a smile, and after saying good things like thanking his sister, he walked away. And Lin Han? At this moment, he was crying and swallowing, with a sad expression on his face. That's right, he started acting again. Seeing Lin Han like this, He Yu felt extremely uneasy. She clearly understood that the other party must be doing this because of the words she just said to Silly Zhu. "Don't worry about it, I have a partner anyway." "Lin Han, sister didn't mean to lie to you," He Yu said carefully, and put his hand on Lin Han's shoulder, trying to soothe the other's injured heart. But Lin Han avoided and said with a crying voice, "You clearly promised to be my fiancé, but there is another object behind your back. You deceived my feelings." After that, Lin Han quickly ran out of He Yu's house. Seeing this, He Yu was a little worried that he couldn't think about it, and hurriedly chased out. After arriving at Lin Han's house, He Yu looked at Lin Han, who was lying on the bed and was crying, not to mention how much he blamed himself. She regretted that she shouldn't lie to Lin Han. But under the circumstances of last night, Lin Han would also be sad if he didn't deceive Lin Han. Therefore, He Yu had to make up for his faults, hoping to get Lin Han's forgiveness. She started squeezing her shoulders and pressing her legs for Lin Han to please. But the effect is not ideal. Lin Han is still howling and crying. This made He Yu a little helpless. Am I still not good at coaxing a child? Have it. He Yu's eyes suddenly lit up and looked at his hand. But soon, she shook her head sullenly again. Because she confessed only last night. If you give your hands any more, you will chop them off yourself. Your own decision can't be regarded as a fart, right? Ugh. With a sigh, He Yu really had nothing to do this time. She just pretended to be leaving. Lin Han, elder sister is going back first. If you still won't forgive me, then it's like, you've never recognized my sister. After that, He Yu opened the door. But Lin Han didn't respond at all, and still crying on the bed. Seeing this, He Yu guessed that he was hit too hard, and he felt even more self-blame in his heart. She had to close the door again, came to Lin Han's bed and said, "Lin Han, as long as you forgive me, my sister will grant you a request, okay?" Hearing this, the cry of a little kid stopped abruptly. I saw Lin Han got up, looked at He Yu who was tall and long and said, "This is what you said. Don't go back." "Well, I said that." He Rain nodded and reached out to help Lin Han wipe away her tears. Then suddenly thought of something. She blushed and said, "You can't make excessive demands, such as hands." This limitation, although somewhat disappointing to Lin Han, quickly caught the loophole. And in order to make He Yu unable to go back, Lin Han also took the initiative to ask, "Apart from the hand, what else?" And let me think about it." He Yu was stunned for a moment, and began to look at himself. When she said one place after another, her face was already blushing. "Finished?" Lin Han raised his eyebrows. "Okay." He Yu nodded, thinking that I have said all the important points. What else can you ask for to harm me? But she forgot. "What do people eat?" I saw Lin Han smiled mysteriously and said, "Since you have finished talking about the restrictions, I will tell you what my requirements are at night." Hearing this, He Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 36 No, absolutely not. He Yu breathed a sigh of relief after saying one important place after another about himself. She couldn't believe it. With so many limitations, what kind of demands can Lin Han make to himself? And Lin Han? He also deliberately kept it mysterious and had to wait until night to tell her. Dinner time. He Yui's home. Looking at the hot mutton stew in the pot, a certain Oni-san with long legs couldn't help drooling. The lamb was brought out by Lin Han from the storage space. The pot and the bottom material are prepared by the rain. Have to say, in such a cold winter, it is so beautiful to be able to eat a steaming hot pot at night. Call. He Yu blew the cooked mutton and dipped it in a bowl with sesame sauce. After taking one bite, the feeling of concealment made her feel extremely happy. "Lin Han, thank you. If it weren't for you, my sister wouldn't know how long it would take to eat mutton," He Yu said happily. Although the market price of ordinary mutton is about 70 to 61 catties, her monthly salary is not too expensive. But in this era, cheap and well-stocked ingredients are the main food for the common people. Only when it is a festival or a happy event will everyone be willing to buy some meat and try it. In addition to such things as meat tickets, it is paid according to the salary quota. So if you really want to count it, being able to eat mutton is already a relatively luxurious thing. You are welcome. As long as Sister Yu likes it, I can bring meat over every day, Lin Han said very proudly. He still has a lot of stock in his storage space. If you eat it alone, you can at least last until the end of the new year. Besides, Lin Han is going to continue hunting tomorrow. Try to get some more stock before the new year. So multiple mouths are not a problem for Lin Han at all. And what about the rain? After seeing such a generous attitude of Lin Han, I was moved and happy again. She couldn't help but touched Lin Han's head and spoke in a warm voice. Then how? Sister is not someone who likes to take advantage. Besides, it's not easy for you to go out hunting. In such a cold day, let's save more food for the winter. Hearing this, Lin Han's heart felt so warm. He smiled and said, Sister Rain, I know you're not someone who likes to take advantage, but I'm willing to share it with you, and I'm not happy with others. This said, He Yu couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. Lin Han was so nice to her. Washing her feet again, buying her shoes, and sharing food with her. But what about her? But in order not to hurt Lin Han's young heart, he made up a lie that he would marry Lin Han and be his fiancé in the future. Although this lie was exposed at noon today. And Lin Han also knows that she has a partner. But in the heart of He Yu, he still felt sorry for Lin Han. So, He Yu, who was deeply guilty, just wanted to know what Lin Han's request was. Then she'll finish it as soon as possible. In this way, her heart will not only feel better. In the future, you can also tell Lin Han openly and honestly that you have a partner, and you can no longer have a cross-border behavior with him. Think of this. He didn't even eat mutton, so he couldn't wait to look at Lin Han and asked, "Lin Han, what exactly is your request?" But Lin Han said that after eating the hot pot, we will talk about it. Such a mysterious attitude immediately made He a little shy. Did you really say that you missed any restrictions? He looked at the important parts of his body again, not to mention how distressed He was. A meal of mutton hot pot is almost eaten up gradually. After Lin Han was full, he leaned on He's bed. He didn't say anything. Anyway, after completing the request, she can be completely relieved, and in the name of her own object, she refuses to cross the line with Lin Han again. So, after clearing the table, He Shui walked up to Lin Han and tapped his head with his fingers, saying, "The hot pot is also finished. Now can you tell me what your request is?" "Okay." Lin Han nodded. Seeing this, He hurriedly showed a look of listening intently. However, when Lin Han finally said her request, her face began to turn red. How is this possible? He's apricot eyes were wide open, and his voice could not hide his anger. One can imagine how filthy Lin Han's request was. That she would be so angry. And Lin Han. In fact, he had long expected that He would react like this after he expressed his request. So instead of panicking, he counted down He in an open and fair manner. "Sister Rain, this is your fault. At noon, in order to obtain my forgiveness, you agreed to grant me a request. I also asked you at the time, what restrictions are there? You said it, and there are various important places. I have never protested. But now what? I just said a place where you have no restrictions, and you want to go back on it. How can anyone be so rude?" Lin Han's words are reasonable. After He heard it, he couldn't refute it at all. But when he thought of Lin Han's request being so nasty, He still covered his mouth and said, "No. Absolutely not." Seeing this, Lin Han can naturally understand. After all, this age is so conservative. Don't say what he has to do with He. Even for couples who have been married for many years, the woman may not necessarily agree to such an operation. But even so, Lin Han still didn't intend to give in. After all, if He is allowed to escape this level, in the future, he is thinking about any behavior that crosses the line, then it will really be even more difficult. Chapter 37 Vomit. Seeing that Lin Han didn't intend to give in at all, He was immediately embarrassed and angry. It was really hard for her to accept such a sleazy request. Not to mention, she had never heard of such an operation. Not to mention how disgusting it sounds. Plus she and Lin Han are not husband and wife. Even couples can't do that. Therefore, He had no choice but to play tricks. "Lin Han, this is absolutely impossible. I always thought it was normal for you to be angry at your age. Being curious about that kind of thing is not incomprehensible. But I never thought that you would sink deeper and deeper. So much so that you have such nasty thoughts. You are so disappointing to me." He's face was ashen, and he hated that iron was not steel. Where humans talk and eat, Lin Han wants to do bad things. How could she not be angry? And Lin Han? After seeing He is so angry, he knew that the other party was trying to play tricks. Can this be agreed? He made all his demands. If he was fooled by He, wouldn't the relationship be completely cool in the future? Don't say it's time to go any further. Ordinary friends, it is estimated that they can't do it. Thinking of this, Lin Han had no choice but to use his trump card and began to perform. You. Sister Rain is nothing to talk about. Obviously agreed at noon, and exchanged a request for my forgiveness. Now I want to go back on it. Sister Yu is disappointed in me, why am I not disappointed in Sister Yu? Besides, it's not that I forced Sister Yu to make you agree to a request. You brought it up yourself, I just said it. You. Lin Han said with snot and tears. Both sad and aggrieved. Rain is also a little unpleasant. But who made her agree to Lin Han at noon, to hide a request from the other party? If you regret it now, it is indeed a bit unreasonable. However, when he thought of such a dirty operation, he was particularly resistant in his heart. If she really did, Lin Han was satisfied. But what about her? Is the festival still going? Do you still want the face? After realizing Hiyu's uncertain expression, how could Lin Han not know her concerns? In order to get the other party to agree as soon as possible, and for his own lifelong happiness, Lin Han decided to coax her. Sister Rain, don't be too entangled. It's actually quite simple. When it's over, you just need to brush your teeth and nothing will change. Just like you did with your hands the first 2 times, after you wash your hands, you are still you. I wouldn't be stupid enough to talk nonsense with others and ruin your reputation. If you are really worried, I can swear to God. If I tell others about this, I'll be blown away. When Lin Han said this, Hiyu couldn't help but shake a little. Yes. When it's over, just brush your teeth and act like nothing happened. Everything will be the same as before. She is still who she is. As long as she is not known by outsiders, her reputation is still clean. Thought here. Although Hiyu was still somewhat resistant, he was reluctantly able to agree. But before that, she still warned with a cold face. After this time, we have completely drawn the line. You are no longer the brother I recognize, and I am no longer the sister you recognize. We are like strangers, never have any contact. After hearing what Hiyu said, Lin Han nodded. But I was thinking in my heart, Cao thief's boat is not something you can get off your mind. Of course. This kind of thing can't be said. Looking at Hiyu who was about to start fulfilling his requirements, Lin Han couldn't even mention how much he looked forward to. Winter nights are extremely cold. In the old courtyard with a sense of age. Hiyu's home. Vomit. As soon as he got close, Hiyu felt nauseated, and his brows were knitted together. This made Lin Han a little confused. Just as he was about to ask, he heard Hiyu scolding with disgust, "It stinks." UBD. This made Lin Han think that he really forgot to wash. He quickly flushed with a basin of water. But Hiyu was still dissatisfied and kept gagging. Lin Han had no choice but to wash off with some soap. Although Hiyu didn't say stinky anymore, she still frowned, with an expression like she had taken poison. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Turning the Window. After the end, Hiyu spit out the tears. She rinsed her mouth and closed her throat. Even the mutton hot pot I ate just now spit out. This shows how disgusting she is with what just happened. As someone who doesn't like to waste outside, Lin Han is also a little embarrassed at the moment. He walked towards Hiyu. I want to say something nice to soothe the other person. But as soon as he approached, Hiyu cursed with disgust on his face, "Go away. I don't want to see you again." Vomit. Before she could finish her curse, she continued to vomit again. Seeing that Hiyu was still angry, Lin Han had no choice but to go back first. After he leaves, Hiyu brushed his teeth several times. Although the mouth is full of toothpaste smell. But when he thought of that stench, Hiyu felt extremely disgusting, angry, and wronged. Son of ABCH. I hate you. I hate you. After scolding for a few times, Hiyu, who was still in a hurry, covered his head with a quilt and began to cry. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for her. The next day, Lin Han woke up early in the morning. Thinking of how angry Hiyu was last night, Lin Han felt that he should come to the door and apologize. He made 2 bowls of mushroom chicken porridge. 1 bowl was eaten by himself, and the other was intended to be brought to Hiyuyu. However, at this moment, the long-lost system sound suddenly came from my mind. Ding! Mission released. Content: Coax Hirain. Reward: Kidney Blacken, a property. Kidney Blacken. Linhan was suddenly a little confused. What is this reward? Is it turning the kidneys black? Although a bit puzzling. But in any case, the system should not harm its host. Thinking of this, Linhan regained his mood and walked towards Hiyuyu's house with a bowl of mushroom and chicken porridge. After reaching the door, no matter how Linhan knocked on the door, Hiyuyu ignored it. In fact, Linhan's heart is very clear. Hiyuyu just doesn't want to see himself now. But some things can never be resolved without seeing each other. What's more, the system also released the task of coaxing Hirain. So Linhan thought about it and decided to go in. He put the porridge at the door. Then came to the side of the outer wall of Hiyuyu's house. There is a window here. Linhan reached out and pushed and found that he could move. That is, the windows are not locked. This is a godsend. Linhan pushed open the window directly and began to climb with strength. When he was about to jump into the house, Hiyuyu suddenly found him and smashed him with a pillow. Thump! A staggered and unstable Linhan fell directly. Fortunately, he fell into the house. Otherwise, all efforts will be lost. But even so, Linhan still fell a little hard. He took the opportunity to sell miserably. Hi! It hurts. My knee hurts. Hiyuyu has an indifferent expression. Seems to know that Linhan is pretending. After finding that the other party was not fooled, Linhan had to secretly pinch his own flesh, squeezed out some tears and said, "Woo-hoo, my knee seems to be broken." Fracture? Hiyuyu's face finally changed. She frowned slightly and said, "Who let you come in through the window? You deserve it." "Right. I deserve it." Linhan pretended to be struggling to get up and limped, "Sister Rain, hit me, kill me, this BD, as long as you can calm down." After hearing this, I saw Linhan's miserable appearance again. Hiyuyu's heart suddenly gave birth to a trace of unbearable. But she still said with a straight face, "Is it useful to hit you? Will you change?" Hearing this, Linhan naturally did not dare to answer this question directly. He pretended to be broken and limped toward the stove. Hiyuyu frowned. She didn't know what Linhan wanted to do. Until Linhan picked up the kitchen knife and stretched it to his neck. "Are you crazy?" Hiyuyu hurried over and snatched the kitchen knife. Linhan pretended to struggle a few times, but after he couldn't grab the kitchen knife, he said with tears in his eyes, "Don't Sister Rain hate me? As long as it makes you happy, it doesn't matter if I die." Hearing this, Hiyuyu's expression was more complicated than ever. She looked at Linhan in the eyes. There is anger. There is grievance. Unwilling. Also impressed. Although Hiyuyu didn't say anything. But Linhan could feel that his suicide with a kitchen knife had a certain effect. Just when he was about to perform hard again, Hiyuyu suddenly moved. Snapped. She slapped Linhan. Great strength. But after fanning, Hiyuyu started to cry. She burst into tears while beating Linhan. Linhan didn't hide. Because he knew very well that if he didn't let Hiyuyu vent all his grievances, he wouldn't be able to coax him well. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Abandoned? Maybe tired. Possibly exhausted. Seeing Linhan grinning, Hiyuyu suddenly rebuked, "I know it hurts, why didn't you hide just now?" This said. Of course Linhan heard concern, looked at her and said, "Sister Rain, forgive me." No. Hiyuyu turned his head away. To be honest, her anger was almost gone. But as soon as I see Linhan, I can't help but think back to last night's picture. Especially the stench, she still remembers it fresh and feels extremely disgusting. This is not what Lin Han said at all, just brushing your teeth can act as if nothing happened. As a big girl, although she is 26 or 7 years old, she has always been pure and self-love. Her boyfriend wanted to hold hands with her, but she didn't agree. But what about Lin Han? Since a meal of spicy rabbit meat, he felt that he fell into the trap of the other party step by step. Sleeping together again, cuddling, offering with hands, and the more he thought about it, the more resentful he felt. She is not a fool. With more and more cross-border behaviors, she knew that Lin Han was not just angry. Not just curious about that kind of thing. Lin Han was premeditated. He can already feel that the so-called child Lin Han is much more mature than those of his peers. More scheming than many adults. It can be said to be a belly of bad water. But who made her find out too late? Thinking of Lin Han's pitiful appearance of pretending to be cute, he couldn't be more angry. Thank you for being so kind to him. The results of it? In exchange for it is condoning. There's still a lot to go for. He had already decided last night to draw a line with Lin Han. But this morning, Lin Han suddenly came knocking on the door. She didn't open the door, and Lin Han ran to the window again. This made he angry and wanted to kill Lin Han. But when Lin Han put the kitchen knife under her neck, she panicked again. Especially after she took the kitchen knife, Lin Han said as long as she could be happy, it wouldn't matter if she died. This sentence is so heartbreaking. What's more, Lin Han performed very well at that time. So that he really thought that Lin Han would commit suicide a little later. Therefore, although he still has a grudge against Lin Han, he already has the idea of forgiveness in his heart. Plus, she slapped Lin Han and thumped it for a while. After venting like this, her anger has almost disappeared. Just to make Lin Han more honest in front of her in the future, he deliberately pretended not to lose his temper. Lin Han can actually feel this through he Tsundera's expression. After all, he has been human for 2 lifetimes, not to mention the old fritters. The ability to observe words and expressions is still quite handy. So, Lin Han brought in the mushroom and chicken porridge that was already cooled by the door. Put it on the stove at Hiyu's house and reheat it. During the whole process, Hiyu didn't speak again. Until Lin Han brought the hot porridge to her. Hiyu glanced at him with his arms in his arms. Didn't you break your knee? I think you're walking quite normally. Lin Han felt a little embarrassed when he realized that he was revealing. But he didn't forget to quibble, maybe Sister Yu beat me up just now. Hearing this, Hiyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. But she still quickly turned cold and said, just keep on rhetoric and see how many girls you will harm in the future. Lin Han was said to be a little guilty, and quickly said, Sister Rain, I only harm, no, I just like you is enough. Fart. He glared at him and said angrily, do you like me? You are clearly harming me. Hearing this, Lin Han didn't dare to speak up, so he had to use a spoon to take a mouthful of mushroom and chicken porridge, blow it, and put it in front of her mouth. Sister Rain, let's have breakfast first, I made this myself, it's nutritious. Already. Hiyu's face was moved, and he was about to eat when he suddenly choked up again. Vomit. She covered her mouth and frowned, don't eat it. I can't eat it. Seeing this, Lin Han didn't embarrass her either. Putting the porridge aside, he patted Hiyu on the back, hoping that she would feel better. Although this move warmed Hiyu's heart, when she thought that Lin Han was the culprit, she angrily pushed him down. Lin Han would have been fine. But he suddenly thought of something, staggered, hit into the corner of the table, then wailed and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Hiyu hesitated for a while, then checked Lin Han's situation. I saw Lin Han sweating profusely, covering his hands with a pained expression. My what? I'm useless. Obsolete? Hiyu suddenly felt a little nervous, and said nervously, Lin Han, don't scare me, are you really useless? Lin Han's performance is called a realistic one, even if it is suspected that Lin Han is pretending. But after seeing his painful expression, he was still uneasy and worried. What should I do? Shall I take you to the hospital? He said, and was about to carry Lin Han on his back. Chapter 40. What should I do? Shall I take you to the hospital? He said, and was about to carry Lin Han on his back. But can Lin Han agree? He was pretending, and if he went to the hospital, he would definitely be found. So, Lin Han refused. No need, Sister Rain, anyway, I'm useless, shouldn't you be more happy? I won't be able to mess with you in the future. Hearing this, his face was startled, and he actually agreed with this statement. But this is no small matter after all. If it affects Lin Han's succession in the future, then she will be a sinner. Therefore, he still had to carry Lin Han to the hospital. Lin Han was really panicked now, and he said quickly, Sister Rain, do you want me to die? If I go to the hospital because of this situation, will I see no one in the future? Now you know you're afraid of embarrassment. He rolled his eyes angrily, and said angrily, when you do something bad to me, aren't you afraid that I will be embarrassed? Have to say. This question is particularly tricky. Lin Han immediately quibble. Is it because I like you? I like you, so I can't help but hurt you. Besides, I didn't tell the third person what happened between us. Hearing this, his heart suddenly became more balanced. She glanced at Lin Han and asked, are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital? Don't go. Lin Han shook his head and said firmly, I'd rather be abolished than be laughed at by the people in the hospital. If the neighbors in the courtyard find out, I don't know how they will talk about me behind my back. Now what? He was a little helpless. She is not a doctor, how can she help Lin Han see a doctor? Besides, the reason why Lin Han was destroyed was because of her pushing and shoving. If Lin Han is not cured, she will feel guilty for the rest of her life. And Lin Han? Hearing his question, he knew that he should continue to perform. He pretended to be in pain, and his tone was extremely low. Sister Rain, don't worry about me. I'm useless, it's the retribution I deserve. It's just a pity. I like you so much, but in the end I can't be a normal man and accompany you to the end. I really want to marry you and have a few daughters, just as beautiful and kind as you are. Woohoo, I'm really sorry. At the end, Lin Han squeezed out a few more tears. He is both sad and moving. She subconsciously took Lin Han into her arms, and said silly brother in a trembling voice. Lin Han also squeezed some tears out of his wit. While crying, I didn't forget to say something like Sister Rain, I love you so much. He is so heartbroken. At this moment, she just wanted Lin Han to get well soon and be as alive as before. In this way, no matter how bad Lin Han is, it is better than making her feel guilty. Lin Han, is there any way to help you get back to normal? He wiped Lin Han's tears, and his attitude returned to his former gentleness. Hearing this, Lin Han couldn't mention how excited he was. He quickly pretended to be unbearable and replied, forget it, Sister Yu, I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it, so let me continue to abolish it. But the more Lin Han said, the more he wanted to make him feel better. I saw he stretched out his hand without a teacher. This move immediately made Lin Han extremely excited. But he gritted his teeth and calmed himself down. After seeing that it didn't work, he blushed and said in distress, is it not enough? Maybe the injury is too serious, Sister Rain, why don't you just forget it? Lin Han said hypocritically. But he seemed to have been beaten with blood, and decided to fight to the end. Lin Han had to try his best to calm himself down. Finally, probably tired, he shook his sore hand and said ashamed, "Lin Han, sister, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pushed you." "It's okay, Sister Rain, you've done enough." Even though Lin Han said so, his expression was still very low and painful. This made He Yu even more guilty. She bit her lip, her expression hesitant. "I don't know what to decide." Seeing this, Lin Han guessed something, and pretended to disagree and said, "Sister Rain, I was indeed a mess last night, but you really don't need to make such a sacrifice." Lin Han didn't say it was okay. When he objected like this, He Yu, who was already hesitant, felt a little relieved and decided to give it up in his heart. Vomit. The sound of vomiting again. Lin Han simply couldn't hold it any longer. Seeing that he was back to normal, He Yu immediately took a toothbrush and toothpaste to rinse his mouth. This made Lin Han, who was still a little overwhelmed, suddenly a little depressed. But he also understood that He Yu could make such a sacrifice again, and he must have completely forgiven himself in his heart. In this case, the system task should also be completed, right? Just when I thought about it, the sound of the system sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of coaxing He Yu. Rewards are being distributed. Kidneys start blacken. The coordinates of a set of properties have been sent. With the sound of the system coming one after another, Lin Han suddenly felt that the position of his kidneys began to heat up. Not only that, he also knew the location of a property rewarded by the system. When he just put on his pants and was about to go out to take a look, He Yu also came back after washing up. She knocked on Lin Han's head angrily, and said in a tone that couldn't hide her anger, "Is it okay this time?" "Okay, thank you Sister Rain, I love you." Lin Han jumped up and kissed her on the cheek. When He Yu was caught off guard, he was actually kissed, and suddenly became a little embarrassed and said, "You little BD, just bully me." Hearing this, Lin Han smiled cheekily, and after talking to her again, he left on the pretext of going out hunting. Asterisk. Chapter 41, Independent Houses, Kidneys Blacken. After Lin Han left, He Yu's heart was still a little restless. She began to examine her current relationship with Lin Han. Whether they are sisters and brothers, or a couple. No. Impossible. He Yu shook his head sharply, never admitting that it was a couple relationship. On the one hand, it is because of the age gap. On the one hand, she has a boyfriend. But if it was just an ordinary sibling relationship, the relationship between her and Lin Han seemed to go too far. This operation of dedicating hands and mouths has been done more than once. In He Yu's heart, it is far beyond the category of couples, reaching a stage that is even more intimate than husband and wife. She started to panic. Shame psychology also began to trouble. He Yu knew that he was so used to Lin Han that he would do so many things to his boyfriend. But when she saw Lin Han's pitiful appearance, her heart couldn't let go. After all, Lin Han was also nice to her anyway. Even if you get rid of this evil relationship completely. How can it be? Something has happened. Can she face her boyfriend with a clear conscience? Cannot. He Yu knew that he was still a big girl. But according to her request, she is not so clean anymore. She can no longer continue to talk about marriage with her boyfriend with peace of mind as before. Ugh. With a sigh, He Yu was in a turmoil, still unable to figure out how to continue getting along with Lin Han. 2 kilometers away from the Saihewan, there is an independent house. Lin Han has followed the coordinates given by the system and came here by bicycle. Is this the real estate rewarded by the system? It seems pretty good. Lin Han looked at the door and found that this independent house had 2 floors. Although it is not as excessive as a villa, it has its own yard and vegetable plot. Compared with his small house in the courtyard, it is much more imposing. Lin Han tried to push the door. After finding that it was not locked, I immediately pushed the bicycle and walked in. He first looked at the vegetable field where no crops were grown. Then I went to the first floor of the independent house. As soon as I came in, I saw the door key, the title deed and the owner's certificate on a square table. There is no real estate license in this era. The title deed and the owner's certificate with the official seal can prove that he is the owner of this independent house. After Lin Han put these things in the storage space, he started shopping. Let's talk about the first layer first. There is a living room and 2 bedrooms. There is also a kitchen and a bathroom. The toilet in the bathroom is squatting. Clean and hygienic. In addition, there are shower facilities in the bathroom. To put it bluntly, it is a solar water heater, and the origin comes from Laomei. Really want to use domestic products, at least until 1978. In addition, Lin Han also saw a washing machine. It's the old-fashioned twin-tub washing machine, or semi-automatic washing machine. The origin comes from the old days. The truth is the same as before. If you want to use a domestic washing machine, you have to wait at least until 1979. After going out of the bathroom, Lin Han came to the kitchen again. The stove in the kitchen is similar to the one used in this era. They are all burning wood or coal. The only difference is that there is a refrigerator. This refrigerator was produced in Daxia in 1956, Snowflake refrigerator. After nostalgic for a while, Lin Han went to the second floor of the independent house. The second layer is slightly smaller. There is a study and a bedroom. There are no books in the study. But there is a red star tube radio. There is also a Jingcheng brand 14-inch black and white TV produced by the Tianjin Radio Factory in 1958. Lin Han opened it and took a look. I found that there are only a few channels back and forth. The most played is the drama. And the TV series A Bite of Vegetable Pancakes, which is only 20 minutes long. Still, Lin Han was in a good mood. After all, he didn't just gain an independent house. He also harvested vegetable fields, solar water heaters, washing machines, refrigerators, radios, TV sets. These things, in this day and age. Just imagine how rich a family would have. Lin Han has already decided. No one can tell anyone about this house except someone I trust. After all, once it is known that there are so many valuable things in this independent house, it will inevitably be criticized. If he is an adult with a good job, he can barely explain. But he was still a child after all. Another orphan. If this is not low-key. After the Hyuxia New Year, when the wind blows in mid-May, you will definitely not be able to escape the reform through labor. Hey, isn't it hot anymore? At this moment, Lin Han suddenly felt that the position of the kidney was not so hot. Could it be that Blacken is done? Thinking of this, Lin Han quickly lifted his clothes and looked at the position of his kidneys. Nothing has changed. But when Lin Han opened his pants, he was stunned. Just under normal conditions, it is even more excessive than foreigners. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it is in a state of battle. It was also at this time that Lin Han really realized what kidney blacken meant. He walked to the mirror and looked at his immature face. Even if he knew that the child in the mirror was himself, Lin Han couldn't help laughing and scolding, "You're really changing now." Asterisk. Chapter 42 He broke up. After kidney blacken, Lin Han felt extremely excited. If it weren't for the fear of being discovered by others, he would now want to go back to the courtyard and find Qin Huiru to have a good fight. It's become too much. After looking at his own capital again, Lin Han walked out of the independent house with a smile on his face. Then lock the gate, get on the bike and start heading to the suburbs. He's going hunting now. Although the food in the storage space is enough to eat for the new year. There are also 30 yuan and 50 cents in the deposit, as well as 5 meal tickets, 4 bath tickets, 3 administrative invoices, and 2 cloth tickets. But In order to be able to hoard more supplies and money tickets, Lin Han decided to work harder before the Hyuxian New Year. At the same time, inside the courtyard, Hiyu's boyfriend suddenly came. His name is Sun Yuan, and he is a police officer in Chongping County. 27 years old this year, about the same age as Hiyu. The two met through a blind date. Since Chongping County is not too close to the courtyard, coupled with the busy work, Sun Yuan rarely has time to meet with Hiyu. The reason why he was able to come here today was because he had to change shifts with his colleagues on Sunday. And the purpose of his coming is actually very simple. It is to finalize the wedding day with Hiyu. Rain, long time no see, how are you doing? As soon as he entered the door, Sun Yuan's eyes focused on Hiyu. He really likes this tall and long-legged girlfriend. Okay. Hiyu replied with a somewhat unnatural expression. The reason for this is mainly because she does not dare to face her boyfriend now. After all, between her and that little brat, Lin Han, there were hands and mouths. Although the final line of defense is still there, Hiyu felt extremely ashamed in his heart when he thought that he had done so many things to his boyfriend. So much that she didn't listen to what Sun Yuan said next. I kept thinking about what I should do. Seeing her distraught appearance, Sun Yuan couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Rainwater. 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 What? Hiyu finally came back to his senses, and his expression was a little flustered. What's wrong? Do you have anything on your mind? I see that you are absent-minded, as if you are not listening to me. Sun Yuan stared at her suspiciously. Have it. Hiyu smiled awkwardly, and after subconsciously avoiding Sun Yuan's gaze, he forced himself to calm down. Maybe it's because I didn't rest last night, okay? It's okay, you continue to talk, I'm listening. Hearing this, although Sun Yuan was still a little confused, he continued to speak. After learning that the other party wanted to finalize the date of marriage with him, Hiyu was stunned and completely restless. If only before those scandals happened with Lin Han. She may decide when to get married by Sun Yuan's thoughts. But now, Hiyu really couldn't do it, and married each other with a clear conscience. She hesitated, and finally said the word break up. Why? Don't mention how dumbfounded Sun Yuan was. I finally came here, didn't I just want to finalize the wedding day with my girlfriend? The result is good. The day has not yet been finalized, and I was dumped. This made Sun Yuan extremely uncomfortable. After all, he really likes Rain. He was very satisfied with his body, appearance, and character. Especially when the other party is so conservative. He hadn't even held hands, and he was about to lose Hiyu's girlfriend, which made him feel a little unwilling to think about it. There is no reason, I just don't want to marry. Hiyu endured the pain in his heart and gave an explanation that was not an explanation. Hearing this, Sun Yuan naturally refused to agree. But when he wanted to say something else, the other party pushed him out of the door. Boom! Looking at the closed door, Sun Yuan didn't mention how heartbroken he was. He started knocking on the door. Asked the other person to change their minds. But in the end, Hiyu still did not open the door. This made Sun Yuan a little discouraged. He is like a defeated rooster. He left the courtyard dejectedly. At this time, Hiyu couldn't hold back the pain in his heart any longer. After sitting down against the door, he burst into tears. Evening. Lin Han came back on a bicycle. He had a good harvest today, catching a wild deer and a basket of crayfish. Crayfish is extremely adaptable, has a wide range of suitable growth temperatures, and can withstand high temperature and cold. Same as ever. Lin Han took the wild deer to the Dongmen market, and exchanged 30 yuan in cash and various tickets worth 60 yuan from Li Aguo's little leader. That's right. A wild deer sold for a total of 90 yuan. The reason for this is mainly because of the high nutritional value of venison. And in addition to venison, other parts of the deer are also treasures. such as deer antler, deer tire, deer whip, deer tendon, deer breast, etc. None of them are herbs or supplements. Coupled with deer fur can also be made into high-end clothing and leather. Then it is not difficult to imagine why the price of deer will rise. As for the other basket of crayfish, Lin Han did not sell it. He plans to save it for tonight to make a spicy crayfish. Chapter 43. Ask Yu Li to help you cook. Lin Han, are you back from hunting again? This winter, crayfish are thin. You got so many crayfish, what are you going to eat tonight? When Lin Han pushed his bicycle into the courtyard, Yan Bugui, who lived in the front yard, immediately greeted him with a smile. His eyes fixed on a basket of crayfish in the bicycle basket. Not to mention how hungry it is. Lin Han pretended not to see his craving for crayfish, and replied with a half-smile, yes, crayfish in winter is thin, and I plan to eat spicy crayfish tonight. It tastes so good. The garlic and 13 incense flavors are also good. Yan Bugui nodded and said, smashing his mouth so hard that the challah almost came out. Lin Han still pretended not to see it, and was about to go back to his house with the bicycle. Seeing this, Yan Bugui immediately became anxious. If it was before, he would definitely be embarrassed to ask Lin Han for food from an orphan. But now, since he invited Lin Han to his house and rubbed a meal of meat and vegetables, his face has thickened a lot. I saw Yan Bugui stopped Lin Han, rubbed his hands and said, Lin Han, you see that you have made so many crayfish, at least 20 kilograms. Would you like me to try it? What did the third master say? Can I lend it to you? As soon as Lin Han said this, the smile on Yan Bugui's face suddenly became a little embarrassing. Before I could think about the countermeasures, I heard Lin Han continue, if you want to eat, I can give you a few pounds. Real. Hearing this, Yan Bugui was surprised. He hurriedly said all sorts of good things. Lin Han, you are such a generous and sensible good boy. Don't worry. The third master must be thinking about your well-being in his heart. From now on in this courtyard, I will be your backer. If anyone dares to bully you, the third master will be the first to refuse. Hearing this, Lin Han naturally gave a hypocritical courtesy. Then he took the initiative to bring a basket of crayfish in the bicycle basket to Yan Bugui's home. After Yan Bugui followed into the house, he immediately greeted, wife, go get a basin. Lin Han wants to give us a few pounds of crayfish. Hearing this, the third mother, who also likes to take advantage, is immediately ecstatic. After she brought the basin, she kept complimenting Lin Han. Ouch! Lin Han, you are so polite. I only ate your meat and vegetables last time, and this time I will distribute crayfish to our family. You are the most sensible child the three mothers have ever seen. At the same time, Yan Jichen, Yan Jifeng, Yan Jiquang, Yan Jidi, and Yu Li also surrounded him. After seeing Lin Han distributing crayfish to their family, all kinds of good words kept coming into Lin Han's ears. But how would they know that the reason why Lin Han was so generous to their family actually had other intentions? I saw Lin Han after dividing 5 caddies of crayfish. Just as he was about to leave with the remaining 15-pound basket of crayfish, he suddenly thought of something. Lin Han turned to Yu Li and said, Aunt Yu Li, my cooking skills are not very good, can you come to my house and help me cook a crayfish? Hearing this, before Yu Li said anything, Yan Bugui agreed. Yes. Of course. Yu Li, Lin Han is so kind to our family can't treat Lin Han badly. Well, go to Lin Han's house to help him cook a crayfish. And have dinner at Lin Han's house. That's right, Yan Bugui started calculating again. After all, who asked Lin Han to distribute only 5 caddies of crayfish to their family? There are 7 people in their family. 5 pounds of crayfish is really not enough. If there is one less person, the other 6 people can eat a little more. So, no need for Lin Han to continue the plot. Yan Bugui took the initiative to instigate his daughter-in-law. Not only that, but even Yu Li's husband Yan Zichen thought so. As for the third mother, let alone. If Lin Han hadn't named Yu Li by name, she would have wanted to help Lin Han make crayfish. After all, Lin Han still has 15 pounds of crayfish. Rather than competing with the family for the only 5 pounds of crayfish, it is better to go to Lin Han to eat a few more. Yu Li obviously thought of this too. But there was still something unpleasant in her heart. Especially the expressions of her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and husband looking at her. It was enough to tell her openly and aboveboard, if you stay in this house, 5 caddies of crayfish are not enough for the other 6 people. Ugh! With a sigh, Yu Li finally followed Lin Han aggrievedly, *. Chapter 44 What do you use it for? Yu Li actually did not resist Lin Han's invitation to go to his house to make crayfish. On the contrary, she also likes Lin Han, a sensible and generous child. More than once, the idea of that if the other party is his own child has occurred in his mind. So, helping Lin Han cook a crayfish meal is not a problem for Li at all. She was truly aggrieved. It was because her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and husband were all counted on her head. What to say, let her help Lin Han cook a crayfish, and have dinner at Lin Han's house by the way. In fact, wasn't it because she was afraid that she would stay at home and compete with the other 6 for the 5 caddies of crayfish? A bunch of beasts. I shouldn't have married in the first place. The more she thought about it, the more unpleasant Yu Li was. She couldn't help cursing in her heart. At this time, Lin Han also opened the door of his own house. After parking the bike, I invited her in. Aunt Yu Li, my house is a little smaller, you sit first. Lin Han said with a smile, poured a glass of water for Yu Li, and took out some peanuts, melon seeds, and candy. This enthusiastic attitude immediately made Yu Li feel much better. In addition, she had no bad feelings for Lin Han, so naturally it was impossible to vent her grievances against her husband's family on Lin Han. Then, after eating some snacks and drinking a few sips of water, Yu Li was ready to help Lin Han make crayfish. And Lin Han? When she wasn't paying attention, she secretly took out the purple panties from last time and put them beside her pillow. To be honest, Lin Han didn't wash Yu Li's purple pants at all. One is no time. Second, Lin Han suddenly thought of a new trick, and planned to wait until Yu Li saw the panties and then perform it well. The practice of crayfish is quite simple. In addition, Yu Li also cooks at her husband's house, and Lin Han is not short of various ingredients. So it didn't take long for the spicy crayfish to come out of the pot. Lin Han specially asked Yu Lijiao to make some, and sent 15 caddies of crayfish to the west. Such extravagant behavior immediately made Yu Li sigh. After all, if 2 people eat 15 pounds of crayfish, it is too much. But how did she know that Lin Han actually planned to send the unfinished crayfish to He Yahui? At the dinner table, Yu Li peeled the crayfish slowly and ate it slowly, looking a little embarrassed. After all, she's just here to help make crayfish. If Yan Bugui said, let her have dinner at Lin Han's house by the way, she would not have the cheek to take advantage of a child. Lin Han is naturally clear about this. He smiled and greeted, Aunt Yu Li, when you come to me, you can eat hard with your stomach open, don't be polite to me. Hearing this, Yu Li's heart felt so warm. While eating, she helped Lin Han peel the crayfish. After the two of them had eaten almost, there were still about 5 kilograms of spicy crayfish on the table. Aunt Yu Li, eat some more. Lin Han touched his full stomach and said to Li. But Yu Li shook her head. She really can't eat any more. Seeing this, Lin Han didn't force it, and deliberately pretended to get up to clean up the bed. Yu Li looked at it subconsciously, and her face suddenly turned red. Her purple panties. It was right next to Lin Han's pillow. To be honest, Yu Li was really ashamed at the last time Lin Han offered to help her wash her panties. So much so that she was embarrassed to ask Lin Han if her panties were washed. I even thought about it, or don't take it back, after all, she has more than one pair of pants. But yet, now that she sees her panties next to Lin Han's pillow, Yuli still has the idea of taking them back. After all, it's her underwear, so what's the point of putting it next to a child's pillow? However, just after she came over, she found that her purple pants were not only unwashed, but wrinkled. While this made Yuli feel shy, she couldn't help but wonder. Lin Han, you haven't washed? I forgot. Lin Han deliberately pretended to be embarrassed and replied. Hearing this, Yuli thought that Lin Han really forgot, so she said, "It doesn't matter, Auntie should take it back and wash it by herself." Then how? Lin Han hurriedly objected, and said righteously, "Aunt Yuli, since I promised to wash these pants for you, I will definitely wash them for you." This said, Yuli's ears were all red, and she asked embarrassedly, "Then how long will it take you to wash it?" "I don't have much time recently, maybe I have to wait a few days." Lin Han thought for a while. Hearing this, Yuli immediately became anxious. "No, it will taste bad if you leave it for too long." "Taste? What taste?" Lin Han deliberately pretended to be stunned, and even picked it up and smelled it in front of Yuli. Not to mention how embarrassed Yuli looked. Just as he was about to reach out to grab it, Lin Han quickly put it in his pocket and said, "It tastes good, I'm not willing to wash it." Yuli really wanted to find a gap to get in at this moment. After all, it was she who replaced it. Where does it smell good? Not smelly is good. In order to get it back, Yuli couldn't be shy anymore. She raised her face and pretended to be angry. "Lin Han, hurry up and return it to Auntie." "I do not." Lin Han started playing rascals. This made Yuli a little depressed, and said helplessly, "Why are you keeping it? You don't wash." And Lin Han's answer is also very direct. "Aunt Yuli, it's not that I don't want to wash. It has your smell on it, I'm really reluctant to wash it. And, every night when I go to bed, I use it." Hearing this, Yuli immediately sweated. But she couldn't help but ask, "What do you use it for?" Asterisk. Chapter 45 It's impossible for me to be with you. After learning the reason why Lin Han didn't want to wash, Yuli immediately blushed. Especially when Lin Han suddenly stopped halfway through speaking, she already had a bad feeling in her heart. But Yuli still wanted to hear how Lin Han answered. If it's not what she imagined, things may still have room to turn around. "Lin Han, what do you say you do with it before going to bed every night?" Yuli took a deep breath and stared at Lin Han. Although Lin Han was a little guilty, he still pretended to be embarrassed and said it. After hearing Lin Han's answer, it was the same as I imagined. Yuli's body was shocked, and her face turned pale with anger. After all, Lin Han's impression in her mind has always been that of a good boy who is sensible, generous, and promising. She even hoped that the other party could be her own child. But Yuli never thought of it. Lin Han would actually do such a thing. This is so disappointing to her. Yuli couldn't help but said angrily, "How can you do this? You are so outrageous." Hearing this, Lin Han hurriedly lowered his head and said aggrievedly, "Aunt Yuli, I don't want to do this either. It's because I like you so much that I love Wu Jai Wu." "Like me too much? So you will love Wu and Wu?" Yuli was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. At his age and appearance, it doesn't matter if he attracts adults. But it attracted the little boy Lin Han. This made Yuli feel ashamed and angry, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little touched. She looked at Lin Han with complicated eyes, and after being silent for a while, she persuaded earnestly. "Lin Han, I always thought you were a very good kid. Auntie is really heartbroken when you do such a thing at your age. I hope you can correct your mistakes and stop doing this." "Good, can you give your panties back to Auntie?" But Lin Han shook his head and said with a serious face, "Aunt Yuli, I just did this because I didn't want to make a mistake. Because only in this way, I can barely calm down my thoughts about you. You don't want me to go to jail at a young age, do you? Hearing these words, Yu Li was dumbfounded. She had no idea that Lin Han's thoughts about her had reached this level. This made Yu Li feel more nervous than ever. She was afraid that Lin Han really did something excessive, which would lead to a tragedy. At the same time, Lin Han pretended to add a few words. Aunt Yuli, I really like you. I know you're not doing well. Seeing that you were wronged at your in-laws' house, I really want to comfort you. But I'm afraid. I'm afraid you hate me. Just like now, you may think I'm too much, but I'm telling you the truth. Lin Han said at the end, 2 lines of hot tears streamed down his cheeks. Seeing his truthful appearance, Yu Li couldn't mention how heartbroken. Especially when she thought that she had been wronged at her husband's house and no one comforted her, but at this moment there was a child who loved her so deeply, Yu Li's heart was instantly touched. Her face gradually softened. He reached out and stroked Lin Han's face to wipe away the tears. Lin Han didn't really cry either. After the false tears were wiped away, he threw himself into Yu Li's arms. Like a child begging its mother for favor. Although he was a child. But being hugged by Lin Han like this, Yu Li still had an inexplicable feeling of being a mother. She gently touched Lin Han's head, and the two hugged for a while. In the end, Yu Li pushed Lin Han away and said, Lin Han, I know what you're thinking, but my aunt still wants to tell you that it's impossible for me to be with you. I know. Unexpectedly, Lin Han nodded. This made Yu Li a little relieved, thinking that the other party was a prodigal son and turned back. However, how could she have guessed that Lin Han had already planned the next step in his heart? Despite this plan, it takes days, or even longer, to be effective. But in order to be a CAO thief again, Lin Han still pretended to show a low expression. Overall, it looks like a frosted eggplant, very sluggish. Seeing this, Yu Li was a little moved. She could see that Lin Han should be in a bad mood after being rejected by herself. But what can she do? As a married woman, no matter how unhappy she was, she would never agree to be with a child. Therefore, in order to prevent this kind of evil from happening, Yu Li sighed and went back. After she left, Lin Han immediately returned to normal. After perfecting the follow-up plan in his mind, Lin Han took the remaining 5 pounds of spicy crayfish to Hiyu's house. Just played for so long. It's time to go to the next show, asterisk. Chapter 46 Kiss. Hiyu's home. After breaking up with her boyfriend, Hiyu cried for a long time. Eyes are swollen from crying. She didn't eat either. After crying tears, he just sat there blankly. Until Lin Han came and knocked on the door with 5 pounds of spicy crayfish. Dong dong. Dong dong. Boom thump. Crunch. Hiyu took a long time to open a door, and when he saw that it was Lin Han, he immediately closed it. But Lin Han noticed her crying swollen eyes, pushed the door hard and squeezed in. Sister Rain, what's wrong with you? Lin Han asked with concern, and closed the door without leaving a trace. Seeing his worried look, Hiyu suddenly had a sour nose and couldn't help crying again. Seeing this, Lin Han was so dumbfounded. This morning, haven't I coaxed Hiyu? Why did Hiyu look so heartbroken when he came back at night? Could it be that when he was away, what grievances happened to Hiyu? Thinking of this, Lin Han hurriedly put down 5 pounds of spicy crayfish, and asked again, Sister Yu, tell me quickly, who is bullying you, and I will help you out. It's you. It's you who bullied me. Hiyu finally spoke, his voice was hoarse and a little sad. I. Hearing this, Lin Han thought that why the rain was again because of the mouth. Just as he was about to continue to say something nice and comfort the other party, he heard Hiyu say that she had broken up. Separate? Lin Han's face was startled, and he was about to show a happy expression subconsciously. But in order to take care of Hiyu's emotions, Lin Han still held back his excitement and looked puzzled. Sister Yu, why did you break up with your partner? It's not because of you. Hiyu was so angry that he beat him directly. Lin Han endured the beating for a while, then reached out and hugged her. Hiyu will struggle on the spot. But she hadn't eaten for a day, plus she cried for so long, how could she still have the strength to resist now? I saw Lin Han hugged Hiyu's waist tightly. After being silent for a while, he raised his head and said, Sister Yu, I didn't know you would break up with your partner because of me. But I still say that, I like you, and I want to marry you when I grow up. So don't dwell on the grief of the past anymore. As long as I'm here, I'll always be nice to you. Even if the ends of the earth and the seas and rocks are rotten, I will remain committed. When Lin Han said this, Hiyu's breathing became significantly heavier. She looked at the little brat who was hugging her with a complicated expression, and various images of the two of them together kept popping up in her mind. Happy, shy, helpless, crying, forgive, moved, angry, distressed. In just a few days, so much happened between Lin Han and her. Hiyu knew very well that she, who had crossed borders with Lin Han many times, could not get rid of this bad relationship. She only hoped that what Lin Han said was the truth. Don't lie to her again. Otherwise, she would really be heartbroken. Lin Han. Hiyu bent down and offered a slaughter. Lin Han responded positively. Perhaps to vent his anger, Hiyu suddenly came in revenge. Lin Han grinned in pain, and quickly said, Sister Rain, you are too cruel, aren't you afraid that I will become dumb? What's wrong with the mute? After you become mute, I'll save hearing you speak and get mad at me. Hiyu raised his chin and snorted coldly, not to mention how many tsundere. Lin Han saw that it was a greedy, and thought that you have already offered to sacrifice, the relationship should be closer, right? So, Lin Han came over and wanted to continue. But Hiyu stood up straight and looked at Lin Han with a playful expression. As if to say, even if I don't move, you can't kiss when you jump up. This height difference immediately made Lin Han feel helpless. He had no choice but to give up temporarily, pointing to the 5 caddies of spicy crayfish he brought, and said to Hiyu, Sister Yu, eat it quickly, or it will be cold. Hearing this, Hiyu was very face-saving, and sat directly at the dining table to eat. Seeing her devoured state, Lin Han knew that she might not have eaten for a day, so he poured her a glass of water, told her to eat slowly, and peeled the shrimp for her. Such warm male behavior naturally moved Hiyu a little. But while she was eating, she realized that Lin Han started to play bad again. I saw Lin Han peel the shrimp and handed it to Hiyu's mouth. Just as Hiyu was about to eat it, Lin Han slowly moved the shrimp to his side. Seeing this, Hiyu subconsciously leaned over, but Lin Han took the opportunity to kiss her. Hate! Hiyu covered his mouth in shame and patted Lin Han on the shoulder. Lin Han was overjoyed and wanted to repeat the old tricks, but Hiyu was not fooled. She brought the bowl of spicy crayfish in front of her and began to peel the shrimp herself. While eating, he smugly rolled his eyes at Lin Han. At this moment, how does she look like an adult? Clearly like a girl in love, she is both naughty and cute. Next, Lin Han didn't do anything wrong. Just looking at her so funny, enjoying the hard-won atmosphere. Asterisk. Chapter 47 I really can't help you. 5 caddies of spicy crayfish, Hiyu quickly ate about 3 caddies. In fact, except for the shrimp shell, there is not much meat. But Hiyu was still full. Seeing that there was still some left, Lin Han put it in Hiyu's lunchbox. I plan to leave it for her to take to the factory tomorrow when she goes to work, and have a good lunch at noon. In this regard, although Hiyu didn't say anything on his lips, he was still a little happy and moved in his heart. She stood up, touched her stomach and said, I'm going for a walk, little brat, are you going? The little brat is naturally Lin Han. Although He had broken up with her boyfriend, she also knew that she could not escape this bad relationship with Lin Han. But before Lin Han fully grew up, He was still a little worried about gains and losses. After all, she was already 26-7. She didn't know if she could really wait. Especially when she thought of how much pointing and gossip she would have to face in the future, saying why she still didn't marry when she was such an adult. She felt extremely heartbroken and depressed. Therefore, under all kinds of emotions, He will naturally have some resentment towards Lin Han. So much so that now he doesn't even want to call Lin Han's name, but instead calls him a little kid in revenge. And Lin Han, for something as complicated as a woman's heart, he still couldn't understand it even if he had lived in 2 lifetimes. However, after He took the initiative to offer a mo. In fact, Lin Han can already feel that the relationship between the other party and himself has been consolidated a lot. The reason why He remained reserved, and even refused to kiss her anymore, was simply because her status as a child made her feel insecure. But for a while, Lin Han was at a loss for things like age. Therefore, Lin Han didn't protest after hearing He calling her a little boy, but responded with her temperament, "Sister Yu, you are going for a walk, of course I will accompany you." Outside the courtyard. One big and one small, taking a walk. Since it is winter, the temperature at night is colder, so there are not many people on the road. Lin Han glanced at He, whose face was flushed from the cold, and reached out to hold her. What? He was about to break free subconsciously. But Lin Han refused to let go, and said, "Sister Rain, if I hold your hand, it won't be so cold." Nonsense. Put your hands outside in this weather, it will only get colder. Although He said so, he did not break free from Lin Han's hand. Seeing her duplicitous appearance, Lin Han smiled, not to mention how brilliant it was. The two just walked holding hands like this, and Lin Han didn't forget to tell some jokes to amuse her. In such an era, where has He heard so many funny jokes? Soon, she leaned back and forth happily, almost laughing. When Lin Han saw this, he started talking about meat jokes again. "Sister Rain, a couple went shopping, and my wife liked a lipstick. My husband thought it was expensive, so he said, 'You look good without lipstick.' After hearing this, my wife was very angry. Fortunately, I didn't ask you to buy me clothes, or you would definitely say that I look better without clothes." After comprehending the connotation, He couldn't help scolding with a blushing face, "You little brat. Don't learn it, wait until one day, like those blind idiots, go through customs and go to prison." Hearing this, Lin Han not only was not ashamed, but hugged He's arm and said with a smile, "Sister Yu, if I was put in prison, wouldn't you be a widow?" Pooh! He was so angry that he shuddered, his face was red and white, and he said, "I will make your dog's mouth not spit out ivory." Having said that, he will continue to beat Lin Han. Lin Han hurriedly ran away with a smile, and He had to chase after him angrily. Soon, both of them were tired of running. Lin Han simply stopped and took the initiative to let He beat him. But how could He still have the strength? She had to thump a few times symbolically, and then asked, "Do you know what's wrong?" "I was wrong." Lin Han nodded, but the next second came another sentence, "I dare to do it next time." He was speechless for a while, and continued to chase and beat Lin Han with anger and laughter. In such a cold day, when the two finally returned to the courtyard, they were all sweating. But the effect is still very good. At least He's inner anguish has disappeared a lot. She went back to her house and started boiling water, intending to wipe her body with a towel. Lin Han sat on her bed, looking like an uncle. Seeing this, He was a little disgusted and said, "Why do you always stay with me if you don't go back to your home? My house is too deserted." Lin Han said so. But He struck mercilessly, "I still live alone, why don't I feel this way?" After she finished speaking, she pulled Lin Han up and urged him to leave quickly. But how could Lin Han leave so easily? He took off his shoes directly and got into He Yu's bed. He Yu was very angry, and said with shame and anger, "Come down. You are sweating on your body, what should I do if my bed is dirty? I'll wash it for you." Lin Han didn't move. Seeing this, He Yu didn't mention how helpless she was, so she had to say softly, "Good, hurry back to your own house, I have to go to work tomorrow, you can let me rest for a good night." Hearing this, Lin Han actually planned to withdraw, but he still wanted to try harder. So, Lin Han said with a sincere attitude, "Sister Rain, I promise to be honest tonight, don't drive me away, okay?" He Yu is of course 100 disagreements. But when Lin Han was acting cute and swearing again, she gave in. "If you really can't do anything about it, you just know how to bully me." He Yu glanced at Lin Han angrily. Lin Han immediately coaxed coaxingly, "How dare I bully you? I want to marry you when I grow up, and now I just want to experience the life in bed with my future wife in advance." After hearing this, He Yu immediately blushed and cursed shamelessly. But she still did not forget to exhort, "Just like last time, go back to your own house at dawn. Do you know?" "I know," Lin Han said with a smile. **. Chapter 48 Sleep. Although he agreed that Lin Han would sleep in his own house tonight, but after the water was boiled, He Yu was planning to wipe off his body, and he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She pulled up a curtain and warned with a blushing face, "Little kid, don't peek." Hearing this, Lin Han quickly agreed with a straight face. But after a while, he crept out of bed, intending to enjoy it quietly. He Yu was wiping it with a towel and hot water at the moment. After seeing Lin Han's footsteps approaching step by step through the curtain, she immediately cursed with shame and indignation, "Get out! Have to!" After being caught, Lin Han had no choice but to go back to the bed angrily, thinking that this BCH is really stingy. Finished wiping, He Yu opened the curtain and walked out neatly dressed. Those who don't know, thought she didn't do anything just now. Seeing that He Yu was so protective of himself, Lin Han was so depressed, he had no choice but to lie in the bed in a daze. However, at this moment, He Yu suddenly came over and patted his skin drum, and said angrily, "Get up, you are lying in my bed with sweat all over your body, and you also quickly wipe your body." Hearing this, Lin Han obediently poured a pot of hot water. But the towel used was the one He Yu had just used. Seeing this, He Yu frowned, but in the end he didn't say anything. After all, who told Lin Han to stay at her house and not leave? For a while, she didn't have any extra new towels for Lin Han to use. But it is worth mentioning that Lin Han did not close the curtain, but took off his clothes in a fair manner, wearing only his pants, and began to wipe his body with a towel. He Yu couldn't bear to look directly. But when he thought that the other party was a brat, he had nothing to avoid, so he simply left Lin Han alone. After Lin Han also wiped his body, He Yu poured another basin of water. "Wash your feet. Is it necessary to be so clean?" Lin Han couldn't help complaining, but he still washed his feet obediently. After he washed it, He Yu changed the water and washed himself. When it's time to go to bed, He Yu glanced at Lin Han, who was still only wearing shorts, and frowned, "Aren't you wearing cotton-padded clothes and cotton-padded pants? It's very cold to sleep like this." "It's okay, the cotton-padded clothes and pants are all sweaty. If you put them on again, didn't you just wipe your body with a towel in vain?" Although what Lin Han said was very reasonable, He Yu didn't think it was good no matter how he heard it. "Humph, you can freeze to death." Lin Han rolled his eyes angrily, and as soon as He Yu lay in bed, he covered his nose and cursed. "You little BD! Lie on my bed when you come back from your walk, are you all right now? The bed is full of stinky smells." As he said that, He Shui picked up Lin Han's ear, not to mention how angry he was. Lin Han hurriedly complained, isn't it because you wanted to drive me home that I got into the bed? You mean it's my fault? He gave the other party a shudder in annoyance, and said angrily, I'll make the floor, you can sleep on the bed by yourself. Do not. Lin Han hurriedly grabbed her and said, Sister Rain, how cold the floor is, and the two of you sleep warmly. How do you sleep so stinky? He was angry and helpless. She has always loved cleanliness. How can she bear to sleep under a stinky quilt like this all night? So, Rain directly replaced the sheets and quilt. When the two of them lay back in bed again, He just turned off the lights when Lin Han put his hand on her waist. Although this is not the first time. But He still turned around a little unnaturally, hoping that Lin Han would stop hugging her. But how would she know that turning around like this gave someone more opportunities? Seeing He with his back to him, Lin Han not only didn't take his hand away, but got closer and closer. He suddenly felt even more unnatural, so he said angrily, Didn't you promise me that you will be honest tonight? Yeah, it's guaranteed. Then why are you still holding me to sleep? It's so warm, I'm afraid you'll freeze. FK. You're taking advantage of me. You are my future wife, I don't take advantage of you, who takes advantage of me? After being silent for a while, He couldn't help but scolded, shameless. Lin Han smiled and did not refute. Just like that, after quietly maintaining the sleeping position for a while, He suddenly said, Little boy, are you sure you will marry me when you grow up? Sure. Nonsense, you obviously hesitated. How can there be? I will really marry you. Just coax me. You are so eloquent at a young age, and when you grow up, you will definitely run after other girls. What are you talking about? My heart is with you, isn't it? He looked back at Lin Han. In the dark environment, Lin Han's immature face could be seen vaguely. She turned around, faced Lin Han face to face, and said sadly, Because of you, I not only broke up, but I can't marry someone else with a clear conscience in the future. If you really have a conscience, don't let me down. Done. He took the initiative to hug Lin Han, rested his chin on his forehead, and fell asleep. This night, a certain little brat was surprisingly honest and didn't do any more harm. Chapter 49. She must have provoked Lin Han. In the next few days, Lin Han's life became very regular. Daytime. Go out hunting and exchange surplus game for cash and food stamps. Night. When He came back from get off work, he would sneak into her house while others were not paying attention. Of course, Lin Han always brought the ingredients. He will make dinner, and he is responsible for eating it. After eating, the two would go out for a walk. After a walk, Lin Han would always stay to sleep with him in a playful manner. Although he was kicked up by He's long legs at dawn, he rushed back to his home. But after days like this continued, the relationship between the two has grown by leaps and bounds. Just like couples in love, there are bickering, laughter, and jokes. He no longer resisted Lin Han always hugging her to sleep. Sometimes she will take the initiative to hold Lin Han to sleep. As for out-of-bounds behavior, it's not that Lin Han didn't mention it. But He was always reluctant, at most let Lin Han kiss his cheek or forehead. She has always refused to do things like giving her hands and mouths. In this regard, Lin Han has no way to force it. I can only hold my arms around a tall and long-legged Oni-san every night. And Chin Hueru. It's also fun to say. Since the last transaction, she was given some vegetables and 5 kilograms of rice, and she has not come to Lin Han again. In addition, Chin Hueru, who is about to pay his salary and is about to have more money, will not continue to do business with Lin Han at least until the next time he runs out of food. Therefore, no matter how hard Lin Han was in He every day, he had never had the opportunity to experience the actual compatibility brought by the kidney blacken on Chin Hueru these days. For this reason, Lin Han can't be bothered to mention how depressed he is. He couldn't even help thinking that after the next deal with Qin Huiru, he couldn't be so generous. Otherwise, it is estimated that he will be a monk for a long time as he is now. 6 p.m. As usual, Lin Han pushed his bicycle into the gate of the courtyard. There are some meat and vegetables in the bicycle basket. In fact, as the weather gets colder and colder, Lin Han is not able to go out hunting every day and return with a full reward. After all, many animals are already hibernating. But even if he came back empty-handed, Lin Han would not forget to take some meat and vegetables from the storage space and put them in the basket of the bicycle. On the one hand, it is to make his daily food sources look normal and prevent the secret of storage space from leaking out. On the other hand, it is to greedy Yan Bogui's family. That's right. Since the last confession Yu Li was rejected, Lin Han has made a plan. The content of this plan is also very simple. That is to eat fragrant and spicy food every day, and greedy Yan Bogui's family. With Yan Bogui's character, he would definitely want to keep rubbing. Then Lin Han will decline each other with various reasons. Once or twice is fine, but more often, Yan Bogui will start to become suspicious. Why was Lin Han so generous to his family before, but now he refuses to continue sharing food? Is it because Yu Li made Lin Han unhappy after helping Lin Han cook a crayfish last time? Therefore, in order to continue to take advantage of Lin Han, Yan Bogui will definitely ask Yu Li to come to Lin Han to make amends. As for Lin Han, this is what he wants. With the plan proceeding in an orderly manner, Yan Bogui has been in a hurry these days. This is not. After seeing the meat and vegetables in Lin Han's bicycle basket, Yan Bogui couldn't help but come over. Lin Han, is this beef? What are you going to eat tonight? The third master is really sharp-eyed. I'll eat beef and green onion dumplings tonight. Hearing this, Yan Bogui couldn't be more envious. He stared at the beef eagerly, and sighed, this is at least 10 pounds, right? Can you finish it all by yourself? Lin Han deliberately didn't understand what he meant, and replied, I can't finish it. I'll keep it for braised beef, curry beef, sauce beef, boiled beef. After another beef-related dishes came out of Lin Han's mouth, Yan Bogui had already started to swallow desperately. He said eagerly, Lin Han, my family hasn't eaten meat for a long time, why don't you share some with the third master? Lin Han's reasoning became difficult. After hesitating for a while, he sighed and pushed the bicycle back to his home. Seeing this, Yan Bogui was a little depressed. This is not the first time Lin Han has rejected him. Since Yu Li helped Lin Han cook a crayfish last time, Lin Han has never shared food with his family. Yan Bogui thought about it, but still felt that it was necessary to ask Yu Li about the situation. He returned to his home, looked at his daughter-in-law and said, Yu Li, have you offended Lin Han? What? Yu Li was a little confused. Seeing this, Yan Bogui had to ask completely, Yu Li, why did Lin Han refuse to share the food with our family these days after you helped Lin Han cook a crayfish meal? Yes. Why? The third mother and Yan Zichen also looked at Yu Li in confusion. But how could Yu Li know that? All she knew was that after helping Lin Han make crayfish last time, Lin Han confessed to her that although she was very moved, she refused to avoid having a bad relationship with the child. She still remembered Lin Han's extremely disappointed expression at that time. Is it because of this reason that Lin Han has a grudge against me, so he refuses to share the food with my in-laws? Thinking of this, although Yu Li felt that she could understand, she did not dare to tell her husband's family the cause and effect. After all, who would believe that a child would actually like a married young woman like her? Therefore, Yu Li had to say awkwardly, maybe it's because Lin Han doesn't want to continue to be taken advantage of, so he doesn't want to share food with our family, right? Hearing this, Yan Bogui frowned, and he didn't quite believe it was because of this reason. After all, Lin Han's acting is pretty good. Yan Bugui can feel that every time Lin Han refuses to share food with him these days, his expression is very complex. It seems like I am willing to share, but it is restricted for some reason. Yan Bugui asked himself that although he wanted to take advantage of Lin Han, he had not touched the other side's bad head. His wife and several children did not provoke Lin Han. Then the problem must still be with Li. Thinking of this, Yan Bugui had to ask Li again, "You Li, are you sure you didn't say anything to offend the other party when you helped Lin Han make crayfish last time?" "No." Yu Li felt a little guilty. With this uncertain tone, the seasoned Yan Bugui immediately confirmed that she must have provoked Lin Han. Chapter 50 Yu Li weeps. After confirming that it was Yu Li who provoked Lin Han, which made Lin Han unwilling to share the food with his family these days, Yan Bugui became furious on the spot. Snapped. He patted the table, blew his beard and stared at Yu Li and said, "You still don't admit that you provoked Lin Han? Yu Li, how did our family treat you badly? You want to destroy the relationship between our family and Lin Han like this?" Yu Li was immediately aggrieved. "In my heart, didn't I just reject Lin Han's confession? I didn't know it would offend him. Besides, have your family treated me badly, do you still not know? What are you?" Of course, Yan Bugui couldn't hear Yu Li's inner complaints, and he was so angry that he reached out and slapped Yu Li. The third mother and a few children rarely see Yan Bugui's fire so big. Therefore, even if it was Yu Li's husband, Yan Zichen didn't dare to stop him at the moment. If Yu Li hadn't hurriedly dodged, the slap would have landed on her face. Seeing this, Yan Bugui didn't reach out and fight again. In order to reap the benefits of Lin Han, he said displeasedly, "You go and apologize to Lin Han now. If Lin Han refuses to forgive you, don't come back tonight." The reason why Yan Bugui dares to say this is because Lin Han is a child, and he is not worried that his daughter-in-law will be bullied by Lin Han. On the other hand, it is because in this era, after ordinary people get married, the woman will not easily divorce, otherwise her reputation will be affected. Therefore, no matter how strong Yan Bugui is, as the daughter-in-law of this family, Yu Li would not dare to show any dissatisfaction with her father-in-law. Just like Xin Huiru. Even if she became a widow, she didn't dare to turn against Zhejiang, and she remarried in an open and honest way, just because she was afraid that her reputation would be damaged and people would criticize her. Again, in this era, in addition to good family conditions, which second married woman can be looked down upon by her new husband's family. Therefore, at this moment, Yu Li not only dared not talk back to her father-in-law, but also did not dare to file for divorce. She could only shed tears of grievance, looked disappointedly at her husband Yan Zichen, who didn't even dare to let go of his fart when she was wronged, and went to Lin Han's house crying. Lin Han's house. At this moment, Lin Han was resting on the head of the bed, and at the same time, he was waiting for He Yahui to come back from get off work. He Yahui gets off work at about the same time as other people in the courtyard. However, because the factory is far away and there are no bicycles, He Rain will not be able to return until 7 o'clock in the evening. If you work overtime, it will be even later. There is still a chance to get another bicycle for He Yahui to ride. If it really doesn't work, I'll ride a bike to pick up He Rain to commute to get off work. Lin Han thought to himself. After all, no matter what, He Yahui's relationship with him is almost the same as that of his wife. Although he is not married yet, he does not promise to do bad things to him. However, Lin Han has always been very generous towards his own woman. Dong dong dong. Just as Lin Han was planning how to get another bicycle ticket, there was a knock on the door. "Who?" Lin Han muttered as he walked over and opened the door. Crunch. As soon as a crack was exposed, a crying beautiful woman with pear blossoms and rain fell into Lin Han's eyes. "Aunt Yu Li." Lin Han frowned. To be honest, seeing Yu Li's sobbing appearance, he had already guessed something. It should be his plan that is starting to work. After Yan Bugui couldn't take advantage of himself, he asked Yu Li to be held accountable, and then asked Yu Li to come over to make amends. Thinking of this, Lin Han immediately invited Yu Li in, and then closed the door with his backhand. Yu Li didn't speak, and she kept crying after entering the room. A long time. She just bent down and bowed to Lin Han, her voice unable to hide her grievance. "Wu. I'm sorry. Aunt Yuli, what are you doing?" Lin Han was taken aback and asked knowingly. Perhaps seeing that Lin Han was a little confused, Yu Li was stunned and said, "Don't you want to continue sharing food with my husband's family because you were rejected by me last time, and you harbored a grudge against me in your heart? How can there be? Am I such a cautious person?" Lin Han immediately complained, "The reason why I stopped sharing food with your husband's family is because I see them upset. Is it uncomfortable to see them?" Yu Li obviously did not expect that Lin Han's reason would be like this, and her beautiful eyes were suddenly full of surprises. As for Lin Han, he continued to speak. "Yeah, I just see them upset. Aunt Yu Li I like is so nice, but she has to get angry at her husband's house. Even if you eat a meal, you will be evenly distributed, and you are not allowed to eat more. Can I not feel sorry for you? It's because I feel sorry for Aunt Yuli. It was only when I felt unhappy with the third master's family that I was unwilling to continue sharing food with them." After hearing what Lin Han said about the cause and effect, Yu Li didn't mention how distressed she was. This child turned out to be because she felt sorry for her. Thinking of the reason why she had made up her mind before, while Yu Li would be deeply moved, she couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. "Lin Han, it's Auntie who misunderstood you. I didn't expect you to be for me." Yu Li bent down and hugged Lin Han, tears had blurred her eyes. Asterisk.